もう1回戦を終えて今日からいよいよベスト8に進出した8チームが登場します。続いて試合ルールです。殿堂入り級のルールが採用されます。同一試合で同じキャラを複数出場させることができません。1試合前半戦後半戦の2回、互いに1回ずつサバイバーとハンターをます。マップ選択権とロール選択権が別々のチームに与えられます。同じマップは一度しか選べません。そしてそのマップです。大会で選択可能なマップは6つ。軍需工場、赤の教会、精神病院、固形村、月の川公園、レオの思い出。前半戦後半戦同じマップで行われます。バンルールです。第1試合サバイバー側はハンターをバンできません。ハンター側のみサバイバーを1キャラクターバンしていきます。第2試合ハンター1キャラクターバン、サバイバー2キャラクターバン。第3試合はハンター2キャラクターバン、サバイバー3キャラクターバン。延長戦は第3試合と同じルールが適用されます。 BO5 の場合、第3試合までは BO3 と同じルール。第4試合はハンター3キャラクターバン、サバイバー4キャラクターバン。第5試合延長戦では第4試合と同じルールが適用されます。さあ決勝戦明日に控えております。この BO5 のルールもしっかりと選手の皆さん覚えておいてください。そして対戦ポイントです。各試合の勝敗それぞれの前半戦後半戦で得たポイントの合計で決まります。高ポイントを獲得した側が勝利し、同点の場合は引き分けとなります。こちら世界各地から勝ち抜いた15チームは絶対的な実力で優勝を目指しながら総額200万人民元となる賞金を勝ち取りに行きます。チームのランキングと賞金の割合です。1位総額の 44%、 2位が 13%、 3位が 9%、 4位が 6%、 5位から8位が 3%、 9位から16位が 2% を獲得できます。さあ見えてきました、日本チームのこのベスト8での戦い、どちらがベスト4進出となるんでしょうか。
はい、もう本当にね優勝まで見えてきていますから、
はい、
この200万人民元、日本円で約3000万円、目に見えてきましたよ。
見えてきましたね。 44% 獲得できるのも、
はい、そうですね、
見えてきました、
はい、
さあ本日も COA3 戦隊応援キャンペーンの方開催中です、
はい、
こちらのアカウントの方に日本チーム、AL チーム、 MWS チーム、そして後半戦控えております ALC チームにも、皆さん応援メッセージの方送ってください。イラストもお待ちしております。送ってくださった方の中から抽選で、庭師のフィギュアがプレゼントという企画になっておりますので、皆さんどしどしご応募ください、
お願いします。
ぜひね、
このメッセージもね熱いんですよね。
そうなんですよね。本当にその選手を応援する方たちもね、すごい熱い気持ちで今も見てますから、
はい、
ほとんど選手と同じ気持ちですよ。自分たちも緊張している、多分おそらく今画面の前で緊張されてる方たくさんいると思います。
もう間違いないですね。
今日ほどお腹が痛い日があるかっていうぐらい、もうどちらが勝っても嬉しいし、どちらが負けても悔しいみたいな、もう涙なしでは見られない一戦になりそうです。
なんで世界大会で日本同士で潰し合わなきゃいけないんだっていうことですよ。
そうなんですよ。中国チームはね、枠が多い分、その中国チーム同士で当たることも多かったと思うんですが、まさかこのベスト8でね、日本対日本となるとはという形です。
そしてくじ引きね、
そうです
ね、見てましたよね。そしてエルシは右側の
反対
厳選ブロックに入ってしまうという形になりましたが、見事ベスト8進出。しかしもう一つ驚いたのが IMT チーム敗退しましたね。
そうでしたね、まさかのまさかでした。
優勝候補と言われていました。さあこちらが大会のオーバービューと賞金の紹介になります。チャンピオンは88万人民元、約日本円で1400万ですか。
はい、もしこれを7人で分け合ったとしたら1人約200万円ほど
どうします急に200万手にしたらもう
100万、
いよいよ e スポーツだなって感じですよね。
今のうちに選手とやはり仲良く
なっていきましょう。もう昨日も言ってました、直哉さんも。
俺もそれ明日言おうって
普段からね選手の皆さん仲良くしていただいてますので、いやどうですか、やはり身近な分この世界大会のベスト8に上がってきた、そしてベスト4進出が決定していること、なんだかこう視聴者の皆さんもそして我々も実感があまり湧かないというか、
そうですね、
もうどれほどすごいことなのかっていうことを実感するまでにもう少し時間がかかりそうなんですけども、
だってその世界の第5人格プレイヤーの人口を合わせたら一体何人になるんだってことですよ。
もう何十万っていう桁ではないですよね、本当に。
そうですね、本当に数えきれないと、その中でのトップ8ですから。
世界のこのものすごいグループの中から勝ち上がってきたトップ8、
もう誇るべきことです。 さあそれはもうこの15チームにも言えることですよね。こちらが激戦を勝ち抜いた15チームでのトーナメント表となっております。本日行われるのがこの後 AL チームと MWS の対決、そして AP チーム 5HS チーム、そして昨日勝ち上がった DZY チーム
other teams would go back come COA Force even better, you know?
Yes, and I like what you said about yesterday's matches, how the forward was being highlighted a lot. Shout outs to that match, BZY versus VX. And it was a really intense match. I'm sure a lot of you guys clip that use of that tide turner. We almost lost our voices. So but that was yesterday. We got to move on to the present, and here we have MWS, a Japan-made team. We have Tai, AM, BB, Yotsu, GL, Magu, and YC.
Yes, and if you look at their preferred characters, really sticking to the meta. Ooh, alongside with that first officer from BB. But you know what? This is mostly on the standards, and I like the way that MWS is really siding with the meta. And again, statistics speaks for themselves. They don't really have to, you know, verbally talk about, because their performances is what makes them so, you know, amazing. And this is look at AM stats, really above average, and they really, you know, garner all of these experiences and all these, you know, mental capacity in for each player and for a team in general. So I'm pretty excited on how they would perform today.
The numbers don't lie. They know what they're doing, especially if you just interchange these names and numbers. It still shows that they can kite with the best of them, and they can also decode with the best of them. As you can see here, mechanic average decoding progress 189. That's just the mechanic. So coming into this match, AL probably has to worry about banning the M&Ms, as we call them.
Yes, sir. And of course, that I think that is like almost all the trend that we've been seeing right now come when in terms of the teams banning out. But you know what? It kind of is a situational one, because if you notice what happened yesterday, the forward was really respected on both sides of the team. So the trajectory of your overall rounds really depends on you know, if you see that this certain type of team uses this survivor efficiently, so ban it out. And that's what happened yesterday. But you know what, going back here to our stats, really, I mean, and the stats wise, all of these players are looking pretty good. And you look, that average priestess exit gate is above average as well, and not, you know, really not everyone can really acquire those set of skills.
Yeah, so coming into this match, AL has to also worry about Priestess pick, as shown by the player here in MWS. And moving on to Yotsu now, this this hunter with a bloody queen. Again, just very efficient numbers, very effective usage of the meta, and we'll see how they will fare against their matchup against their fellow brethren from the Japan region. So unfortunately, yeah, we have to find the best of the best. So it's just poetic justice that Japan has to go up against Japan, who will advance and try to represent that region.
Gambatte kudasai for both sides of the teams. And again, of course, we've seen MWS, and now we are gonna get to see the highlights of AL. And this is Nozomi, Rowley, Kud, Takako, Banki, Atto, and Yanasa. And again, looking into the preferred characters, again, it's still leaning into the meta that we have right now. But of course, Atto with that forward preferred pick, you know, it really shows the prowess for Team AL. So, you know, Ponch, this is also amazing, because them having this gender neutral kind of team play is also, you know, really yeah, it's really, you know, it's usually you get to see like all males, but now we are very open in getting these gender neutral type of teams. And I'm really happy, because this also gets to highlight, you know, new sets of learnings and discoveries for each and everyone.
For sure. And just to highlight as well, yeah, they can play with the meta, but you know what? Vampy has that Feaster, and Yanasa has a Bonbon that was pretty effective during the cross-division warm-up matches. So that is something that MWS has to take note of and worry about when it comes to the picks and bans, because they can go off meta if they have to. So now seeing AL Kud over here. Average hunter containment time 13 seconds, average rescues over here. But look at the decoding progress, 246. So the number speaks for itself. Maybe having this average decoding progress puts a target on his back to the hunter. Maybe the hunter wants to aim for him first, if that would be the case, if he was going to be playing that role.
Yes, it did. And look for Nozumi again. The stat speaks for themselves, like you mentioned. Look at the containment duration that he has. It's really remarkable because the moment that you know that you are being contained by the survivor, it only means that the strategies that they're really opting for is really effective. And come Rowley right here with that amazing decoding progress, as well as the duration of containment, really goes to show that they are very they can alternate themselves in terms of really distracting the hunter.
With these numbers, you can tell that Team AL has a very well-rounded game plan. So let's see if MWS will be able to exploit some of the holes in their game, if there are any, or any of the slip-ups that these teams might falter into.
Definitely. And you did mention that the Team AL, like what you said, Yanasa has his certain bonbon, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes,
it only goes to show that AL2 has something up on their sleeve, so they could play with they could play with the minds of let's say come MWS, that will they be sticking to the meta, or would they be go for a surprise pick? This is the advantage of really having a wide variety of survivors and hunter picks. You get to confuse the enemy or the opposing team.
And just to note as well, AL, some of the team members here did make it to COA too. So coming into this, they are known as the vets. So if we're gonna build a story here, it's more of like, as we said before, like an experienced team versus the first timers or the young blood or the freshmen of the block.
Yes, but you know what, Putch? We are gonna be heading to our drafting phase of round 1, match 1, first half between MWS as the survivor and AL Vanpy as the hunter. The map will be the Arms Factory, so I'm gonna expect a very versatile hunter for Vanpy. And we'll have to see. But you know what? Sticking to the bans, Seer won't be seeing the light of day.
Indeed. Ty going for a prospector, and then AM going for a meta pick, which is the mercenary, and we're gonna see a mechanic as well. Just waiting for GL to lock in that priestess. And as you mentioned, I think all eyes are on the right side of the screen. Who is Vampy going to stick with in this first match? No bans in hunters yet, so he has a plethora of choices to choose from. Who among the cast of hunters will Vampy lock in with?
Yes, I agree with you with that. It's gonna be the Bloody Queen right here, Potch. This is pretty interesting. And if Articuno was here, he would be so happy seeing this prospector pick. And you know what? Going back here, I love the way how Vampy's really sticking to the meta. And we've been seeing a lot of Bloody Queen choices that we have all throughout our days, and it's really efficient, and there's no really question as to why he would really pick that. I mean, he had 2 options, so I'm pretty sure that this is more of his comfort, in really getting. And the fact that the map is also really compact and really small, all goes out with the advantages for Vampy.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 1, round 1 of the first half. AL Vampy rocking the Bloody Queen, and we have Ty as the prospector, AM as the mercenary, BB as the mechanic, and GL as the priestess. As Sayora mentioned, we are in the Arms Factory. It's going to be very claustrophobic for these survivors to move around, when that illusion is always a factor when you're kiting and just surviving against this top tier Bloody Queen.
Definitely, and I'm pretty excited how things would all go out, because if you notice, this is the tournament of Bloody Queens. We've been seeing a lot of prowess, and I'm just really excited for this, because for the survivor side, they also have a variety pools of skill sets. But you know what? From Happy Valley, this is going to be our round 1 first half between MWS as the survivors and AL Vanpy as the Bloody Queen right here. Let's go ahead, Pot.
Okay, saving the illusion right away. Oh, it's using it now as he tries to mark down one of these survivors. Vampy still scouting out the map, still wanting to find the right target. Lower left side of the screen sees the mercenary trying to get some work on this decoding progress, but still Vampy is on the tail. I believe he sees the portal of GL, and now it's a hot pursuit, Sayora.
And GL doing a pretty neat job in really transitioning himself to one of the best kiting areas for Arms Factory. And you know what? That was a good portal because Vampy initially thought that he was into going inside the factory, but no. But that was also a good injure done by Vampy to really, retaliate for the stun that he was.
Exactly. So GL really has to find a new place to kite. Factory, he had to get out of there because Vampy had his number there. And GL using the terrain to his advantage, still moving it to and fro. And look at that, excellent holy key placement. But illusion's gonna be used. No swipe.
Yes, definitely. And of course, that will be the usage of the mirror image to successfully knock down GL. And if you notice, that was, like what you said, it was an efficient use of the holy key. And you know what? It was in a very timely manner because Vampy was about to attempt like the 180 and then hit. And that portal was really placed in a timely manner. But you know what? The mechanic was able to pop one Cypher, and AM here really being stealthy for that potential save.
AM in the vicinity. Vampy has to worry about that as he tries to stop the decoding process. Trying to juke. Gets the save, not quite. Gets the hit, baits a hit for GL to get out of the chair. Tide Turner is in effect now. Prospector is also trying to harass. Oh, he gets the stun.
Beautiful magnet placing done by the Prospector right now. But you know what? This is not really going to deter Vampy as he will be focusing on the Priestess simply because the Priestess was already seated on the rocket chair. And now this is the usage of the mirror image rather. And now really beautiful transition by Priestess. The blink and the hit. That was beautiful by Vampy right here. And again, off to the rocket chair the Priestess goes. But looking at this potch, this also gave the mechanic some, space to go and really decode.
Yeah, lower left side of the screen sees the Prospector about to pop a Cypher. And now AM is injured. But look at that. Tries to set up another mirror illusion. Vampy is aware of the ciphers that are being decoded. GL is still in the rocket chair, and we see a mechanic going for the save, takes the hit, and the mechanic is carrying a Tide Turner. Tide Turner is back in effect as the Priestess tries to get out of the clutches, but I think Vampy is on the tail while the mechanic is trying to body block here. Whoa, watch out! Nice ball from GL!
That was not really gonna stop Vampy because the mirror images will be used to really go and confuse him. Okay, knockdown goes BB right there, and I kind of get the logic behind why Mechanic was the one who goes for the save, simply because AM was already injured, so it kind of decreases the decoding of the teams. And this is a good, patience for the side of Vampy because he really, used his image to really confuse or really pressure out the Priestess and the Mechanic. So now that the Mechanic is seated, but was really saved by, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Mercenary who saved him.
Yes, true. And look at this. The Mechanic is already using her puppet to just decode a lot of things, and GL is going to fall to that illusion. We're going to probably see a teleport. Ty is on the way for the distraction here as the ciphers are still being decoded. Use the magnet. Excellent stuff. But Vampy is stunned. GL is still down, though. Again, the Prospector is going to try to buy as much time as possible, harassing Vampy into chairing this Priestess, because as you mentioned, she's been in the chair before. You can't afford for her to come back to that rocket chair.
Yes, indeed. But that was okay.
They popped.
The Cypher's been popped in a manner that was a bit too late for the Priestess to go and get up. But you know what? This will leave Vampy an opportunity to really potentially clutch. But you know what? This dispersed position. Oh, unfortunately, with the mirror image Tai knocked down, and again off the rocket chair he goes. Mercenary here on the gates, really, doing his best to open it up right now. Well, not really doing his best, more like just opening it up. And I think they won't be risking any more saves and decides to
Yes.
go for a tie.
Excellent match to start things off in day number 3. AL and MWS all tied up. Excellent match. You saw the use of the Prospector's Magnets, try to buy as much time as possible.
Yes.
You saw the effectiveness of the hunting of Vampy, really knowing when to switch targets, knowing when to shift his focus on the mechanic, since to get knocked down. And it was a win for the mechanic to also get shared, because at least that's one survivor in the chair. But you know what? Again, one of the reasons why the mechanic is so top tier is because of that puppet.
Yes, indeed. And of course it kind of, it's as if that you have like a 5-man on your survivor side when you're
Exactly.
really using mechanic, because you can really
Mhm.
alternate with the mechanic, with Tracy or with the puppet itself. So it kind of gives you also the, you kind of get the gist on what kind of pacing that you'd have in terms of decoding. But again, going back, this is still the first half. So and it's still round 1, so it's still too early to predict, the
Especially with a
conclusion.
tie.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
that ending up with the tie, it only goes to show that both teams show prowess, really. And on
Yeah.
Vanky's part, he was really patient.
He was, and he knew that this would probably last a while. I think they know each other really well to know that, you know what, the best thing to do now, MWS, respect respect the detention, respect the hunting of Vampy, not go for the 3-man out. Let's just cut our losses as we can, go for that tie, come into the second half more stronger, and let's see how this goes, because the teams will be switched, and we're gonna find out how MWS's Hunter is going to fare against AL survivors.
Definitely. And you know what? This is still like what I said, round 1. So the hunter side has a lot of options to choose from. I don't know. This is Arms Factory, no ban. So Dream Witch, are you gonna
Dream Witch, probably. We mentioned it before. It's a very small and claustrophobic map. If you leech at least 2, at least if you have 1 leech on you, it's gonna feel so compact that you can't even focus on your objectives. So
Yes.
Dream Witch MWS may happen. They do play to the meta. They do have a Dream Witch, and they do have a Bloody Queen under their wing. So it could happen. I'm just really interested to see these match statistics. As you can see, the priestess here bought in most of the time, didn't even touch a cipher, and BB doing most of the decoding, as well as actually all these guys for pulling everything together. You have
Yeah.
AM with 175%, Tai with 123%, and the decoding master of the mechanic showing that her puppet is so efficient decoding, 252%.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? They really got space for them to just really, focus on the coding. And didn't really, even though there was a certain point into the match that the mechanic has to go for the save, it's actually fine, because technically the mechanic already did his job during, the early seconds or minutes rather of the game early. And you know what, I think this is the sign that we are heading on to our draft for round 1 second half. Yes, sir.
That statue,
Yeah.
it conditions us to know that we're getting into that draft phase.
It prepares us.
You know what, that debated us. We were hoping for this, non-stop action to happen.
I got
Exactly.
bamboozled. Like I was really preparing myself to, like, okay, how are this is gonna be? How was MWS, early response to, AL, and okay, and then suddenly went back to us. I'm like,
That was a 180 for us. No, 180. Oh, darn.
yeah.
Hey, but we talk about this tournament being online, so you know what, there are some technical stuff that we can't see, and we just have to work with and roll with. But I honestly think this waiting time is okay, because it builds up the anticipation of the matches. It gets people more nervous. and
Basically,
more
what Poch
excited.
is trying to say, guys, is to like, I think you guys have to stick with us before the games begin.
Yeah, comment, stick with us,
Yeah,
tell us your
yeah.
predictions, tell us who you support.
Yeah.
Again, it's crazy times out there. Health always comes first. I'm just so happy that NetEase, Happy Valley, Identity 5 is pushing through with this tournament because it's giving us some awesome highlighted moments and it's really growing the community that is Identity 5.
Yes, definitely, because the show must go on. And you know what? I mean, as much as we want, to really showcase you the draft already, not really talk a lot, but can you guys stop talking? Just go with the game. Unfortunately, guys, there are things like what Poch said that we can't control, and you just gotta get by, right? So
Mhm.
while waiting, you really, you legit have to stick with us, or else you won't really get to see the game. And
Something people can control is the comments. So do sound off in the
yeah,
comments section who you support. Who do you think the ban's going to be? Is it going to be a seer? Is it going to be a mechanic? Because we saw how effective the mechanic was in cipher rushing. So
yeah.
again, that is the coin toss between the mechanic and seer. Are you going to have a cipher rush start, or are you going to have like an extra kiting time with that owl being a factor if you have the seer in play?
Yeah, I mean, I was really preventing myself from sneezing. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I have the cold, so yeah, it's
Safety
yeah.
first. Water,
Yeah,
hydrate, everything. Okay.
yeah, don't forget to really prioritize your health, guys. I mean, if you guys saw our players really wearing some face masks right there, it only means you
Of
really
course.
gotta focus on your safety. But
Yeah.
again, going back to
Mhm.
like what we mentioned earlier, Poch. I mean, do you have like any just a quick prediction on um
Oh.
which survivors to be chosen? Grizz and I did this yesterday, so
Mhm.
we get to predict, and then we count out how many things that we
Mhm.
got right. So I want to do this to you as well for our second half,
Mhm.
since it's the second half of the round one.
Yes. The tough part is that we only have one ban. So there's still a multitude of characters to pick from, right? So it's gonna, if we go with the conditional meta picks, I'm pretty sure we're gonna
Mhm.
see a perfumer in there. We're gonna see you know what? I think they're gonna still ban the seer, so we're gonna see a mechanic
Yes,
and
yes.
a mercenary, and I'm gonna go with a forward. Those are my four.
Ooh, so that's a mercenary, perfumer, forward, and a mechanic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so who
We'll
to
see.
Yeah. Let's see, because here we are at our drafting phase of round one, second half between AL as the survivors this time, and Magoo from MWS as the hunter. So it looks like you have
Oh, I'm
won
wrong.
as mechanic. Won't be seeing the light of day, Poch. So that is -1 for you. But that's okay. I mean, I kind of get the logic behind why mechanic is the one to be banned, because it was used efficiently through the first half. So they really want to
Mhm.
deny that, the coding progress for the side of AL. And
Wow.
whoa, looks like you looks like this is a interesting turn of events, as we will be seeing the seer and the barmaid by
Hmm.
Takako. So one is
Making me
going
eat
to
my own words. Again, we're seeing a seer, so a very top tier pick. Well, 1 out of 4 we see a perfumer, so
yeah,
that's one for me. Awesome.
yes.
So there we go.
That's
Never gonna make predictions again. Hey, two
okay
out of
then.
four, not bad.
No, you know what? It's not bad. But it's still early, so we kind of like expected more on the metas, but I think AL has a lot up on their sleeve and decides to go for this Borman. I kind of like get it, because Seer here being showing some dominance in terms of giving some time in terms of kiting and protecting
Hmm.
as well. The barmaid here comes as a support, and in which case, if there are injured survivors, you could just drink it up. And now
Hmm.
for the perfumer and mercenary being all versatile, can really alternate in terms of uh rescuing or kiting, but you know what, Mercenary is gonna be your main man when the rescuing comes. And for Magoo, really utilizing the compactness of Arms Factory, we'll be seeing a Dream Wish. So that is one for me. Yay!
So here we are, I mean, top tier hunters being shown right off in match number 1 in Arms Factory. We see this is the season of the queens and the witches. The Dream Witch can be very suffocating in a small map like Arms Factory. And if you look at the lineup, I think they're going for more I believe it is AL. Yes, AL going for more of the prolonged life of the survivors, not going for more of the harassers. So they really want to prolong the kiting time with a healer as well as an owl in the mix.
Yes, indeed. So I'm pretty excited how this barmaid's really gonna turn out, because you know usually there's like a pros and cons to this. You know, if you kind of like get a drink, it kind of decreases your movement speed. But you know what? Let's see. It kind of looks good on paper. But right now, from Happy Valley, this is our round 1 second half between AL as the survivors and MWS as the hunters. So pretty amazing.
Yes. That was locked in, but I believe there was a pause. So we're gonna see what happens then. So we have to talk about that lineup. Again, it was I got 2 out of 4. And we have a seer and a barmaid that can definitely prolong the life. And you were mentioning that there are some caveats to what the drinks of the barmaid gives, because again, she has to start mixing, and right away when she gets that tipsy, she gets half life. So you cannot get hit. That's a quick down. So it's a real gamble when you start mixing drinks and you give people drinks, because also it has a delayed effect as well.
And to slightly decrease your movement speed, and if ever so you get to be targeted or being spot on by the Dream, which can't really use against you. So the best thing that you have to do is to really be stealthy when come the mixing and the drinking. Mixing and the drinking.
But I have to commend the barmaid for being such a unique character, because the doctor, as people say, the doctor is not an ambulance, so you have to go to the doctor, get healed. But at least with a barmaid, there is that caveat of movement speed as well as the delayed effect, but you're still mobile around the map. So I guess you have to pick which one you can which one you're good with, especially with the mixing. That's another thing you have to factor into that equation of your support characters.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd love to really see this barmaid play, because may come after COA 3, maybe I could like learn a thing or two.
Oh, for
Because
sure.
I don't know, to me barmaid is a pretty interesting character, because you mentioned that the doctor you really have to go to her for you to like get healed, but barmaid here really legitimately the ambulance. It goes to you. It goes to you. It roams around, and it kind of also provides you vision as well, because while on the long run it kind of like gives you the signal, oh, the hunter is here, oh, the happening is on this area. So it's kind of like pretty interesting, because it's like a walking potion.
Yes, in that sense. And with Arms Factory as the map, and it's really important for survivors to keep moving. They probably knew that it was going to be a meta pick, either Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen, so they really want to have as much movement as possible. So let's see if it'll pay off. Drinks start mixing here. Takaku over here already started the drinks going, as Magoo tries to go for an early leech, and he does.
Yes, indeed. And Takako here will transition onto the terrains right now. Just to really, delay or distract Magoo here. But Magoo onto the tails of followed by the follower right here. Let's see if they will be getting that injured. But so far, this is good transition for Takako.
Yeah, she has Takaku, the barmaid, has the shack to go to, but she's transitioning to more of the structure of Arms Factory. She's buying a lot of time for her team. Not the most decoding heavy team. Nice double back here, but no, gets the hit, and she starts drinking. So she really can't afford to get hit in this time period, ladies and gentlemen. The clock is winding down for that effect to happen. Could on the radar here of the Dream Witch. Let's see if he'll be able to get some time for his team to keep on decoding.
But I think this time Magoo opted for the mercenary, but you can't really prioritize it in the early phases because it will take some time, and you don't
Precisely.
really. Oh, that would be the blink ready here, but you know that wasn't. I think the follower is gonna be used right now. Oh, that was an unfortunate blink. Wasn't able to really pass through the terrain. But again, going back, it looks like Cud would be, you know, eyes on prize right here just to prevent from any further decoding.
Yeah, and you mentioned that it's really hard to quick down the mercenary because of that delayed effect, and he can buy a lot of time. But excellent hit for the barmaid. I don't think she was able to get some drinks going on, but you know what? We have an injured barmaid. An excellent use of the perfume for Atto. So we just have one injured survivor so far. And lower left part of the screen sees the perfumer just trying to get away. A leech is on the perfumer side. Takaku still trying to get out of the vicinity of the Dream Witch to probably try to heal up. Lower left side of the screen dictates that there is another cipher about to be primed.
Indeed, and so far in terms of the members of AL being dispersed, it kind of gives the you know, adjustments, and they can really move as freely as much despite the map being compact. But that was a beautiful owl protection from Seer in a very timely manner, wherein the follower was about to strike. That is what you say, the smooth cup of tea that you would have, you know, really satisfying to see.
Yeah, and that shown on display, that is why the Seer is one of the most banned survivors in the early rounds, because again, you're extending that kiting time. He's back to full health and he can recharge that owl. Takaku, excellent use of the pallet to try to stop and hamper the speed of this Dream Witch puppet. And Takaku, again, being tunneled down here because she is the quickest she can down, gets the hit, and Takaku is gonna get taken down.
Okay, but you know what? That was really good discipline for the side of the barmaid. Really bought a lot of time against Magoo. But you know, this is survivor down. I mean, not really survivor chaired rather for Magoo, and I think he's gonna really opt to, you know, really roam, but at the same time be in the vicinity where Takaku is placed at. So you really wanna like lock in your survivor.
Magoo going for the defense here. 2 ciphers left, and you can see there that the team is still going for objectives, while Kud is, I believe Kud is has an ability to take out the leech. Oh, gets the hit, trades the hit just so Takaku can get out of that chair. There's not much structures to go with. Last effort is going to be in effect. And how is the barmaid going to get out of this situation?
Beautiful sidestep back done by Magoo, you know, really playing some mind games in terms of sidestepping. And right now, the mercenary is Leech and will be the next one to get targeted. But you know what? You don't really want to get your hands off of Takaku. The fact that he was already chaired, and this is a good strategy for Takaku in return to really go to the corner to really buy some time. And you know what? Potentially, you know, struggle his way out because the chairs are in a fair distance. But you know what? He spotted one in a nearby area, and Takaku will
unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Big cipher pop. And now 3 survivors left. Atto in the exit gate here. Magoo has the detention on deck. How is he going to be able to bounce back? Teleport. Excellent movement from the perfumer, getting himself out of that situation just in case. But it is Rowley that is going to be targeted with a leech.
So far, again, detention is in the hands of Magoo, so he can have this potential clutch play. But again, up to what extent the members are dispersed and the followers here, you know, he really has to keep an eye on these members because, you know, Magoo can't really afford, you know, having a survivor to escape. But I think Atto here doing a pretty swell job in just taking time and abusing the terrains.
Yeah, just keeping the hunter preoccupied as the other members try to open the exit gate. Lower left side already, Rowley out the gate. Atto still in the factory. And now Magoo trying her darnest to just salvage as much points as she can. Follower is still hunting down Atto. But this leech is going to be planted. This is going to be so much... this is going to be so much harder for Atto to get out of the compound that is the arms factory.
So Rowley was able to get out of the map right now, and again, going here, just really, you know, abusing the kiting potential here in the area. And Atto, I think, will be, reuniting soon with Cud if Cud ever
Mhm.
so went out to the exit, and I think they will be planning to go for that dungeon. All Ato needs to do is just really, buy some time and transition himself to the dungeon area. But seeing it as it is, it looks like Magoo
Mhm.
really keeps up on applying pressure to the perfumer.
We're at the end game now because excellent pallet use, but no, the follower was right there. The detention was still in effect. We're gonna see a teleport over here, but the mercenary is gonna be long gone, and I believe that's GG. It's going to be a 2-2 for both teams. Wow, trying to wait out that detention. That was an excellent strategy, but Magoo was very patient, practiced a lot of discipline, and got his resolve, tying things once again 2-2 Sayora.
2-2 in our first round. Okay, so this is kind of like a reset. If you know what I
Yes.
mean. Because I mean, both of them ended up in a tie, so both of them did pretty well. And man, Poch, this is getting intense.
Yeah, this just shows that, I mean, they know each other so well that they've been tying each other constantly. They're both from the Japan region. I'm pretty sure they've played each other a bunch of times, and they're just showing that they're showing each other that they want it. So 2 apiece. We're 4-4 heading into match number 2. MWS versus AL.
Man, oh man. I mean, this is, I'm just really amazed because usually around when you get to, get a gist of who's a bit of a dominant one or a bit of the advantageous one, but here in our first round, both of them a tie, and
Yeah,
it just
usually you'd see the ties in match number 2. That the momentum slowly shifts to someone else's favor. Then we have a tiebreaker in match number 3. But this is it's just a showcase of how evenly matched these two teams are. 2 apiece, and with meta picks.
yeah, it's as if that their momentums are really, clashing and
Yes.
really having that tug of war kind of moments. But again, this is round 2. We will be heading there very shortly, but the usage really of both the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch was really showing prowess for both sides of the team. And in terms of the survivors, not really linking to Cypher Rush moments, but it's more of them really controlling the pace on the speed of their decoding progress. But all throughout, you really got to commend the perfumer earlier onto the second half for really buying some time. Even though that it was captured really swell by Magoo, the fact that the perfumer bought a lot of time, enough at least to get 2 survivors out, is really hard to commend.
Yeah, Magoo practiced a lot of good defense as well. Once he had a survivor chaired, he knew when to transfer his attention to the different ciphers. He knew when to come back to guard the chaired survivor. And yeah, overall, it was just so evenly matched. I can't wait to get to match number 2 when we see more bans, just so we can weed out the characters to see how much game plans these two teams have and how much strategies can they implement and impose on their opponent.
Yes, and that is really the magic of the legendary rules that we have. We get, teams get to showcase various survivors, and not really sticking to one, because I mean it's pretty exciting really to see more survivors at play. So
I have to ask,
I like the magic of it.
out of the games you've casted in Call of the Abyss 3, were you hyped or were you excited to see a certain survivor come into play?
Yes,
That's
definitely.
not in the meta.
Yes,
Who?
indeed.
Who's
It's
the survivor?
It's the Embalmer.
There was an embalmer?
Yeah, before, during the qualifiers.
That would be amazing if we see an embalmer today or on the grand finals.
Yeah, and the fact that I am a die-hard shipper
There we go.
really hyped me up a lot more. But you know what? let's look at the match stats real quick right here, Poch. Again, 200% decoding progress for the seer and the perfumer. Really, fundamental for their team, and not so fast, but in a good pace. And for Magoo,
Mm-hmm.
eight hits, really not bad. And the fact that the followers are also used in an efficient manner to defend and get two survivors on his pockets, really is well done job by Magoo.
Yes. Well done indeed. He tried I mean, worst case scenario was tie. So that's
Yeah,
the best case scenario for them because they're not too far away. They're actually in the same even field. So match number 2 is basically like match number 1 with bans now. So we're gonna look at the highlights of this hunt with Vampy over here. Very harassing prospector. He knew his distance. He knew when to throw the magnets, but you know what? It was a good effort there, but the Cypher was just so close to being popped. Lower left side of the screen, but it wasn't enough. Garnering them a 2-2, and moving on in the second half of this match number 1, we see Magoo's Dream Witch here, effective defense here, and look at that, just ready, on the ready, knew when to switch out the followers on which to hit, and so the leech would still stay on. So excellent hunting by Magoo.
Yeah, and he really did utilize his detention before the time ran out, and
True.
the side step back potential, and of course Magoo's reflexes, really came into play during that Dream Witch performance. So I'm pretty excited on how round 2 is gonna come out. I mean, it doesn't sound like it, but yeah, I am.
I mean, 2 of the top teams in Japan. How else can we build this match up, ladies and gentlemen? We have MWS AL tied in match number 2. So it's really neck and neck. I'm so excited and also a little scared and nervous. I'm feeling a lot of emotion, Sayora, on what's going to happen in this next match because it's so close. It's down to the wire and only in match number 1.
Yes, and only one of them gets to really step forward and into our brackets, and both of them are really Japan teams represented. So happy and sad, and the emotions are mixing, So
It's bittersweet.
yeah, it gets intense as it progresses, but yeah, this is also a good time for them to showcase who gets to really represent the region for our grand finals potentially.
I'm sure that these 2 teams are going back to the drawing board and refiguring out their
Mhm.
strategies just so they can be a little like an edge above their counterpart here. 2-2, and then again another 2-2. I don't. It's really hard to favor one of them. The momentum is in anyone's favor. It's really up for grabs.
Yeah, so prediction wise, it's kind of like hard to really solidify any specific uh draft, because like what you did earlier, like you got 2 out of 4 predictions. It only means that there are some pocket picks up in stores for them. So for this second round, it's kind of really interesting to see if we get to see another one, or will they be sticking to the meta as usual. But
And
I think I can say that it's since the hunter gets to ban out 2 survivors this time, I think still sticking to the meta, seer or mechanic won't be coming out to play. I mean, that's where I'm sure of.
True. The only anomaly I see in another potential ban is if AL's or if the other team sees the effectiveness of the prospector, because that prospector was very harassing. I mean, we talked about how the forward played into the meta yesterday, and it forced, I believe, BZY to ban the forward and not go with a mercenary mechanic seer pick. So I could see, again, that's a very off chance because what, the M&Ms are very strong. But if you're going to get that prospector back in play and the effectiveness of that team play, it's going to be very harassing. And if you combine that with a forward, it's going to be hard for you to put a survivor's butt into that rocket chair.
True, and yeah, like what you said, if the prospector, really heats up the certain amount of threat to the other teams, yeah, it's gonna be like a no question as well as to another team to ban that out, because it's kind of more of a respect to it. At the same time, you don't really want that how do I say, what's that word? You don't really want to risk like
Yes. Okay. Risk.
being harassed so much by the magnets of the prospector. But then again, if you are to ban, let's say the threat levels of the prospector are high. If you are to ban out um one ban out the prospector in those slots that you have, it only means that you get to open, like what I've said, the M&Ms earlier. So it's kind of like mind games too, because you did
Mm-hmm.
mention that the M&Ms are really difficult, especially when the synergy is really on par and really on point.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
but to me, I think so far for the second round, first half, prospector won't be banned out
Mm.
anytime soon, because uh it's only used once, per se, here in our round specifically. It was
Mm-hmm.
only still used once, and they could still get by. The fact that they were able to get a tie, and not a
Mm-hmm.
sweep or not a 3-1,
Mm.
it only means that the risk or the threat levels aren't really that high and is manageable. But you know what, let's see what our players would think as we head on now to the draft phase. AL survivors and MWS as the hunter, and the map would be Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, that is a valid point, and I do think that a banned Eminem is more effective than a banned prospector that tied. So now we're going to Sacred Heart Hospital as we await for the hunter to ban out 2 survivors in this second match. Again, it's basically like round number 1. We're still all tied up. Momentum is in no one's favor. It's like we're playing round number 1, but with more limited options. We're going to see a mechanic that's going to be banned and probably a seer, but we will
Yes.
see what is on the mind of MWS's Magoo.
Yes, indeed. And if you notice during the second half of round number 1, Seer was used quite efficiently because it wasn't
Yes.
really into the highlights, but the fact that the Seer was able to decode in a smoothly manner, plus the owl protection, only means that it's kind of fundamental to ban out any more of Seers. And that is what we are seeing right now. The Seer won't be seeing any light of day into our round 2. And this will give the option for AL this time, I think, to still go with fundamentals, go with the mercenary, go with the perfumer, I guess. And this, and let's say if the forward, then I think fourth one could be another, but let's see on the overall overall draft of AL.
Okay. So AL Rowley locking in with the mercenary. As Sayora was mentioning, she was giving her prediction, so we're gonna check back with her in just a bit on this. And wow, we're gonna see a coordinator. This is gonna be a very scary matchup if the flare gun is a very efficient use. Is gonna be very efficiently used. And now Otto is about to choose his survivor. And now the Dream Witch being banned is very interesting. It opens up Magoo going for the Bloody Queen. A very strong, very meta-heavy character over here at Sacred Heart Hospital. These guys are taking their time, really considering all their options, but I think Magoo's glad that they were able to ban the top tier hunters, the survivors, which is the mechanic as well as the seer. Again, Sacred Heart Hospital, one of the most used maps here in Identity 5 competitively.
Yes, so instead of seeing a forward like you mentioned, it's going to be the coordinator. You know what? The coordinator, when timely, fires the flare gun, it could really be a good pacemaker. But then again, looks like, okay, they have the mercenary, they have the coordinator and perfumer, so I think they will be going for another versatile survivor, which is the priestess. Even though, let's say that the Sacred Heart is not as big as, let's say, Lakeside or Moonlit, the fact that the portals of the priestess here can really be advantageous, especially when the hunter gets an eye. Let's say example, the perfumer is really on the tails, and you really want to like further up the distance. The global holy key is really really shows the good effects on it if ever placed really well and really at a safe distance. So
precisely.
you know what, yeah.
Precisely, and we're at Sacred Heart Hospital. You know, the survivors do want to go to that hospital. Just it's like their safe haven from the hunters. One of the greatest kiting spots in the game, and the Holy Key can be another tool to use when entering the hospital. And it's just going to gimp the hunter's speed if the hunter goes through the portal to try to get rid of it. So excellent use, and AL's is rocking that priestess as we wait for MWS's hunter. Could be a Bloody Queen, or we could be surprised with another, well, off meta, which is not a queen or a witch.
Or could be Bonbon. It could be Bonbon.
Could be.
I mean, it depends, because Bonbon is also, you know, good in this certain type of map as well, because it can really, you know, add pressure. But you know what? They will be sticking to the meta as the Bloody Queen will come out into play once more. I mean, I can't really, you know, I understand the logic behind, because Bloody Queen is also really OP in this certain type of map, and the fact that the mirror images can really help in pinning out the survivors, as well as, you know, to compensate to what the priestess can offer in terms of distance.
Exactly.
Yeah, the mirror can really, you know, complement it as well. So it depends.
Exactly. We were talking about the Bloody Queen being very effective in this type of match, really closing out the distance. And maybe you did mention Bonbon and other picks. They could be saving that for the third match, because they're very evenly matched, and they're going to use the metas while they're still available, because, you know, once we reach that third match, the queen, we're not going to be seeing any queens or witches, because depending on how effective they are.
Yeah, really. And you know what? I agree with you if we're not going to be seeing that Dream Witch and Bloody Queen come the next match, if ever so. But here on our current lineup, Mercenary, Coordinator, Priestess, and Perfumer for AL, and Bloody Queen as NWS, I'm going to say that leaning forward to a pace where it's not necessarily a Cypher Rush, but in a pace wherein they could really alternate themselves in terms of keeping the hunter preoccupied. And of course, for the hunter side, I think the Bloody Queen, per se, would really, you know, focus onto the survivors that has the more versatile movement. And of course, with that, we're already here into our round 2 first half between AL as survivors and MWS Magoo as the hunter.
Early perfume by Atto. Magoo is still hot on the pursuit for this perfumer. Going to shift over to the structures here. Excellent stuff. He already used one of his kit. 2 perfumes left. We're going to see how Magoo is going to be able to take down this perfumer. Heads into the hospital, as we said, one of the best kiting spots. And the perfumer is buying a lot of time for this for the team, and it's not it's going to be a little prolonged Cypher Rush, as Ciara mentioned, because again, not a big decoding heavy team, so Magoo really has to pick his shots right and not spend too much time if he knows that the survivor is hard to take down.
Okay, that was a hair away from actually getting injured. But you know what? I like it how Magoo didn't really follow too much on the priestess, because the priestess was in a good position to kite. And then transitioning here again. I mean, this is a good thing for Magoo, you know, just really observing the vicinity. And of course, priestess is going to be the one in the area. But you have to take note as well that while all of this is happening,
watch out, gets the hit, and now the priestess is gonna get injured, drops down to the first floor of the Sacred Heart Hospital. Magoo still on the pursuit of this priestess. Again, we've mentioned it before, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good spot for the survivors to kite. Oh my goodness, gets another hit. Early down, AL could, and now this is a very good takedown of the priestess. Now this is going to really limit the movements of the survivors, but looking at the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, we have a primed Cypher, and Magoo, excellent use of this basement. You know that the go-to person to make those rescues is the priestess. And Magoo still playing some defense here. Otto is in the vicinity, drops down. Excellent use of the perfume. And now he's going to take a hit just so he can save the priestess. They need to get out of here unscathed if possible, just to keep the Cypher Rush going. 2 Cyphers left, but you know what? Tide Turner is going to be a factor for both these teams, and he's going to get that last effort. Could trying to distance himself from this basement, but look at this. Magoo's still on the hunt, uses that illusion to keep the pressure going. Atto getting himself out of that sticky situation and shifting and transitioning to some structures here. Excellent use of the perfume. Going back, doubling back to the hospital, and Kud is still down. Magoo shifting his priority to try to chair this downed priestess. Atto is still injured, so how are they going to be able to adjust to this this turn of events? So now let's see how Magoo is going to defend this chaired priestess. Atto is still injured while we see the mercenary in the vicinity. Rowley trying to gain the attention of the hunter while Atto is trying to focus on decoding. And now Rowley still choosing to approach this situation, wanting to save the priestess. He only has like a number of seconds left. Magoo realizing that. Are we going to see a terror shot coming soon? Excellent use of the Tide Turner. And now we're going to see AL could try to just distance himself from a rocket chair. Excellent a Cypher Pop. And now detention is going to be effective here. Kud still in the hospital. Oh, and another last effort, and Kud is going down. The Tide Turner was not in effect here, and now Kud is going to be potentially rocket chaired. And look at the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Coordinator is already priming the exit gate.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like it's going to be a 3-1. Survivor take that. I have to apologize.
It's all good.
Yeah. So, you know what?
3-1.
Building up. What happened there? What happened?
3-1. Excellent use of the perfume on the perfumer. The priestess was really buying a lot of time for teammates. Is just excellent use. You predicted it right. You know what? Just shifting the attentions, not necessarily in the rocket chair, but the attention of the hunter while everyone else was decoding. The coordinator was mainly the decoder and the... actually, we didn't see the coordinator so much, so she was doing her job pretty well as the main decoder. No flare guns were put into effect. Mercenary was there for the save. Excellent pop. 3-1. I think that was the best outcome in that given situation because of the tension.
Ooh, so you're saying everything went out smoothly, like, really transitioned from one area to another? Is that right?
It was as good as evenly matched as they are. This was a really good performance of in the survivor side.
Very different from our round 1 because it's pretty evident that the patience and the discipline of the survivors are there, and as much as the Bloody Queen had that good performance, I think it was merely up to the pace. The pace was in the control onto the survivor side.
Yes, so AL is now up by 3. If we recall the scores, there are 4 all. Now it is 5-7 in favor of AL. Still neck and neck, a 2-point difference. Still anyone's game.
Yes, so for this round 2 second half, Sacred Heart Hospital, Bloody Queen was used efficiently. Bloody Queen is used efficiently, but not to an extent that it really showed super prowess. So, Bloody Queen, it was Dream Witch as well, rather. But I think for the second half, I think one of the meta hunters will, I think both of them still, since it's Bloody Queen and Dream Witch that we have seen for the previous match and for this first half. But this also this is also where the comfort hunters also come into play. Maybe we'll get to see a feaster because during yesterday the feast used really efficiently in this map. But you know what? This is the quick rundown of the stats that we have. Koch, why don't you get to give me a rundown of it?
Yeah, as you said, it was an effective use of the Bloody Queen, but effectiveness of the priestess as well as the perfumer really was a factor in this match. As you can see, 200% decoding progress by the coordinator, and the mercenary was there for that last minute save towards the end. Cypher was popped. Perfumer, coordinator, and the mercenary were on the way out, while the priestess was rocket shared. So it was a 3-1. MWS's Hunter at least got one. It wasn't a sweep, so that's the best you could ask for. Just a 2-point deficiency in terms of their difference in scores. So now we're going to see AL Hunt. And as you mentioned, comfort picks could come into play. AL is known for that feaster with Vampy. So could happen, or they could save it again if they choose to. And it's most probably going to go to match number 3 because of how tied the scores were in match number 1.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, the main objective for the side of MWS in the survivor side is to really get that sweep escape. And of course, the same thing for AL. For Vanpy. So, I can't really say that the momentum is, in it. It's still in anyone's game because 3-1, okay, not bad. It kind of gave you a 1-up. But if ever so in the second half we have another 3-1, so it just really goes to show that oi oi oi, it's me. Like,
it is very likely.
Yeah.
It is very likely that could happen, especially as you can see the trend now is maybe the teams are getting a download on each other, and they are able to figure out certain patterns and habits that one possesses, and they're able to adjust to those patterns. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does end up in a 3-1 in favor of MWS. It could go any which way. I don't want to call it just yet. The momentum, as you said, isn't in anyone's favor. Okay, slightly in AL's favor because they did get a 3-1, but that could change really quickly in this game.
I agree, and the fact that you mentioned both of the teams are adapting to each other. Not really, if not really tied, really close fight. So again, guys, this is the Call of the Abyss 3 Identity Fee tournament, and of course, we are now heading into the drafting phase of round 2, second half, between MWS's Survivors this time and AL Vanpy as the Hunter. Same map, Sacred Heart Hospital, and let's see how this would all turn out.
Yes. Again, MWS has to they have some catching up to do. They really don't want to go for those ties. They want to go at least with a 3-1 just to keep up with the score deficiency that they have, which is 2 points. So we're going to see a Dream Witch ban, which is a very logical and very top tier ban. And we're probably going to see another Bloody Queen in Sacred Heart unless Vampy wants to go for that Feaster in Sacred Heart. But only time will tell. Seer is not going to be seen in the Sacred Heart Hospital, and probably a mechanic as well.
Definitely. And it looks like for the Survivor picks, I think they'd still be sticking to the Mercenary pick because it's already like a self-established pick,
yes.
you know.
Unless it reaches the third round and then a third match, and then Mercenary's out of there. Usually these picks go, they really compose their team with a Mercenary and a Perfumer. But wow, locking in a Priestess at the start. So just seeing how effective that Priestess was in the previous match. Ty rocking that Priestess, just waiting on AM and BB to lock in, AM, BB, and GL to lock in their Survivors.
And like what we've mentioned earlier, the Mercenary is gonna really come into play this time, and I think they would like pair it up, let's say, with a Gravekeeper.
Ooh.
Okay, this is
This
is added extra rescuing and kiting potential for the side of MWS. And again, wow.
Okay.
Forward. Okay, Jinx, you owe me a soda. So now, Poch, this is pretty interesting because, okay, sometimes people would ask, okay, how about decoding? But, well, you know what? This is a type of composition wherein you can be flexible in terms of your decoding speed. Not really onto the rush that usually some other teams initially go for, but this is a type of composition wherein you get to alternate in terms of keeping Vanpy preoccupied. And speaking of Vanpy, looks like we'll be sticking to this Bloody Queen pick.
A rescue heavy and kiting heavy lineup. Let's see if trends will follow today, how the forward was so harassing to the hunter.
Yeah, indeed. And this is a kind of setup wherein I don't know. To me, this is pretty versatile. You have a lot of kits up on your sleeve, and when used efficiently, I think it's gonna turn out pretty well. But the question, however, is that will Vanpy let that happen?
It's hard to tell who Vampy is going to try aim, who he's going to target first, because this is a pretty heavy lineup, actually heavy hitters. We have the Priestess, the Mercenary, the Gravekeeper, as well as the forward by MWS, and Vampy rocking that Bloody Queen. Round number 2 in the second half. I just want to see this play out.
Because, you know, usually the pattern that we have is, if it's not forward Mercenary, it's Mercenary Gravekeeper. But now we get to see all three combine in one match. I mean, in one round.
A triple threat, if you would.
Yes.
So let's head straight into that match, courtesy of Happy Valley. Thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Call of the Abyss 3, MWS versus AL, round 2 of the second half.
Indeed. So just a quick view onto the locations of our survivors right here.
Whoa!
Whoa! That was so early into the game. That was beautiful mirror hitting from Vampy. And you know what? Teleporting to really closing up the gap. So far, I love the prioritization of Vampy right here. You know, getting really Ty, because Ty on the Priestess is you know, pretty hefty, or pretty, you know, let's say with a lot of work, especially with the portals that she has on kit. So
and lower left side of the screen, you can see GL on right behind the again, you got to worry about that up forward. Okay, he gets the knockdown, but GL is in the vicinity, and I wonder if Vampy realizes that she might get tackled by this football here. I think she does realize it. Doesn't want to pick up the discipline right away. Not picking up Ty, but the pickup is going to happen. And now GL right there. Oh! Not quite, but he's going to get hit. A great attempt there, but Vampy was ready.
I love how Vampy really closed up the distance between the forward, because if the forward really tackles you in a short one, it won't really be enough to stun you. So that was a good call from Vampy, and now off the rocket chair, the Priestess goes, and love it how the mirror image will be used to, you know, like, get away from that decoding cipher, you know? And again, Gravekeeper will be the one to alternate and go for the potential rescue, gets a hit, but manages to save the Priestess, and Priestess with that. Okay, goes for that flank hit. Beautiful transition from Vampy right here. And like what I mentioned earlier, it's the usual go-to of a Priestess to go for the hospital portal to just, you know, widen up the distance. But Vampy knows that the mirror can also do this as well, and is really doing a good job on keeping up the pace.
Yep, they're taking hits, you know, alternating. The resources are slowly dwindling as one cipher is popped. So this means that it's going to take a longer time for these survivors to get out of this compound. BB is down. That is the Gravekeeper. And now we're going to see a kiting session done in the hospital by Ty. Again, excellent use of the of the Holy Key to just drop down. And Vampy has a teleport of her own. And now Ty is still keeping this hunter preoccupied.
Which is doing a swell job, because this leaves a certain amount of space for the other members to go into code. But again, you know what? Vampy really notices that Ty was able to pick himself up and, you know, just went to the area for vision wise. And now looking back here, it looks like Vampy onto the hunt for the Priestess still, but the Priestess, I think, is still really
hiding
there
and
going stealthy. But you know what? That's a mirror image. We'll be taking that knockdown.
Yikes! It was a good effort by Ty, but you know what? This Bloody Queen smells blood in the water like a shark. And was able to strike down the Priestess, and now sight set on GL, uses the football to gain some distance and goes to the pallet. No, he gets struck down by Vampy. 3 ciphers left, Sayora.
beautiful abuse of that recovery time for that forward, because if you tackle, there's this certain amount of time where you have to recover. And that was a good job for Vampy to do, really abuse it and go for the hit. But again, looking right here, the portal, but still in front of the Hunter. Let's see if they will be getting it. Vampy wasn't able to really hit that Priestess right here, but you know what? Keeping it at a very fair distance, you know, closing in the Mercenary and goes for that potential hit, but wasn't able to put through. And now Ty here really abusing the terrains, such beautiful discipline, and really is buying Vampy a lot of time, you know, to not really go for that Mercenary.
Exactly. I think this containment time of Ty is so long. Oh no, not quite. The attempt of using a holy key, yeah, but Vampy now, you know, had enough of kiting this priestess. He wants to get that that sweep or that 3-person takedown. So now Vampy putting the priestess in this rocket chair. Who is going to make the attempt for the save? The Mercenary is in the vicinity, and that Cypher looks so close. He wants to pop it, and it does. One Cypher left, but he had to take some damage just to do that, and Ty is still on the rocket chair.
Yes, indeed. And so far, I think Vampy's option here is to really pin down and secure Ty, you know, that for that survivor takedown. Okay, the Mercenary was able to save. And let's see on how they were. Okay, the tackle goes for the forward. Good job, but again, GL goes for that knockdown. And you know what? Let's have enough of these tackles. I'm gonna pick you up right now and put you in a rocket chair. But again, BB still underway into really priming the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, BB is trying his best, and look at the positioning of this rocket chair. So he's close to BB, and that is the primed Cypher Sayora. Ty going for that save, but no! They had to pop the Cypher just to get out, and detention is a factor, but resources are slowly dwindling. 3 injured survivors, and Vampy now has detention.
Okay, so this is a potential clutch for Vampy, but again, the survivors, up to what extent can they really go through? And that was a beautiful hit, and Ty will be on knockdown, and Vampy will be getting 1 survivor out and will be having a point for himself. But let's see on what goes next, because looking at your lower side of the screen, the shack gate, or yeah, that's what I like to call it, is almost near to being open, but again, the teleport from Vampy is really on time. Mercenary will be using his pads to burden up the distance, but again, the mirror image is there to really pin AM right here, and AM will be transitioning to the hospital. I think they will be going for the east gate, and let's see if they are able to go through, because
not quite. Vampy is on. Vampy sees that the east gate is being primed, and still detention is a factor here. Oh my god, GL trying to go for that tackle once again, but Vampy is the wiser, moving out of the way and knows it's a short distance, swipes down GL. BB and AM are still up, and the exit gate is being guarded. Illusion is swatting away these survivors, and now Vampy is gonna chair this forward.
Yes, indeed. So I think Mercenary is still underway onto the shack gate right now, and if I'm not mistaken, BB is also on the underway. Like, yeah, it's on his way, really underground to go for that shack gate. But let's see, Vampy will be teleporting. It looks like it's gonna be 2 survivors out of the Sacred Heart, and wow.
Going for a tie. AL, it's that again. Tie isn't the worst case scenario. Getting sweep would be really hard, but a tie is fine. They're still at a 2-point deficit, but we are heading to match number 3, ladies and gentlemen. What an intense showing for both these teams. It really went down to the wire. The Priestess, I have to say, was the containment MVP in this scrim, in this scramble.
Yeah, I agree with you, because you know I mean, sure, we mentioned earlier that anyone can really go and alternate to keep the Hunter preoccupied, but man, the Priestess really, you know, knows how to transition from one area to another, abusing it, and the portals were really timely placed. So, and alongside with GL as well with the forward, really, you know, okay, I'm close by, so if ever so that you get picked up,
Yes.
I'm here to tackle. But you
Yes.
really have to pay attention as well to Vampy, because he knows how a forward plays. So he knows how to go to a distance where he won't get stunned. It just so happens that
Exactly.
everyone was there. Everyone was really all around and about. That kind of, I think, gave Vampy a bit of confusion. Okay, who's gonna go first? Who's gonna use the skill set first? And that really went quite well for the survivor side. But again, going back, um, it's not the same as the first round where we get a 3-1, but it's a close. It's a close game wherein it's enough to go to round number 3. So
Mm-hmm.
momentum wise, like what you said, still in a 2-point deficit, but I think this is where the decision factor, the deciding factor rather, will come into play, because this is round 3. So far, again, another addition into limiting our picks. Because
Yes.
the hunter gets to ban out 3 survivors this time, and the survivors get to ban out 2 hunters. So
Mm-hmm.
this is getting pretty interesting, because this is where we get to see various pools in play.
And this is where the comfort picks come in. We've been talking a lot of talk about Feaster, Bonbon. They could be displayed now because you saw how effective these top tier hunters are. And for sure, they will be taken off the table, as well as the mercenary. Effective use of the forward, like he was really in position, but Vampy was just so ready to counter all the efforts of that forward. The Priestess, on the other hand, I mean, we're going to see the match stats in just a bit. The
Mm-hmm.
Priestess was really doing her job well. What an amazing kite by AL's Priestess there. It was just really buying a lot of time, and the Mercenary and the Gravekeeper were just trying their best to pop those ciphers and really play the role of decoder. And it just took too much time, and it
Yeah.
really snowballed the momentum of that Bloody Queen.
Yes, indeed. And of course, this goes to both teams that I think it's time to start to really take the cards out of the table, and if not stick to the meta, still opt for a surprise pick, because this is
Mm-hmm.
what both of teams would want to do. They would like to shake it up, the current
Yes.
momentum that both of the teams have. And I think
Mm-hmm.
one of the factors that could contribute to that is to really, catch them off guard by a pick that you're most comfortable with, but at the same time unexpected. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
expecting to see. I don't know. My gut is telling me that we might see a feaster depending on the map. But you know what? This
Mm-hmm.
is the stats real quick right here. Paul, try to give me a rundown.
Yes, we have Vampy with a very effective Bloody Queen. So much strikes landed and just harassing throughout the entire map. MWSAM 171 decoding. We have GL 113 decoding progress. And then Ty with none because he was basically dancing back and forth with the Hunter. And BB with 215% decoding. As you can see here, just I mean, these are rescue heavy characters, but they can decode. It just takes a while, and unfortunately, Ty wasn't able to buy enough time because Vampy's Bloody Queen just was able to close out that distance and really just limit the options of Ty. So now here was the first half of the second match. Magoo. This is actually the 3-1, so very effective hunting on his side. Giving MWS that 2-point lead against MWS.
I have to say sorry once again because
Hey, it's all good.
It all this time it was Magoo. So okay, I got a little bit of mixed up right there. So I have to apologize once again for my grogginess and sogginess. But okay. But you know what? Both of the teams really performed well, both hunters and survivors. But going back into the replays or the highlights that we have right now, again, Ty really, doing a swell job earlier in terms of kiting and, really distracting, putting all those holy keys and portals in a manner that really sides into their favor. But here, it just goes to show that for this third round, we really don't have any more space to really. I can't say it's a mistake because
Mhm.
it happens. It naturally happens to anyone.
Mhm.
So I can't really say it's a mistake, but I think both of the teams don't really have the time to or the allowance to not get as much survivors or hunters as or the hunter to really
Mhm.
tear them down as much as
Exactly.
possible. So I both sides of the team main objective, if not get a tie, go for that sweep. Really
Mhm.
aim for that sweep because um this is round three. It limits your pools. We're starting to see some patterns here, and both sides of the team not really opting for that super cipher rush, but more on a pace in which they can control, and that is one thing that either of the teams has to shake it up. Because if this keeps up, I think we'll be seeing extra time. You know what I
Wow,
mean?
extra time. Shades of
Mm-hmm.
day number one. It could
Yes.
happen. These teams are very evenly matched. Pressure now is on MWS's side. Can they get that 2 point deficit into a 2 point lead? Again,
Mm-hmm.
it's at how evenly matched they are. It's just a test of strength and test of stamina with these two teams because it's very draining to go up against a team that is just on the same level as you, especially if
Yes.
they're in the same region. So they think, I'm pretty sure their metas and the way they think are the same because they've probably played a lot with each other. So it's very
Mm-hmm.
interesting coming into match number 3. So I can't wait for that, ladies and gentlemen.
Me too. And you know what? And I don't know. It doesn't sound like me, but it's me. You know, screaming
What?
internally. I don't know. Usually, I get all hyped up and energetic, and people would probably be annoyed by my voice right now because of all the screaming. But right now,
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna go for a more milder approach. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? You know.
it's Call of the Abyss 3. It's day number 3. I don't think people will hold it against you if you start screaming. I'm screaming a lot. I'm just screaming
Yeah.
away from the microphone because how intense these matches are. I'm pretty sure people at home as well in the chat are also screaming. And I do have to say, people in the chat, thank you so much for the birthday greetings. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so
Yes.
much. So, I mean, it's an
So,
awesome time to be spending this day with, huh?
so how old are you?
None of your business, but let's see.
I want to know.
Maybe we should really get our coughs. Oh, thank you so much, everyone over at the yeah, just watching on stream, everyone backstage. Thank you so much. I honestly I couldn't think of a better way to spend my birthday with you guys and calling the Identity 5 action with Sayora, Grizzly, as well as Articuno. You guys are amazing. Identity 5. What a time to be an Identity 5 fan.
Yes,
Hearts for
indeed. And I'm
everyone.
pretty sure we'll see more of you in our communities right here. And again, this is a very welcoming community. And I'm pretty sure that lots and lots of people would, welcome Poch, happy birthday, come here, like that. But
Thank
again,
you. Thank
while
you.
while we wait for
Mm.
our round to go out and about,
Mhm.
it's you the birthday boy right now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So since you
Sayora,
are
maybe
the
some birthday skins, maybe.
okay, let's
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 okay. We should
have
get
a
our
second.
coughs checked out. It's really health as well, you
Yeah,
know.
yes, really. But you know what? Let me ask you, since you're the
Mhm.
birthday boy, do you have any like other than mercenary? Since you did mention that you main mercenary, do you have
Mhm.
any survivor that you expect
Mm.
to see other than the metas that we usually
Mm.
usually
Well,
witness?
to be honest, I'm not expecting to see a mercenary in match number 3 because M&Ms,
Mhm.
right? That dictate. And you
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
how effective mercenaries are. We're probably gonna see, if not a mercenary, I think GL is probably gonna try to do that forward situation again. He's gonna try to come back with that forward, and forward is such an effective rescuer as well, using that football. So we might see a forward, we might see a coordinator. Depends. I think that we still need a rescuer in that lineup for that composition. Perfumer isn't going anywhere though. If they're
So
banning mercenary.
how about the ones that are off meta? Do you expect to
Mm.
see like
Okay.
any preferred
The
survivor?
fan the fanboy in me wants to see more acrobat action. I know me and Articuno saw some acrobat action as well as
Oh.
Grizzly. So I mean, come
Mhm.
on. Acrobat, that's just it's high level kiting with those bombs. And oof, just it's very interesting to see, especially a new character like Acrobat. If not that, I
Yes.
mean, I gotta give it up to my girl Enchantress. Like she's
Oh.
pretty underrepresented, and she's a good stunner.
Well, you really point right there, since we've witnessed the acrobat, both the acrobat and the enchantress onto our previous day. So it's not really, it's not surprising, but it's interesting rather to see if we get to, witness some acrobats or enchantress plays. And I like your insights right there, because I think of your preferred survivors, you opt for a more kinetic, a more supporting slash kiting kind of survivors. And I
Of
think
course,
it kind of like, it's amazing that you have that
I
that
think
that
it
sort
resonates with
of
you as well because you say that you
yeah,
love support characters, right? Dancer. Who knows? Maybe a dancer might come out. That would be great, right?
yeah. But I would love to see if maybe an embalmer,
Embalmer.
comes, but I don't think embalmer would come.
Hey,
this time
who-
around.
never say
I
never.
I
You
don't
gotta-
know, but yeah, I don't know. I
Let-
mean, I highly doubt. It's more of the like enchantress and the forward, like you mentioned. But you know what? This is the player profile. Oh, looking
Mhm.
really
Let-
good.
Yeah, let's get all hyped up as we see the MWS team.
Yeah.
Goosebumps. Ooh.
Bam! It's looking so good, looking so fly. Oh,
Mhm.
and I wish
It's-
us casters have like that too.
We'll be having the most memed poses, like dun dun,
Yes.
epic music in the
Yes.
background, us throwing
Oh.
peace signs and heart signs.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll be there dabbing or doing some JoJo reference poses and be like, "Oh my, omo, shindig."
Jesus.
Yes, but you know what? This is not about us. It's not about me. This is about our players. Okay. Okay. So this is a team AL.
Shivers.
Dang.
Only- Best of the best in Japan. Only one can make it out today. MWS versus AL. AL in that 2-point lead. So much is on the line to represent their country, but one thing is for sure though, they've made their country proud.
Yes, definitely. And the fact that Japan teams stepped here into our, if I'm not mistaken, this is one step away from our grand finals, and both of
Yes.
them, really fighting for it. It just goes to show that the Japan teams show prowess. But without further ado, Poch, let's head on to our round 3 first half between MWS Thai as the survivors first and Van P AL as the hunter. And again, the same map, Sacred Heart
Mhm.
Hospital.
Yes, and we're gonna see meta bans. Not that surprising, very logical, very methodical bans
Yeah.
right here. We have a witch and a queen being banned.
Yes. I mean that's really like the usual answer, because this is those are the only two answers that we've seen on rounds
Mhm.
1 and 2, and mostly Bloody Queen being used. So it's that, like what I've told you, that they really need to shaken up whatever momentum that both of these teams are really thriving at each other. And again, looks like M&Ms won't be coming out to play anytime soon, but it depends if they really kind of
Just waiting
respect
on that last M. And as you said, you know what? This is where all the cards are on the table, because we've seen the Dream Witches and the Bloody Queens, and now they really have to reach into their pockets and pull out a hunter that can take these guys to the next level, which is the grand finals tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, May 4th. May the 4th be with you as we go to that grand finals. Yes.
I love it how you managed to put that in a timely manner. Yeah, good job,
Exactly.
Poch. You're
sure.
learning. Yes, you are
Yes.
learning. You are becoming
Thank you.
a true pun intender.
Thank you, Senpai Sayora. That means a lot coming
Yes.
from you. And
And
Enchantress!
Yes, your girl Enchantress will come to play. And really aided by the Gravekeeper, the forward right here, alongside with the Priestess. And you know what? I understand why MWS will choose this, because why fix something that isn't broken? Okay, sure, you kind of denied us the mercenary pick, but you know what? We have an Enchantress, we have a forward, and the Gravekeeper as well to keep us company. And yes, sir, like we'll be seeing Calamari Grizzly come here. Yeah. This is your time. This is his main. Calamari's all over, and I'm so excited to see it because during yesterday's matches, the Feaster was really on par. Nicely timed Calamari placements, and this is just what we need.
And I know somewhere Grizzly is freaking out and watching very intensely. You guys will see him later on stream as he casts the rest of the matches with Articuno. But now, attention is all on AL and MWS. Round 3 of the first half, we're going to see Vampy's Feaster, one of the feared hunters here. And now we have Ty as the Priestess, AM as the Enchantress, Gravekeeper by BB, and GL having his redemption with the forward.
Yes, sir. I'm really excited on how this would turn out, because this is one of Vampy's most comfortable picks. And of course, this is like your usual go-to when both the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queens are banned, but sometimes there are situational ones as well. I mean, we got to see the Feaster, and there was a a very unexpected pick, which is the Photographer during yesterday. But you know what? Let's stick it right here. Feaster's gonna come out, lots and lots of Calamaris, and you know what? With Happy Valley, this is going to be our round number 3. First half, the Tweed MWS as survivors and Vampy AL team as the hunter. Let's go. Let's have a quick rundown on their locations, and it looks like GL is in the vicinity, or area rather, of the hunter.
We're still doing this dance in the hospital, so you know what? It's very familiar with these two teams. I mean, they don't have to warm up. They've done this map already. So now just changing the cast of characters with this Feaster, and now Ty is in hot pursuit right now by Vampy. Vampy realizing again that this hospital is the safe haven of these survivors. He's going to try to spend some time trying to look for his next target. Switching sides, going to AM the Enchantress. Now, very scary. We've talked about this before, Sayora. The Enchantress with those stacks can be very dangerous for the hunters.
But you have to take note as well that the stacks will take some time for them to, be readily equipped and good to go. And this can Vampy can make use of this time to really spot the Enchantress on. But you know what? As the Enchantress really is into the exposed rather, or into the area of the hunter, the stacks can increase. And that was a beautiful hit rather by Vampy, just applying a bit of pinch and tried to really pin down the Enchantress.
Yes. Trying to cut down her corners when she was trying to get into that room inside the hospital. Her stacks are up 2 to 5 now. Vampy is still on the pursuit, but I believe she was able to get into that holy key. It was a long portal. He's going to destroy that, and now Vampy has to look for another target as he knocks down AM. He's going to look for that AM to chair her into that rocket chair.
Yes, and I also love it how GL is really on guard, just to really lure Vampy right here onto the terrains. But you know what? The Calamari is going to be used. So wasn't able to tackle him instead. That was a good call for the forward right here. But then another Calamari take wasn't able to hit GL. And GL here smoothly transitions from the terrains to the shack area and really goes for his football right here to really shorten up the distance.
Ooh, wow. Okay, keeping Vampy company is the forward, and now Vampy moving targets. Still, AM is injured and has 3 stacks now due to that exchange they had. Now Ty is in the radar of the hunter. Can he make the holy key in time? Not quite. Another injured survivor. Vampy is ramping up the damage here, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. And of course, it was a good call for Vampy to just switch targets, because it really will take a lot of time if you go for the forward. And now this is what he's doing right now. Realizing that he was able to injure the priest, that was a hair away from getting knocked down with the Calamari. Portals are used, and Vampy right here just, really keeping up the pace to really close it up the distance. And that was another hair away, another Calamari take, and this is a good job for Tai, just really sidestepping. And, he's aware, but this time he is gonna get hit by Vampy himself. And I think Tai doesn't want them Calamares. But you know what? Look, let's just run to Vampy alone.
It was a good exchange. You know what? A Tai kept sidestepping the tentacles that were placed down, but Vampy, charging up that last hit, was able to chair down Tai, and now you see BB burrowing down. Let's see if he can make this. He can make this rescue as he's stopped the burrowing, but there is a tentacle in place, so it's going to be a very tricky situation as he tries to approach. Tai gets the hit. Watch out, Tide Turner in effect, though.
Okay, but the last effort will be procced because Tai was hit by Vampy right here, and then another ones for the Calamars. This is getting way too intense, Podge, and Tai, this is like what you said, this is a safe haven for the survivor, so it's really optimal for them to target here. But like what we've said, the timers, it's already run out, and off to the chair Tai goes once again.
Yes, lower left part of the screen says that there is a cipher that's about to be popped. GL is in the vicinity, tries to go for that tackle. He gets it, gets the little bit of the stun, but he's gonna get a hit just in case, just for good measure. Vampy still on the hunt and knocks down GL. Now we have a chaired survivor as well as a knocked down forward.
Yes, indeed. And look at here, the Gravekeeper is injured, so it's pretty double the risk in terms of rescuing the priestess right here. But you know what? Vampy's doing a good job monitoring both of the members, aiding a tentacle right there. But you know what? That's goodbye for now for Tai right here, as that is one survivor takedown for Vampy. And now really transitions to GL, really is placing him on a rocket chair that has this convenient distance so that the Gravekeeper or BB won't be able to really save him in time. And take note, AM and BB are both injured, so this applies like a double risk factor in terms of saving the forward.
Exactly, but he props the cipher, and now we are at the end game. Exit gates are ready to be opened, but we still have a chaired forward. Pressure is on MWS because they want to get a 3-person out, but I believe they're too far from the forward to try to make this escape attempt a 3-man escape.
Indeed, and I like it that Vampy is just, really in the area, not being too far from GL, because he knows that once GL is already secured, he has that detention. He has that potential threat that can really knock down BB and AM. But you know what? I think both of these teams won't allow that to happen. And that was a successful hit and a knockdown for Vampy right now. And this is just, the calculation of the hitbox is just so real for Vampy right here. And this might be a potential, 3-man down.
Yes, it is. And GG's to Vampy. My goodness, he was hunting like there was no tomorrow. That brings up their total to 4, 7, 14. I have quick math skills. So,
I
again...
I will commend you for that, because I am Sayora.
Wait, let me do it again. Let me do this again. Okay. If I got this right. It's not. So it's 4, 7, 9. They're 12. They're 12. 12.
Okay, they're 12.
AL is 12, and then MWS is 4, 5, 7, 8. 12 to 8.
Good job.
Thank you. So now pressure is really mounting up on MWS because they have to get a 5-person out if they want to win.
Yes, indeed. So that it's kind of like let's say the pressure is slightly tweaked at a higher pace for the hunter side of MWS. I mean, you know what, guys? As much as we don't, we can't. I really discourage. I really don't like it, to really pinpoint some of the I don't want to call it mistakes, because it's really not.
It's really not. Yeah.
It's not mistakes, okay? I think it's just more of who gets to one up the other first, and it just so happens that it's AL. The thing is, as much as there is pressure for MWS Hunter, which is Magoo, you really have to take as well into account that this is also a good opportunity for him to go and pick one of his comfort hunters. And of
Exactly.
course, for the side of AL, on the other hand, um, this is they already have this maintaining pay. I mean, this advantage phase. All they have to do is just really maintain it. But you know what?
Yes.
There's really nothing wrong in still going for that sweep. But the
Mm-hmm.
sweep objective is more or highly emphasized onto the hunter of MWS if they want this
Mm-hmm.
spot, if they want to really move forward.
Exactly. And just to recount the performance, that Feaster was really effective. The survivors tried to play the roles as they could. You know what? There are no such thing as mistakes in this game. It's just imposing their will and
Yes.
imposing their game plan. And you know what? That Feaster was really effective with those tentacles. You saw the priestess really dodge and weave her way around the tentacles. You saw the forward try to take down as much as to tackle as much as possible. But kudos to Vampy's Feaster being so effective in
Yes.
implementing his game plan and
Well,
really
yeah.
knowing when to prioritize which survivor.
Yeah, and the thing about Vampy here is that he took his time. He was patient. He wasn't deterred in any of what MWS has to offer. So this also goes both ways. Even if MWS wasn't able to get out the way that they wanted it
Mm-hmm.
to be, but this is
Right.
also the fact that they were able to decode swiftly and go and try their best to really save each other out. You really have to take
Mm-hmm.
that into account. But quickly, here onto the match stats right here, and again, Vampy with those 10 hits, most of them really being successful. And for
Yes.
the side of MWS, you see it's kind of a divide and conquer. Like the distribution of the decoding progress for both sides is really
Mm-hmm.
seen, but you have to take it as well to the priestess earlier for Ty, because it wasn't as longer in terms of
Mm-hmm.
containment, but the fact that he was able to contain it at a certain amount of time
Exactly.
is
And
something that you have to commend.
MWS, just having one person to escape shows the fact they are living to fight another match, because
Yes.
now is their time to really shine. I think Magoo really has a lot of pressure mounted on him because he needs to take 4-person take down this team. I mean, I said it with Grizzly before. Diamonds are always made under pressure, and this could be his moment, his one shot that he has to take, and he has to run with it if MWS wants to stay alive in this competition.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure that that is what Magoo will do, because this is where we get to see, how a certain hunter gets to be tilt proof. Because,
Yes.
even if the pressure is at stake, if you can still play at your own pace, manage to still get your comfort and your footing, if I'd be happy if he managed to get the sweep and let's go for extra time. But you know what? This is the deciding factor is on Magoo here to
Mm-hmm.
to really see if he could be on par with what Vampy had offered during our first half. And uh you know what, regardless of what happens, I would still commend him nonetheless, because Hunter's job is a really big thing to do, as much as the survivors ones as well, because it's really hand in hand. And
Yes.
I'm pretty excited for this. But in terms of, this is round 3, second half, so predictions come into play, um I'm expecting the similar thing with Vanti. He would be opting for a comfort pick.
Magoo.
Yeah, Magoo would really go for an comfort pickers, because usually Dream Witch and Bloody Queen, I'm pretty sure we won't be seeing
Yeah,
that.
for sure.
Second, yeah, and of course, second of all, M&Ms would also be out of the boards, unless they pay respects to that forward pick, because forward pick, compared to yesterday, wasn't really super like highlights, but the forward right now really tackles and gets the job done, and
Mm-hmm.
really buys a lot of time. The same thing with prospector too during our round 1 first half. The prospector also was good in buying some time and keeping the hunters preoccupied. So
Yes.
I'm guessing that for this second half they would be going to let's say 3 fundamentals and 1 off meta surprise for Survivor. I mean, I'm not
I
gonna
agree.
specify because it's
Yes,
too intense
and
for me to, yeah.
and this is what we live for. As the matches progress, you're really weeding away the meta picks. And MWS being a very strong meta team, this is stretching them to the point of where they have to really think of something big for them to trump their opponent. And now I believe this is the make or break moment for Magoo. I wonder which hunter he is going to go with. There's an excellent cast of characters that would shine really well in Sacred Heart, the hospital. So it's hard to tell who he's going to pick. I can't wait for those picks. And it's not too far off that we're going to see the M&M bands as well as the Queen as well as the Witch.
Magoo can go for a feaster as well, but you know what? If he wants
If he does,
to,
I'm pretty sure Grizzly's going to get mad at both of us for casting a double feaster match.
yeah,
Grizzly's going to be
like,
livid.
why? But Grace would be like, "Why am I not here? This is my match. This is the feaster madness, you know." But you know what?
Is that your Grizzly accent? It's pretty good.
I'm trying, you know. I'm trying.
Your Grizzly accent, I mean. Oh, wow.
Frustrated impersonator. So, Grizz, please don't be mad at me. But yeah, I mean, I think you would agree with me if ever so that the feaster would come into play and Grizz would be, what? Why? It's supposed to be me right there, you know?
Yeah. He would be livid if we casted a double feaster match. So for the sake of both of us and our relationship with Grizzly, maybe let's hope that they ban feaster.
Indeed. Well, you know what? Going back right here, just looking at the stage, it would have been nice if we were all there. But you know what? Safety first. But then looking at that trophy, so very majestic and fragile. And I think this is shooting our style now, Potch, to the drafting phase without. So this is rather
very interesting. I have to point out MWS switching out Magoo for Yotsu. So Magoo is going to be benched for a bit, and now all pressure is on Yotsu's side. So we didn't highlight him enough. Yes, he is the other hunter of Team MWS. So now this is going to be very interesting. I think AL is maybe a little shaken up that the hunter has changed and the habits have changed.
Because this is like during our round 1 and 2, the momentum is in anyone's game, but this time Yotsu can be a potential tide turner, legitimately. Tide turner, legitimately, for the side of MWS. And again, going back to our drafts right here, we won't be seeing the Dreamwitch and Bloody Queen again for this time around, because this is the hunters that were used during our previous rounds. So this time, I'm pretty sure M&M's will be saying goodbye for now.
And this shows that AL has done their homework on Yotsu as well. Even though they haven't faced him, they know actually in the cross-division warm-up matches and the previous matches, Yotsu is known for his meta picks, which is the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch. So excellent choice, and we are going to see the M&M bands, the Mercenary, Seer, as well as the Mechanic. I can't wait. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
Okay, so for the first one on our tape, chosen by Rowley right here, alongside with coordinator. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a coordinator pick during our round number 2, right? And it was a 3-1 in favor of AL, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. The coordinator, actually, this was when the coordinator was more of the decoding. He was focused on decoding. So let's see if the flare gun will be used as we continue with a lineup with a forward and a priestess. Very strong lineup on paper, but now attention is on the right side of the screen. I can't wait who MWS Yotsu. Another feaster! Grizzly's gonna get mad at us.
Oh no, Grizzly be like, why am I not here? It is my match. And he's gonna be pretty mad at me as well for impersonating him so badly, and people would cringe right now. But you have to apologize. I have to apologize, Grizz. This is, it is what it is, Grizz. I'm really sorry. But you have to hand this to us for now because you have your upcoming matches were late.
That's
Man, double feature. Oh my goodness, this is the battle of the calamaris right now in our
Yep.
round number 3, Poch.
Yep, make or break moment for MWS, switching up Magoo for Yotsu with this feaster going up against AL's Rowley's Perfumer, Takaku's coordinator, Ato's forward, and Kud's very elusive priestess. So we're gonna see how this feaster is gonna fare against this top tier lineup as we head over to the second half in the hospital.
I can feel that Grizzly is really mad at us right now because
Mad at you, you're rubbing it in. I gotta call. We're just doing our jobs.
I'm so sorry, Chris. But again, going back here into our game, looking at the maps real quick for the locations, it looks like Rowley is to be hunted out into the very early phases of our game, and Yotsu will be tailing out this Perfumer. And of course, you know what? It's the standard strategy. Rowley will be transitioning into the safe haven that we know today, which is the hospital.
Yep, Hospital, again, one of the best friends of the survivors, as Yotsu still tails Rowley, and Hot Pursuit gets the hit. I believe wasn't able... I don't know if he's able to perfume, but yes, we do have an injured Perfumer moving around the structure of this hospital, but Yotsu still looking for that knockdown, is not moving targets, and now Could in the mix with that Holy Key, Rowley exiting the entrance of the hospital.
But again, you know what?
Whoa!
The terrain. Oh, yeah, that was. If I heard.
Big knockdown early on for Rowley here. And now Yotsu realizing that I think, yes, the basement is inside the Sacred Heart Hospital. And now Yotsu going to chair this Perfumer. Really means business. Really wants to just even out the scores. Wants to go to overtime. The wanted order is going to come out to Kud. And now, again, the Priestess might be put in effect. But Takaku going for the save the coordinator. Still has a flare gun. Oh, he gets hit by the calamari.
Okay, that was a very timely flare gun, enough for them to escape, and I think Takaku will be the sacrifice so far right now. But you know what? Yotsu won't be deterred and will be targeting the Perfumer, but then again, if I'm not mistaken, he was able to make it in time before that global Holy Key was destroyed.
Yes. It was, and again, buying a lot of time for his team. The coordinator is the one knocked down now. Rowley out of the vicinity of this feaster, and now coordinator will spend some time on the rocket chair.
So if you could like help me here right now, what is the winning condition for NWS? If I'm not mistaken, it's a sweep, right?
They need to sweep. If one person of AL escapes, they will move on, or it'll be hard to catch up because they can't tie. Okay, and now we see the last effort coming out for Takaku. Another hit here. Tide Turner is really saving them some time.
Indeed, and it's enough to really, you know, give them a fair distance so that you also would have also that walking time to, you know, really chair out Takaku right here. And it's really in the corner of the map, so it's quite it's quite a good strategy for the coordinator. But then going back, we are still 4 ciphers remaining, and low into the lower screen, we are seeing that the Priestess is healing up the forward, which is okay because you don't necessarily have to, you know, really focus on decoding, and if situation needs it, go ahead and heal, which is not a bad idea here.
Yeah, wanted order though with the Priestess, so she knows that location, and now the forward is all healed up. We do have an injured Perfumer, and I believe we're not seeing it right now, but the Perfumer is probably decoding. And now the football is going to be used, a little delayed effect there once afterwards, and we are going to see a hit forward. 2 injured players as well as 1 shared one, and the teleport is used to block off the rescue. Excellent use of that teleport. Yotsu is still on the hunt.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we are now down to 3 ciphers. Oh, and that was a beautiful calamari hit done by Yotsu, and off to the rocket chair. The forward goes. It looks like, in terms of this, the game is getting pretty intense.
Intensity is the right word to describe this, because again, Yotsu really has to sweep this team if they want to stay alive. And now Rowley in the area here, trying to approach Ato, who is in the chair. Again, Perfumer is all healed up, but you know what? That tentacle could be a factor. Excellent sidestep, but no, it gets hit just for an exchange. No tide turner, though. So this is going to be a very tricky situation for both these survivors.
Okay, that was a nice pallet throw, just really freaking up the distance. The Calamari is gonna be hit and successfully getting Rowley down. And that was Ato a hair away from getting knocked down as well. And that was enough, the pallet throw was enough to really go at a distance to transition to hospital. Meanwhile, Rowley here will be taking a timeout onto the chair.
And this was actually Yotsu's first target, and now the Perfumer is on the chair. So now, if we do some quick math, we have 3 survivors left and 3 ciphers. We see at the lower left part of the screen, you see the forward trying to open up a box there, trying to find a gift for himself. Probably another football for more resources. He was able to find one. Ato has half a football left, and now the priestess make the save. I just realized that fun as I was calling out his name.
Could he? Okay, I get you, bud. I get you. But again, going back right here, that is another survivor down. And this is another up and grabs for Yotsu. And all he needs to do now is to really pin down and contain Ato and Cud. But you know what? Again, the situation is dire because if you, like you mentioned earlier, I think AL only needs like at least one survivor to go and survive for them to actually win the game. And I think this is another initial strategy for Team AL.
And now Yotsu in hot pursuit of the priestess. And I believe we see we don't see the forward on screen because the forward is probably there Ato going inside the area of the hospital here. Ato now just buying a lot of time for the priestess to start the decoding. 2 ciphers left. It is an uphill battle for AL, and Yotsu is still very dominant with this feaster. Excellent use of the terrain to extend this kiting session by Ato.
Yes, indeed. But you have to take note that Ato is injured and he's only 1 calamari away from getting knocked down. But again, usage of terrain. But again, he was pinned down in a corner and now Ato is knocked down. But I think Yotsu will be eyeing out Cud right here. You know, he's really attempting to get the sweep.
He has to. He's really trying to defend all ciphers from being propped, just so they don't have that borrowed time. And now Kud is probably on the receiving end of these calamari traps here. So let's see how he's going to maneuver his way out. Top right, Ato is still bleeding out. So let's see if he'll be able to get back on his feet as Kud tries to buy his team as much time as possible. Nice pallet throw to try to cut off the movement of Yotsu.
Yes, indeed. And of course, really utilizing all the structures that he has right here. I think he's going to, after, if ever so that he manages to survive here, he's going to transition once more again to the hospital. But looking at the other side of the map, Ato picked himself up and, you know, gave him a little sign for Cud right here. And, you know, I think that was focused on decoding, if I'm not mistaken. And then here, going back, Cud is doing a pretty neat time in really containing Yotsu at a certain area so that the forward won't get targeted immediately. But you know what? Yotsu, realizing this, will be transitioning to Ato instead.
Yep, shifting gears, Yotsu realizing Ato is up, and he is probably decoding and now changing his perspective because he realized that Priestess was so tricky with those holy keys and those short portals. And now Ato on the run, away from Yotsu's tentacles. As we can see, a very healthy Priest trying to look for a cipher to decode. No hit quite yet. Ato in a very dangerous spot. He is injured, so he is prone to being down.
Oh! And that was another good sidestep by Ato right here. Really utilizing the walls just to prevent Yotsu. But that was a successful hit. Once again, it looks like it's a similar scenario for for Rowley rather, that he doesn't want to get hit by the calamari and will be hit by Yotsu himself. And going back into our game, this is getting pretty tricky because you have to take note the stakes are high. Ato doesn't have self healing anymore, so he can't pick himself up. And the thing is, the priestess has to be really stealthy right here.
Oh my goodness, tried to go for that portal, but you know what? Yotsu reached him in time, and back to kiting in the hospital we go. Atto still bleeding out, and how long can he keep this kiting session up?
Yes, indeed, because you have to take note. There is a specific reason why Yotsu wasn't able to pick up Atto, because it buys him a lot of time to go and hunt Cud. And Cud
Exactly.
being injured, it's gonna buy a lot of time, but looks like
Oh!
Oh my goodness. This is looking good for Yotsu, because down to the basement party he goes, and that was a beautiful sweep, tying out, and will be heading on to extra time.
Sayora, let me paint you a picture here, okay?
Yeah?
What if
Oh wait!
they bet?
Oh, wait.
What? Oh, MWS?
Wait. Yeah.
Oh, they win! Yes, they win! We don't go to overtime.
They go. Yeah, they got 5 points, and that really, adds up to
Yes,
MWS
my bad.
being
No overtime.
on upper hand. So there will be no overtime, and MWS steals away that slot closer to our grand finals. Oh.
Yes, that is true. They were able to. The underdog story was real. I think the shift in Hunter, which Yotsu, really was their trump card for them to just change up the tides there.
I told you so.
Sayora, wow, changing the tides indeed. Congratulations to Yotsu. It was really make or break.
I told you so. I told you so. They just needed to really shaken up the momentum that both of them were throwing at each other. And you know what? It's, Yotsu is the way, they say.
Mhm.
Yotsu is the way to victory. And victors, they are right now, Poch. But man, this is one intense game.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, again, apologies for the computation. Yes, they needed 5 to win, because I believe it's 1.0 above ALs. So, congratulations, MWS. The dream is still alive for them. They're still in this tournament alive and representing Japan. So, congratulations. Do send them your love, ladies and gentlemen. MWS moving on in this tournament. What an intense match. 2 feasters back to back. You know now that Yotsu is a beast when it comes to feaster.
Okay, this only goes to show that Yotsu has this high, low-key threat into his hands, and he can be a potential, literally, tide turner. But you know what? You have to commend AL as well for that splendid performance. They had this, dominating plays as well in terms of getting 3-1s, into their pockets. But you know what? It's really all about who gets that points, and it happens to be MWS. But again, I congratulations to both teams for actually making it thus far. And I love all their plays, both Hunter and Survivor side, and it's really one for the books.
Yes, because how neck and neck and how evenly matched these two teams were is just the highlight of this entire series between MWS and AL. They both played their hearts out. In the end, we have to make one move on, and it is on MWS's favor. It was so neck and neck; it could have gone any which way. The story of this match was really Yotsu being the change in gears of MWS for them to secure that ticket to the next day, which is day number 4, which we will have our grand finals in. So the teams there will battle it out for the grand finals.
Really, really excited, because that was the conclusion of our first match, and we are now heading on to the second match very shortly. And my oh my, as much as I am having the colds here, I'm sweating a lot because the matches are so intense. And Grizz, again, you have to forgive us. We had
Stop
a
rubbing it
double.
in, okay? Oh my god, he's gonna kill us when we go off stream.
He'd be like, I hate you guys. I hate you guys.
You just had to rub it in. Just let's try to stay on stream as long as possible so we don't have to hear Grizz rant to us like that was 2 feasters matches.
Yes.
How dare you?
Those 2 feaster matches are the bomb. I mean, I'm not a hunter per se. I have never really played a lot of hunter games because um I'm the one who's really scared of hitting survivors. And it's the other way around. Usually you get scared by hunters,
So
but
you're
it's
the friendly hunter.
yes, definitely.
Yes, you're the friendly hunters we all run into in quick matches.
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
You guys are asking my main gauge. Okay, going back.
That's a
I'm
very
not
scary hunter.
I'm not that much of a hunter, users, but with the game that we've just witnessed right now, it kind of gave me that sort of motivation to go, Feaster, because as
Wow.
much as complex Feaster is, I kind of get it why Grizzly's really happy about it because Feaster's really fun to play.
And it's also very rewarding,
Mm,
especially. I mean, he's a big, chunky boy. He doesn't have the best, hasn't
wow.
have the fastest movement speed, but his tentacles. Once you're able to set up a tentacle and strike someone down with it, it's so rewarding. It's like, yeah, I predicted that movement. I got you. I see where you're going, survivors.
I'll be coding that out. Feaster,
What?
big chunky boy.
He's a chunky boy.
Watch 2020. I would be coding that out. I will
I
be
mean,
coding that out.
Are you compared to, let's say, like Joseph the photographer?
Yeah.
Feaster. Yeah, he's the thick boy. He's good. He
Oh wow.
got the.
Oh wow. Okay. I am getting a lot of references right here. And unfortunately for you, I am a diehard shipper, so this is,
Oh.
having a nice perspective on me. Good job, Poch. Good job. Good
Thank
job.
you. Thank you. And thank you also to MWS and AL for giving us some amazing matches and some amazing Feaster action, as well as some meta action with the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch. So
Yes.
really just neck and neck action. I'm pretty sure that both these teams have nothing to, put their heads down on. They've did their region proud. So let's check out those match stats.
Yes, indeed. And for Yachts right here, 16 hits. That's a lot, And
Mhm.
going back here for the side of the survivors this time, again, really versatile in terms of the decoding progress. But it all comes down to show that both of these teams show prowess and outstanding performances. It just so happens that Yachts really turned the tables around into his favor and got a beautiful sweep.
And yeah, it was just so neck and neck. And just as how close these teams were to like dodge the tentacles, that's how close these scores were. So at the end of the day, MWS got the W. They're moving on to the next day, which is our last day of Call of the Abyss 3, ladies and gentlemen, against AL.
Mhm.
But you know what? We still have more action to happen. We have Team AT, Adam, versus 5HS, and that is going to be an amazing match that we're going to see later on. Do clear out your schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen. We have some amazing Identity 5 action still happening right on deck. Watch Spice, Sayora over here. We'll be taking a very quick break. Please don't go anywhere. More of the Call of the Abyss 3 when we get back.
Pew, pew.
see. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. In this madness, I'm trapped in darkness. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. In this madness, I'm trapped in darkness. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. In this madness, trapped in darkness. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets here. In this madness, trapped in darkness. Been locked away, oh, there are secrets
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的。人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应，说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时，无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟，我唯一的朋友威克，也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信。文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运。艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
西部最富有的淘金者马歇尔惨死家中，金子也不知所踪。嫌疑人西部大亨靠着贩卖炸药而发了家。他总说，淘金的人不过是一群做着暴富美梦的赌徒罢了。而马歇尔生前更是在他开设的西部赌场里欠下了巨额的赌债。黑玫瑰夫人靠赏金为生，马歇尔正是他悬赏名单上的头号人物。
在西部，每个人早已被明码标价。
而这个嫌疑人和其他人都不同，他对金子可没有兴趣。
当牧师们脱下圣袍，人们便开始信仰金币了。但我想说，抱歉，牛仔们，贪婪是必须要得到应有的惩罚的。
back, ladies and gentlemen. More Identity 5 action courtesy of Potch Spice and Sayora at Call of the Abyss 3 Apex tournament to find the best of Identity 5 teams. Sayora, how are you feeling after that first match we had?
I am feeling rejuvenated right now, Poch. And this time, I initially thought that Grizzly would be so mad at me, but now I am holding I'm holding nothing back anymore. You know what? This is OR. He also flexed something so very nice. So yeah, this is my Revenger squad. If ever so, we have like a feaster pick once again.
I really hope we don't have a feaster pick. Grizzly, her thoughts are independent of my own thoughts. So again, an amazing match we had between AL and MWS. So let's check out the MVP because I'm pretty sure some of the people are still not over that match. And it was Yotsu, the tide turner of Team MWS. They move on. You're going to see them tomorrow on day 4 here. Average score, look at that, 12,000. That's a lot of numbers, and remaining ciphers was just 4 strikes. Very efficient feaster. He was needed. He was the trump card of MWS. Kudos to him. Moving on, but let's not discount AL's efforts. It was a neck and neck battle. Yes. Congratulations to them making it this far. Awesome performance overall from both those teams.
Definitely. I mean, he was literally the tide turner for our, like what I said, into our round 3 second half. So round 2 second half rather. So it's amazing how these teams can really snag off the momentum off of you if really it's like in the moments of when you tend to adapt. It's where other teams tend to sub out or really shaken the momentum that you're throwing at them. So this is really a good place done by MWS. But kudos still to AL, like what you mentioned. They really did some performance plays there, so really outstanding.
For sure. And today we have like a lot of matches lined up. Me and Sayora are going to cover this next match before Grizzly and Articuno take over to give you the remaining matches of the day. But right now on deck, as they're preparing, we have Team AT versus 5HS. Really intense matchup between these two. 5HS, also one of the teams in day 1, going overtime. And AT being able to shut down GK. So very formidable teams. I can't wait for these two teams to face off. So here they are, 5HS, 5 headshot. You got Yu, Dalong, Ling, SGG, Lel, Yang, and Ju.
Yes, indeed. And look at the preferred character. It's more onto very interesting ones because they have Wildling and Cowboy up on their sleeves. So this
a cowboy.
Yes. This only goes on. It reminds me of someone, but okay. Right now, going into the stats right here, the coding progress, almost everything really speaks for itself. All above average, and look at that mechanic average decoding progress, really 105%. So DeLong here is really given a lot of space.
Yeah, and just a well-rounded game because if you saw 77 seconds containment, so he can decode with as well as kite with the mechanic. Here we go, average containment 47, but do look at the rescues. 2 average rescues in 1 match, as well as rocket share rescues with 3. That really just paints a picture with how high level Team 5HS is. Moving over to Link, average Priestess escapes through the exit gate is 8.33. So we have a Priestess on the line here. So I'm sure AT has done their homework against 5HS's lineup here.
Indeed. And there's one thing I don't know, this is kind of like an off topic, but the members of 5HS really has their eyebrow gaming on fleek. But again, going back,
great thing to notice.
Yes, but going back into our introductions of the players right here, you know what, the mercenary average rocket chair rescue maybe 1, but you know what, that is, it only goes to show that he has a guaranteed save for SGG right here. And so far for the coding progress, really versatile, really flexible, and I would really love to see how 5HS really plays out onto when the round 1 comes in.
And now here, you with the forward average stuns 1.5. The numbers really do paint a picture of how he plays this forward. Can also contain for 70 seconds. That is a long time, especially if you're playing in a Cypher Rush game. So here, Yang, a very scary hunter, one of the scariest hunters in the Asia server. He has some amazing picks. We'll get into that as we go to the picks and bans phases, because I'm really interested to see how he's going to approach this matchup against AT.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And, this is like similar to our first match, really intense, because it's like getting us a step closer to, redefining who gets to really be called the COA 3 champions. But you know what? This is the members of 5HS, looking all pretty good. Yes, move slightly to the left and right. They're looking really pretty and swell. And of course, safety first, always wearing a face mask. But again, like what I said, their eyebrows are always on fleek. Oh, I love it.
Well, that is something that Sayori noticed, and I'm pretty sure the chat's noticing that as well. But they are all business today. Those eyebrows are going to be furrowed and focused as they enter this match against AT. And now I can't undercut how big of a threat AT is. Sending home GK, one of the favorites in the the Southeast Asia team. So it just says a lot. Team Adam, one of the expected hunters to make teams to make it really far, and here they are. YP. Actually, could you help me out with the pronunciation here, Sayori?
Of course. YP, Washer, Mizuki, Xiao, the Dongchuan, and DSCZ. And if you notice that the preferred characters are really in line with metas, but looks like there's your boy Acrobat right here alongside Wu Chang. Wu Chang. Wu Chang. Okay.
I'm really excited to see some Acrobat, and as well as some Wu Chang, if they'll be granted that. Again, these teams have probably prepared. This is day number 3. No more room for errors for any of these teams. As you can see there, just a snapshot of how these teams perform. These numbers are just beyond impressive.
Yes, indeed. It really speaks to each of our players right here. So I mean, as much as I want to get in depth to it, but it's really all of the players right here already created and embedded their mark. So it's really a kind of a common thing to notice that almost all of their performances are above average. And like what you've said, just look at this. Mercenary average rocket chair rescue. 0.83, it's something that you have to take note for, and his containment, super swell as well. And for Dongchuan, look at that average score, 10,000 with average eliminations of 2. So it goes to show that he has really this high rate in really taking survivors down. And look at that Bloody Queen Mirage Image attack is really high, so it means that he knows how to prioritize and how to really angle himself in a distance where the survivors will get him.
Exactly. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Team AT, a healthy mix of the meta and off-meta picks. As you saw, there was an Acrobat in there and a Wu Chang. You got some mercenaries, all these are preferred characters. It would really depend on the picks and ban phases of the game. And here they are. They look like they are ready to roll. 5HS actually already looking like they are on the survivor side of things, as we see them already. I know, because Sayori said that their eyebrows are on fleek. I see them all. Here we go. 5 headshot here. That was you, and we're gonna have a rundown of all these players.
Yeah, I thought you said that was you. Like, huh? That was me? Oh, his name was you. Okay. I apologize for that. But you know what? Going back here, looking at the stage we have, looks like both of the teams rather, are here. So we get a little bit more, COA 3 feels, really showing that they are here in person on this stage, ready to battle it all out.
So the top teams from the China region are here. Everyone is watching. All eyes are on them. Day number 3, a lot is on the line. They are ever so close to punching their ticket and making it to the last day of the Call of the Abyss 3, which is tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Dongchuan, how do you pronounce this? Dongchuan will be rocking the Hunter. Dongchuan will be rocking the Hunter side over at AT, while 5HS will be surviving their butts off.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like, headphones on, get ready for some extra powders into their hands for additional slipperiness. But you know what? Without further ado, Poch, let's head on to the drafting phase of our first round, first half between 5HS as the survivor, like you mentioned, and Dongshun as the hunter. So of course, no bannings for so far onto the survivor side, and Dongshun gets to ban out one. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the Seer. Bye-bye for now in terms of that kiting ability. So of course, when you get that Seer out, I think it's the fundamentals that really go in.
Exactly, and with the Lakeside Village, a very big, a very mobile map, you have to really make sure that when you transition from structure to structure, you have a game plan, because it could be a hard time to kite a hunter if you are caught with your pants down in a place with no terrain, and you locking in with a forward, a very harassing pick to start things off for Team 5HS.
Seeing some limelights for the forward users right here. It's really they're starting to see how effective a forward play is, being all tackly, and it's kind of like not really a headache, but let's say a really big factor in really getting the hunter preoccupied. And of course, alongside with that, like what I mentioned to you, it's gonna be the mercenary and the mechanic into play, and it's going to be the priestess as well. You know what? Because the map is bigger than we usually see. It's gonna be the Lakeside Village.
Yes, and shoutouts to Grizz, because I was able to call this match with him with 5HS versus MRC. He said that a very forward-heavy lineup. And now, AT locking in with the Bloody Queen. I believe this is a great pick for Lakeside Village, as well as it being a meta pick that those mirror image can really close out those distances between them and the survivor, as well as, just swat away anyone trying to decode anything. So this is going to be a very intense match to start things off between AT versus 5HS.
Yes, indeed. And again, just looking at the players' rundown real quick right here for some COA 3 feels. And here they are. This is the trophy that they get to rise above their heads, if ever so they manage to fight it out for tomorrow's battle. And again, this will be the overall draft for our round 1 first half second match between 5HS and once again AT Dongshun. And I can really get the logic behind Dongshun choice of Bloody Queen, because if, like what we saw in the stats earlier, 5.1 average mirror image take. So without further ado, Poch, this is this is from Happy Valley, 5HS on Survivor side and AT on the Hunter, and it looks like the map is going to be Moonlit River Park.
Yes. Our apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but the show must go on while Ling gets struck down at the start. Great opening salvo from Dongshun here, taking the injuring the priestess. And now if they cut off the priestess this early on, it's really gonna limit their mobility around this map. We did say Lakeside Village is big as well. Moonlit River Park is pretty big as well.
But you have to also take into account, I mean, Dongshun here really targeting the priestess out, but if the priestess ever so survives here, this can also, be the advantage factor of 5HS. But so far, you know what, Dongshun really, tailing on to Ling right here. Ooh, Ling, OT Alice. Yeah. But then again, going back here, I like it how Ling is really utilizing all the terrains and structures. And of course, even though despite being injured, I like it that Ling didn't really go in a far distance and decides to lure in Dongshun, because that is what your usual target would be. And again, this is what we've been seeing, because this is how a priestess, really makes a bigger map compact with the help of the portals. And going back here, good job in really abusing the terrains.
Ling, though, is going to be falling down. I hope that she was able to kite enough, give enough time to her teammates here for them to at least prime some ciphers and get it at least halfway. Lower left side, you see the forward trying to decode and trying to pop a little, trying to go for those cipher rushes, but Dongshun, still undeterred, tries to swat away to the mercenary, but the elbow pads will be used. Goes up to that structure over here at Moonlit park.
Yes, indeed. So far we are seeing that Yu is onto that stairs up into that roller coaster ride. But again, Mercenary to the rescue will be taking that hit, saves the priestess to safety, and of course Dongshuan will be calling the shots in prioritizing Ling because Ling is already seated on the rocket chair. Last effort to be propped, and of course Ling will be going, I guess, in a very safe distance to really, give Dongshuan some time to really walk his way to some chairs.
Yep, that is the strategy. And you know what? Just any time that the survivors can buy for their teammates, they will use it. 3 ciphers remaining. And I believe now the lower left side, you see the decoding is still in progress. We still have some heavy resources available on the survivor side. We still have 2 healthy survivors while 1 injured. And still a doll is put into effect by the mechanic. The U now is on the sights of Dongshuan as Yu tries to kite and buy time as he tries to go for this save.
Indeed, and of course the mirror image will be used to pin down the survivor. But again, going back right here, Ling is successfully saved, but you have to take note, both are injured, even though the tide turner is at play. Once that last effort is proc, it's going to be very difficult for them. But again, that was a
wow.
Again, last effort is going to be hit. Okay, that is like an attempted double stun, but I think the forward tackling was a bit too early because the recovery wasn't done yet when he went inside the portal. So now Ling here, unfortunately, was striked by Dongshuan and off to the chair he goes once again. And
unfortunate because there's only 1 cipher remaining, and Ling will be going back to the manor, and Yu is still down while the mechanic is trying to get it but not quite. So Yu will be seeing the rocket chair, and it is his time to just try to keep the hunter here while SGG tries to make the approach. Uses the mirror images, this Bloody Queen, and SGG slowly but surely getting the rescue here. Tide turners are not available anymore. The cipher is primed. They just have to wait for the moment, and it is popped. And now we have some very healthy survivors, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. But of course, the SGG will be injured anytime soon with the delayed effect. But again, forward will be using his ball, will be taking advantage of that, and unfortunately will be knocked down. And this is the cons of really into the hit range of the hunter when in detention. And this is another forward seated down on a rocket chair, and this time Dongshuan will be teleported to the other gate. Let's see. Okay, that will be a tie.
GG to both teams. Wow, starting things off seriously action-packed. Like, there was not a moment of lull with both sides. You saw the very active hunting of Dongshuan with his Bloody Queen, and you saw the effectiveness of the portal. You saw the effectiveness of everyone. So, well played by both these teams and very evenly matched.
Yes, indeed. And this is a similar case with our match number 1 earlier, ending up with a tie in the very first round and first half. So I'm excited to see if if when the switcheroo happens, will they be able to tie it out as well, or will they be snagging up some points on their own?
Exactly. We've it's a bit of deja vu from the first match. It's still evenly matched, 2 apiece. We're gonna, once we see that switch, let's see if someone's gonna steal that momentum. Will it be 5HS's Hunter, or will it be the survivors of Team AT?
Yes, indeed. Right. And so far, it's really too early to make some predictions since this is still the first round. And what we've been telling you guys during the previous days, it's usually the round 2 second half that is the deciding factor rather of how the games are going to be played out. Since round number 1 is like getting to know each other phase, and the round 2 is like the going steady.
Yeah, exactly. Now let's talk about the highlights of that match, because the very effective hunting was done by Dongshuan there. But you know what I've been noticing? Forwards are very formidable. They are a very utilized pick when it comes to survivor composition, and it can buy a lot of time when used really effectively, like what we saw. It was a constant threat. If you are focused on one survivor and you don't have eyes at the back of your head and a forward is chasing you down, and you don't have that discipline that these players are showing to pick up the survivor, you're going to get tackled for that football.
Yes, indeed. Just goes to show that our teams right here really doing some research, and you know what? Oh yeah, this forward pick isn't so bad at all. I mean, it's not your usual super duper prioritized in terms of bans, because you still really can't neglect like of the potential capacities of the M&Ms, but forward really working as a way into our COA. Uh, it's something that really shakens up to whatever overall drafts that we have, because it's okay. I think I'm gonna say it now, because the tackles of the forward is really giving some hunters quite some thinking to do, some headaches, if
Yes.
you may, because that those tackles are really beneficial for the survivor side, especially if you manage to get that stun. It really
Mm-hmm.
gives you that allowance to go at a safe distance away from them, and the
Mm-hmm.
decoding progress as well.
Yeah, just one of the good stunners in the game, like the Enchantress and Prisoner, probably in COA 4. Quick brief of the match stats, but yeah, I want to move on right to the next half, because it's getting pretty intense as we move on with the AT and 5HS switching sides now. But
Yes.
it's you know what? I really think the only prediction I'm going to make is that we will see a lot of meta picks until we reach match number 3.
Yes,
They
yes.
while it's on the table, it's really easy to choose these very strong hunters. Not to discount the other hunters. It's just that the queen and the witch are just an echelon above, like, and beyond when it comes to high level play and harassment. It's just their presence is felt throughout the entire map. But as we saw in the
Indeed.
previous match, we did see feasters, back to back feasters.
Back to back feasters, indeed, of course. And the thing is, both the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen are in the meta for a reason, and that reason is like what you said: more visibility, more mobility, and exposure of hunters. Really kinetic, and it's
Mm-hmm.
always uh really all around and about, and you have to take into account that as much as those off meta picks of hunters,
Mm-hmm.
you the fact that they are really on the top tier for a reason, it
Mm-hmm.
really goes to show how well do you really use these certain types of hunters. But again, like what you've said, once come round 2, and if ever so we have like a potential round 3, this is where we get to see, get to limelight the ones that are below Dream Witch and Bloody Queen, and this is where they
Mm-hmm.
get to experiment. This is where they get to mix new recipes, and create a
Mm-hmm.
very nice viand for them, uh, to really smoothen out their overall gameplay. But this is also the same thing for the Survivor sides too, because it's already given that Survivors pools are more in terms of the hunter side, but this is where very interesting plays come, because like for example, if we ever get to see an acrobat later, that's another important twist, or another good twist to any
Mm-hmm.
composition.
And that's the beauty of these legendary mechanics. There are the meta picks at the start. If you want them, it's like candy to a baby. It's right there. But there are some players and some teams that go off meta at the start and save the meta picks for later. So pretty interested to see what 5HS will be doing in terms of the hunting, because Bloody Queen and Dream Witch is fair play. We are going to see a ban, most probably a seer here at Moon River Park here. So it's really just we have to do the math in terms of how these teams are thinking. They know that this map is huge. There's probably going to be a priestess. They're going to pick characters with a lot of good mobility, a lot of kiting ability, and it really depends on how the picks and bans go. Because again, a mechanic is also a viable ban.
Truly. And of course, other than that, recently we get to see a lot of mercenary forward tandems into our
Mm-hmm.
days today, so you also have to take that into account. But as well, like what we
Is Sayora there? Hello. Oh yes. Is she? Yes, she's back.
I am back.
Yes. Oh, you were saying about we were talking about picks. I was saying that the mechanic is a viable ban.
Yeah, indeed. And like what I've mentioned earlier, if there's also this sort of tandem, the mercenary and the forward
Mm.
tandem, that really gives you the mobility that you need, specifically into Moonlit River Park. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, if let's say one of these are unavailable, your go-to is of course the Enchantress as well as your
Mm.
situational pick. It really depends. There's a lot of mixes are here, so I'm pretty interested, really.
Yeah, and it's magic on the screen when you see a a cast of characters that are off meta or on meta, and the strategy just works out. And also,
Mm-hmm.
it shows as well. Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch, they are top tier hunters for a reason, and there's a huge. It takes time for you to really master them, and to master them in a stage like Call of the Abyss 3 is making a statement with how skilled these players are.
Mm-hmm, indeed. But nonetheless, I'm still having the shivers because the fact that they are here into our tournament, the best of the best. It's something, it's already a beautiful title already. But you know what? This is of course, pedestal, or this is where you really test out how how coordinated you are with your team. So
Mm-hmm.
I just really can't wait for round number two. I mean round
Coin
for the
toss,
second
if I may
half.
ask. Dream Witch or Bloody Queen coming into this second half? Because it's a coin toss, right?
Uh, Bloody Queen.
Bloody Queen. Same. It was so effective, right? I think so as well.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, I mean, recalling back to 5HS's performance in day one, they pulled the third match photographer, but I don't know if he's going to be pulling that off just yet. I think he's going to be saving that in the meantime. But no, ladies and gentlemen, Yang can go off meta if he has to. But
Wu
now with the
Chang.
Queen, yes. No, Yang. Wu Chang, I
Yeah.
believe,
Oh
is
yeah.
in yeah,
I mean, I
18.
mean, I'm also expecting to see like a
Oh,
Wu
Wu
Chang
Chang,
here as
yeah. Oh,
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, Wu
Mm.
Chang may be also put into play, but right now with the queens and witches available, I think we're gonna save that for match number 3. We may be getting ahead of ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. But we're just letting you guys know and setting the stage for what to expect as these rounds go on. But for now, I think the dominant, it's good. It's the year of the queens and the witches in Identity 5, especially Call of the Abyss 3.
Yes, indeed, and it was like a throwback from way back COA 2, wherein the Soul Weaver was our main limelight, together with the Ripper, and of course, if I'm not
Mm-hmm.
mistaken, it was Dream Witch as well. So Dream
Mm.
Witch really, really maintaining the ranks here um as one of the top meta hunters into come
Mm-hmm.
COA 3 rather. Wow, COA 4 so advanced.
Ooh, we're
COA,
thinking
COA
future.
3, you know
Mm-hmm.
but again, going back here, it only goes to show that the level of mastery with all
Mm-hmm.
of these hunters is something that you really have to uh look and pay attention closely,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know. There are some expected plays,
Mm-hmm.
but done by our bloody queens or dream witches. But at the same time, you like yesterday, where there were a lot of unexpected getting you off of your chair moments, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's really amazing how how our players here can really do those kinds of magic. Well, not
Exactly.
really
And
magic,
also
more like strategy.
that performance, magic,
Yeah,
whatever you
yeah,
call it. It's fun to watch, right? And
yeah,
also not to discount the survivors. At the mastery of them making those rotations, really knowing where they need to be in the map at all times. I mean, you do see like one survivor getting kited, but in the background, what you don't see is that people going for cipher rushes, as well as forwards positioning themselves, getting ready for that tackle, or mercenaries getting ready for that rescue. It's constant communication that you can't see as we focus mainly on the hunter and the action that's happening. But no, ladies and gentlemen, that the teams are coordinated and they're thinking light years in advance on how they're going to be able to pick up the pieces in that situation if a survivor does fall down.
Yeah, definitely. And if you notice that, okay, M&Ms are banned, but if ever so that they are open. They
Mhm.
really go into the side wherein they prioritize the mercenary or the seer first, because
Yes.
mechanic, as much as the level of threat in terms of the coding progress is good, sometimes we are seeing the line of our players go into the cipher, the coding
Right.
progress in a pace where they can
Mhm.
control it best. So this is a good thing
Right.
to call it as well. But you know what? This is our players right now, getting ready and prepped up, as AT
Mhm.
will be onto the survivor side this time.
That's a good insight you said about the mechanic, and I can't wait to see the picks and bans as we move on to the second half. And I believe Yang will be the one hunting in 5HS's side, getting ready. They all mean business, ladies and gentlemen. 2 apiece. It's all tied up. Who will run away with the momentum? Or are we going to see a bit of deja vu from the first match? Is this going to be a very even match till it comes down to the wire?
I love it how Yang has this, serious position when sitting down onto
Yes.
that hunting chair. I mean, usually the other hunters really sit, in a manner that they use the table, but no, Yang right
He
here
wants
uses
he wants to see the fear in their eyes. Like, I want to see,
yes.
as I'm hunting, I want to see my victims.
Yes, and he uses the pillow to, really support him on the phone right here. I mean, I like it, and going back, like what I've said, the seer won't be seeing a light of day, preventing that added protection and time in terms of kiting. And here, let's see what Adam has to say about this.
Still Moonlit River Park, going with a forward at the start. Pretty interesting. Again, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of forwards, and let's see if it'll pay off in this type of matchup. And as the Seer is banned, Mechanic is definitely going to take a spot in that lineup, as well as the Mercenary.
So for the fourth one, okay, still sticking to the fundamentals right here. I mean, it's no question why Priestess will come into play, because we just saw how much of the gap can the Priestess really cover in terms of her holy keys. And again, let's stick once one of the M&Ms are out, 2 of them are in, usually into our survivor draft. And of course, the forward, doing an exemplary job. It looks like
We. I also thought it was Bloody Queen, so I'll join you there.
We are, bamboozled, as Yang right here beat the odds, and like, you know what? I'm gonna show you guys how to Dream Witch pretty well and swell. But
Again, it was.
Yeah.
It was a coin toss. You have those 2. There's no bans yet. They had to prepare for either a Dream Witch or a Bloody Queen. So let's hope that AT did their homework on Yang's Dream Witch, as we head on over to the second half of the first round. We have a forward, Mechanic, Mercenary, and Priestess lineup by Adam, and a Dream Witch. Again, we're going to settle this at Moonlit River Park.
Yes, indeed, and this is going to be the start of our first round, second half, between, once again, Adam and 5HS. And so, I like that Tomie skin, but again, going back right here...
Always have to shout that out, yeah. Great skin.
Yeah, and just quick, rundown here, the locations. Okay, the Mercenary really, broke that caliber. I think intentionally.
To gain the attention, yeah. Exactly.
But again, going back right here, it looks like Yang has his eyes on the prize, goes for that robot. I mean, I understand why he would go for the robot versus to, really odd one resources of the Mechanic.
Exactly. I mean, adding another body in the field for a hunter to worry about is really a factor, and that robot is going to fall down, and now we're going to see how he's going to change targets to try to prioritize Xiaodi here. Xiaodi on the run. Yang is on hot pursuit, wants to leech this. Xiaodi is already leeched, actually. And now Xiaodi trying to gain some distance away from the follower of Yang.
Yes, indeed, and of course, Xiaodi will be forced to be the kiter for this specific match. And again, Yang already has vision onto the other members of Adam. And okay, Olet, that was a good tackle done by them. But again, at what cost? Xiaodi will be injured by that follower, and Go here will be transitioning to the terrains available on the area. And you know what? This is a very good, discipline for Yang. Just being patient, not too much of a hurry, but still keeping up the pace on Xiaodi. Down successfully.
Yeah, try to drop the robot to body block, but you know what? That robot will try to heal, but it will fall down as well as Shaudi is incapacitated and will be chaired. Looking good on this side of the lower left screen as the seer, I believe that is the one of the players of AT as he pops that cipher. And now 4 ciphers remaining while Shaudi gets rescued right away. That was a quick rescue. Tide Turner is in effect, and now Yang is still on the hunt.
Yes, indeed. And of course, I love it how Nwasher was very, his reflexes were on point, really saving Shout most. But the last effort will be used because he was really in a hitbox range of the follower that really got him knocking down. And again, another chair down goes the mechanic. Take note, this is half life for the mechanic right here. And I think the best scenario is to save Shouty in a manner wherein the countdown is a bit of let's say 90%, because this kind of like added a little bit more time for them to go and decode. But going back right to they're like what I said, YP is at a distance where he can save. That was nice juking, and then successfully saves Shouty once again.
And Shouty gaining some distance away from the follower of the Dream Witch here. And now on the hunt. But wait, there is going to be, I believe, some technical difficulties here. Maybe a pause again, ladies and gentlemen. That was an intense half. We just went for a quick pause. We're still going to go back into the action. But again, you know what? Online tournaments, you have to just account for these type of things. We are shooting this live, right?
Yes, definitely. And this is what I mentioned earlier, that just because you're picking a mechanic, or let's say pick or no pick. Let's say in this scenario, mechanic was chosen, but it doesn't necessarily mean that mechanic has to work. You have to take note that there are other survivors too that can really alternate with you and can be flexible enough, especially when the mechanic was targeted first, and that's what we've witnessed just right now. Because if ever so that they continue on letting the mechanic do all the decoding, it's gonna be hard, because other than the fact that they already have the debuff on the decoding speed, they also have already an injured mechanic. So the best thing that the mechanic can do is to really kite and just lure away the attention of Yang.
And let's take it back to the final seconds before that pause. There was a moment, like you mentioned, and it was actually a top tier strategy where the mechanic was about to get sent back, and then the mercenary coming in the last second, trying to buy as much time as possible, saves at the last minute, and he was able to rescue that, and it turned into another mechanic save. While I think the mechanic was able to gain some distance. So, you know what? Really intense match. It could swing any way it will, as we just wait for what's going to happen next.
Indeed, because that when I mentioned that earlier, because I noticed from the way I play or I watch, that is like a usual tactic of any rescuer. Okay, first, let's say the mechanic is seated on the rocket chair. Okay, fine, sure. You rescue it at a time where in the half bar is
it didn't reach yet.
It didn't reach it yet. And then the second time wherein the survivor gets shared, once again, you kind of save it in the last minute or in the last 10 seconds before they go and fly away, simply because that remaining time before saving it really means a lot. It can really be can really change the game, because during that to go and code.
Yeah, again, seconds are very precious in this game, and they realize that. Again, the mechanic really wants to go decode, but if she's called to kite, she has to do her duty and try to kite as long as she can, with her doll being in place. But you saw there that Yang was able to snipe out the doll as well, and the role that the mechanic had to play was really to buy as much time as possible. So
yeah. Indeed, and of course, before the pause happened earlier, I think there was just some technical on their end. But again, going back into that. Okay, mechanic already reached a slightly safe distance, transitioning maybe into the terrains that are available in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what Yang is about to do here is to really focus on the mechanic, because take note, if that mechanic is already knocked down, that is one survivor for Yang. That's a secured survivor. And I guess he was shifting on it to the next one, which is, I think, the most viable, or let's say the initial target in paper, is the priestess, because the priestess, we already know that it can cover up a lot of distance into this map. So
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like your go-to, not really go-to, but like more like, yeah, like what I
Preferred
said, a preferred target
target.
afterwards. But yeah, I mean, it's really good on paper, but I want to
Yeah,
see if
there's
we'll be
again
able
with
to
Identity
find.
5, there's a lot of preferred roles and preferred
Yeah,
targets. But what if like the mercenary's there? You're obviously gonna, yeah, I'll try swiping at the mercenary or like
yeah.
the mechanic. It was just lucky enough. I mean, also I think Yang was able to have some discipline to really look for the mechanic. So that really it favors the hunters getting the mechanic out of the way right away. Actually, any survivor, because right now it's 2-2. So they Yang's really looking to put some points on the board for his team, which is 5HS.
Yes, and indeed, I think Yang won't really stop himself from potentially getting a sweep, because
Mm.
even though he wasn't able to technically speaking, there wasn't still any survivors takedown, but potentially the mechanic could be the first one to be out. So
Mm-hmm. Yes,
why stop there, right? I mean,
exactly.
why stop at a safe stats, or at a safe point where you when you can really go all out. And I think that would be Yang's initial strategy right here, come when we go back into our game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And just an effective use of the Dream Witch. Again, you have to multitask like crazy, knowing where your followers are, knowing when to switch out, and knowing which survivor to hit with which follower, because you still want to keep them leeched as much as possible to keep your presence at maximum capacity.
Yes, definitely. And of course, those leeches really would give, some time for the survivors to really go and think, okay, should I really remove, or should we
Yes.
just really go and decode? And that is time consuming in
Mm-hmm.
favor of a dream witch. So there are lots of possible
Mm-hmm.
variables at play here come, and
Yeah.
it's just really exciting to see how
Yeah.
Yang is really patient about this. I mean, he's not really getting any deterred. He's not really, getting tilted anytime soon, because he knows how
Mm-hmm.
to really catch up on whatever he was missing.
Exactly. I mean, with with this type of meta, with the Bloody Queens and the Dream Witches, and also the survivors, the game really is to buy enough time for your team, whether you're on the hunter side or the survivor side, and try to distract as much away from the objectives that each team is going for. For the survivor side, it's distracting them from going for the main objectives, which is ciphers. For the hunter side, it's really distracting them to just focus on one survivor instead of trying to make their presence filled the entire map. So it's really interesting to see these strategies play out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you guys, as much as I want to keep the game going, but there are uncontrollable situations that just really calls for it. I
Mhm.
know, you guys. I mean, I can hear you in spirit right now, like, hey guys, why don't you just stop and just let's go to the game? But unfortunately, we too want to go to the game, but you guys have to be a little bit of patient and stick with us until everything is run down and smoothly for everyone. Yeah, yeah. As
Right,
of course,
right.
I'm trying to avoid,
Hmm.
being the bad woman that I am, to really rub it on Grizzly's face when we earlier just had some feaster marathons earlier. But you
Uh-huh.
know what? I'm still a good person right now. Still not wasn't able to get coffee, and yeah, still sane, still sane. And
So,
coach, let me
yeah,
just ask you a question real
okay.
quick. How do you think would Yang turn this game around based on what we've seen earlier? I
Hmm.
really want to see how you take some observation skills, if you may.
Uh Well, you know what? This pause might actually cool him down. He was on a roll there, and as you mentioned, the mechanic was probably on the way out. He did gain some distance because of Tide Turner and the save of the mercenary. But then again, you know what? This he was on the hot pursuit of that mechanic. So again, it really depends on the conditioning of Yang and how he can just jump back into the game and still be in hunter mode and be
Yeah.
able to just not deviate from the game plan, which is try to get as much survivors back to the manor as possible. So that's how I see this happening. Hopefully, he still has that strong fortitude and mindset for him to still not get distracted and still go for those survivor takedowns.
Actually, I agree with you. Like, as much as I don't, as I observed, really, like in almost all games. But you know what? Let's stick it here specifically in IDV. Whenever there's like a pause or something, it kind of like creates this image wherein will the early momentum be, still consistent come by when
Mm-hmm.
the game resumes, because that's what we observe in almost any game. That's why we
Mm-hmm.
really prevent pauses as much as possible, unless there
Yes.
are, issues on an uncontrollable issue. But going back,
Yeah.
it because it kind of like really shakens up the current in the zone moments that each of
Yes.
our players have.
But that's the thing. These are professional players. They
Yes.
are on the next level, and I'm sure that they could, in an instant, snap right back into game mode.
Mhm.
And not just Yang, also the team of AT. You also have to consider they're in survival mode. They still
Yes.
need to have the communication ready. They still want to save the mechanic as soon as possible and get him out of the sights of that Dream Witch. So
Yeah.
again, a very unfortunate, uncontrollable circumstances, but you know what? These things do happen, and these pro players from AT and 5HS have to roll with these punches as we move along in this tournament. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important time than ever to show your support over there at chat. Sound off and do send your support between AT and 5AS. Sound off, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure sending those good vibes to them will help your team find their resolve and be able to move on to the next day.
Definitely. So if you guys are going hashtag AT winner, hashtag 5HS win, you supplement, you abuse that hashtag powers, guys. You go for goal, or maybe hashtag Poch win or something like that. You go, guys. You show your love and support to our teams, because you know what, they may not be really expressive about it, or they may not be showy,
Oh
but the
yes,
fact that
but they're
they have fans to support them and to really
mm-hmm.
cheer for them is, really boosts the morale of each of our players. They're just really not showy about it, or they don't really
Well,
broadcast it as much,
because right now they're in the zone, right? But
yeah, yeah, yeah,
inside,
yeah.
when I think once the day is done or like the competition is over, when they see those comment sections, they're gonna be full of joy and full of it's
Like,
just
my
a warm
heart.
feeling inside.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That my kokoro goes doki doki, something like that. Yes,
Yeah. So
yes.
yeah, do sound off in the comment section, like your support for these players. Again, Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3. It's an amazing time to be an Identity 5 fan. It's great that they were able to still push through this tournament despite all the craziness that's happening in this world.
Yes.
So what a great time to be an Identity 5 fan. Just go stay at home, be healthy, play some Identity 5, get some friends to play this game. It's a really great bonding experience with your friends.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, there's like a lot of platforms, to go and play with friends and communicate. Like, I mean, this is I think the pandemic here, it's really something that's uncontrollable, and the best thing that we could do right now is to really stay safe. Of course, guys, don't really go outside for now, because safety is our priority. And like what Punch said, the show must go on, and this is very happy that Happy Valley, NetEase, Identity V in general was still want to continue this, and this is why we are here now, online mode, even though there are
Mm-hmm.
no audience into our initial venue. But the fact that they are still here, alive, kicking, and making this all possible, it's just something that we have to be thankful for. And you guys, you show your love and support. Okay, you do that.
Yeah, support the game by playing it, saying the good
Yeah.
words, sending those artworks in, because the Identity
Mm-hmm.
5 community is one of the most unique communities and the most passionate communities that I've ever experienced in terms of like competitive play, as well as the
Yeah.
support in terms of the lore and the characters. You just feel like everyone's in on this amazing game that that's been brought to us.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, to me, right, this is like, I mean, both Articuno, Grizzly, even you are really mentioning that this is one welcoming community, because it is. Because I mean, this is a kind of game where you don't really to me, in my opinion, I don't want to call it mistakes. I don't want to call it wrong, because that's something negative. I want to call it as something that could be a room for improvement, and things would be better, especially
Mm-hmm.
when comes the rally of both our hunters and survivors. Because in this specific type of game, I love it because I don't. It's not something that where you need to point out mistakes. It's something where you need to point out on the good that happened on both sides
Mm-hmm.
of our teams. And because that's really the case, because you don't, why would
Mm-hmm.
we don't need to, you don't
Yes,
need to do that. That's something
it's
you don't need, that's something
it's
to be
not
gained
it's not a mistake if you
from.
learn
Yeah.
from it, and it's not a mistake as well because the game plan just didn't turn out as you thought it would be. It's just that the other team thought really implemented and implored their strategy and imposed their strategy more effectively. It's the right
Mm-hmm.
game plan for you to do these sort of things. So yeah, I really want to echo what Sayora is saying, that this game really just shows a lot of improvement in terms of your hunting ability as well as your communication if you're on the survivor side. So
Yeah.
yeah, do support the game, do support the community, support your content creators, support NetEase, support Happy Valley. Thank you guys so
Yes.
much for an amazing game of Identity 5.
Definitely. And if you guys don't want to go with friends, it's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong in having solo queue as well. I mean, I do that too. I mean, like,
It's so hard.
yeah, hey, solo queue is not bad. I'm a glorified hound, okay? I mean,
Yes.
as much as I would really love to go on the game, I kept repeating it because I really want to go in the game as much as everyone wants to. But you know what? Yes, the situation calls for it, and you have to stick with us a little bit more. So, while waiting for the match to go up, why don't you go get your coffee, go watch some Netflix episode, I guess. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys do during your free time? I mean, I actually don't have free time because I have work, if ever I don't have cast. But again, going back, you guys, while waiting for this, you guys can really go and hang out with us, or you can go eat. Yeah, don't forget to eat, guys, okay? And you too, Pochi, don't forget to eat later. And
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
And uh,
it's something uncontrollable. And guys,
mhm.
going back
let's
to, yeah,
Yeah,
going
let me yeah, going back to the match. Let's talk about
yeah,
that because that's why these guys are here. Let's talk about the
yeah.
performance that AT and 5HS have done in day number 1. As we mentioned before, AT did 2-0 GK, which was a very dominant performance. They did have a mix of they did use the Dream Witch and Bloody Queen, so they are very versed with the meta. They do have now the game is back on.
Yes. Okay, guys, so the much-awaited game we're all doing for, I'm pretty sure you're already tired of our faces anytime soon. But again, going back, Patrol is gonna be here and we'll be taking the mechanic in a very timely manner. And this is good for the followers to go and really follow up and take this mechanic. But again, Mizuki might be attempting a body block, but I guess it won't, because they already know that mechanic will be into the rocket chair, and that is one take for Yang.
And this is what we were talking about. Yang just really focusing on getting this mechanic out of here and back to the manor. And now we see that the rocket chair is in the vicinity and he gets the mechanics, but in the rocket chair. And we are seeing a 3-survivor team by AT, 1 in deficit. And now Yang still keeping that momentum, looking for more survivors to hunt down.
Definitely. And again, that was a good call for Yang earlier. And this is like what I mentioned earlier, the most viable target to be would be the priestess, because that is one of the things that you have to take into account. And here, going back with this big of a map that we have right now, and it's no question why the followers have to be dispersed.
And now Yang's still looking for the proper target here. We have Mizuki here that was leeched, and YP now on the run. Let's see, he is an injured mercenary, so it will take a little time for him to fall once he gets knocked because of that delayed effect. And you see a lower left part of the screen, I believe that's the priestess trying to get rid of that leech, and this will distract them from going for those decoding progress. One cipher left. A lot of time on the side of Yang to make some of these survivors fall down.
Indeed. And of course, YP being injured right here will be abusing the trains as much as possible. But Yang applying vision here with the main body will be spawning up some followers to, really pin YP down. And again, going back right here, I think Yang would be proceeding to the other area to really prevent Washer from really decoding the cipher. And if you look at the lower left side of the screen earlier, the decoding progress is not that, complete.
I like what they're doing. They're both decoding just to see, just to give Yang two things to worry about, like two ciphers to guard. And now we get a hit on the mercenary, and the delayed effect is burning down. Countdown is on, and the mercenary will fall soon. Washer here gets the attention of the hunter, and now Yang is on the hot pursuit of this forward. Forward using the football to move away from that attack. But he was able to get that hit.
Hot moves, Hodge. That was a very close call for Nosha right there, but that was good football tactics, like you mentioned. But Yang is just pinning it down here, really utilizing everything, every terrain, every structure, even the portals of the priestess that were placed right here. And you know what? It's just about Yang, just really focusing and tailing up the foot forward right here.
Yes, and lower left part of the screen says that there is one cipher that is already primed. So now Nwasher just getting into a good position, but you know that the priestess is ready to pop that cipher when needed. Excellent pallet throw to avoid that hit, and now Yang is still on the hunt to just down one survivor. Watch out, Nwasher away from that hit range of that follower.
Indeed. So two survivors are injured, but again, the cipher has been popped. They are in the other side of the gate, and I'm pretty sure that the forward will be used in his position to really delay and to just lure in the follower. But again, you have to take note, the mercenary is already going to open the gates onto the east side, and the patroller is going to be used to try and get the forward. But will he be taking it? No, because of the pallets that weren't destroyed. Okay, YP is already out, but the washer was still knocked down.
Washer is down. It's going to look like a 2-2. We're all tied up. My goodness, Seora. 2 apiece. It's so evenly matched between AT and 5HS.
Yeah, indeed. And again, this is a similar scenario for our match 1 earlier. Getting some 2s on the board.
Yeah, it was the patroller was a good idea. The cipher was already down. Like there was 5 ciphers already decoded. The patroller was a good effort, but those pallets that got in the way, that forward was really able to set up the terrains to his advantage, really hampering the speed. But you know what, 5HS, congratulations, still tying things up. We're heading to match number 2. Evenly matched. This is what I predict the entire day. I think these teams are really going to go neck and neck until the end, and we're really going to see some match 3s.
Indeed, but in our first match, rather, into the round 2 second half, MWS stood their ground. This time, I want to see if come our round number 2 second half, will 5HS or AT really stand their ground, or will we be heading on to a round number 3? And based on their initial drafts that we have right now, really fundamental, really still sticking to the meta, not really going far astray, or there wasn't much of off meta pick And so for
Mhm.
this round 2, like I said, if your round number 1 is like getting to know each other, I think this round number 2 is going steady. Going steady in a sense wherein you have to like really stand on your ground. But round 1 earlier was a reset, so expect that round number 2 may it's if it's not a tie as well, there will be the deciding factor if one of our teams gets a sweep.
Yes, it's really hard to predict how
Yeah.
these teams would perform, and it's pretty even laid out, like four apiece on both these sides. Unlike AL and MWS, AL getting that 3-1, really giving that 2 point lead, but then at the end, giving us a clutch victory with MWS's Yotsu. So we'll see what happens. Will history repeat itself? Because I think as the days go by and we reach ever so closely to that grand finals, it's going to be more neck and neck action as we move over to the match stats over here. Xiao Di here, not touching the cipher because again he was so busy trying to just get rid of all the hunting skills that Yang was presenting towards him.
Truly, and quickly just running down the match stats right here, very flexible in terms of the decoding progress, and it's also like I get the logic why Shaudi wasn't able to touch because one, the priestess was injured at the early seconds of the game, so
Yes.
that's an automatic debuff. But again, you have to take note that Shaudi really did a good job in containing the hunter nonetheless, as well as the forward. But you know what, Yang with his strikes right here also did pave his way on getting that tie. So it's really exciting to see how our round 2 would play out.
And I think everyone is really looking forward to, if ever it goes to match number 3, that once the meta picks are out the door, we're going to see some off meta picks. And I'm really interested to see how they would adjust to the limited cast of characters from both the survivor side and the hunter side.
Truly, and it's what's exciting to see is that if we already saw it in our earlier that both of our teams have pocket picks preferred up in their sleeves. So I would like to see it as well. Of course, the same thing for the people who are watching right now, if they would be able to see that during a round 2. But this is our highlights for the things that happened earlier.
So Dong Xuan here as in a very effective Bloody Queen. Do note, ladies and gentlemen, the first match did end in a tie. So both evenly matched players. We're looking at the highlights. You over here being the forward, trying to go for that tackle, trying to look for that. But look at that, Don Xuan just swatting away any attempts of a stun there. And he's able to get one just to buy time for his teammates. And I believe, Yu was rocket chaired. And one cipher left. Dong Xuan making quick work out of this exchange here, trying to go for that. And I believe this is the closing seconds, because the cipher was popped. And Dong Xuan getting away with a 2-2 against 5HS.
Definitely, and just really highlighting on the effectiveness of how Dong Xuan really took advantage of that recovery from the forward earlier to when he was really taken aback and froze when he used his football is something that you have to take into account for. And come by here the highlights for our second one, and this is where Yang used the patroller here to really pin down the forward. And if you notice, that was a beautiful attempted hit by Yang, and to really enough to get him another survivor to get to the tie as well.
Action packed from start to finish with those 2 rounds. Evenly matched are 5HS and AT. And I do have to bring up the fact that 5HS in the first day, they did go extra time. So you know that they can go the distance, and they do have that fortitude and that stamina to keep their high level play going. While AT eliminating GK in a 2-0. So as this match goes on, it's very interesting to see how these 2 teams are going to be able to adapt each other's strategies.
Yes, indeed. And of course, like what we've been, there is this a certain pattern actually in almost all of our matches wherein both of the teams gets to adapt into come round number 2. So I'm just okay, the thing about here is that when come the predictions on round number 2 is that they will be sticking to the fundamentals most likely. We won't be seeing any DQs or DWs or BQs anytime soon. And
Mm-hmm.
of course, M&Ms will be out and about usually. But for right now, with the movement of our match number 1, and yeah, for the first rounds and second rounds, from the movement of that,
Mm-hmm.
I think this is where we take into consideration in with regards to the forward pick, because
Mm-hmm.
it may be a successful tackle or not, but the fact that the forward is doing a pretty swell job, I
Mm-hmm.
think that was since yesterday already.
Yes.
It's kind of like a situational thing wherein will they be banning the forward out? Is the forward
Mm-hmm.
really that high of a headache, let's say? That
Mm-hmm.
as to we don't want any more of these tackles. But
Mm-hmm.
at the same
True.
time, yeah, it
I
really
think
depends.
one of the question in my mind is that will AT respect the Dream Witch of Yang,
Mm.
and will 5HS respect the Bloody Queen of Dong Xuan? Because
Yeah.
again, it's evened out, so we're probably going to see a cross meta ban here. So we're probably going to see them rock the counter character. So 5HS is going to use the Bloody Queen, while AT is going to use the Dream Witch, if they
Mm-hmm.
choose to go for that respect ban, unless they
Yeah.
want to take another crack at each other's hunters. But I don't
Yeah.
know. That's pretty scary.
Speaking of crack at each other's hunters, how about the survivors as well? Will we get to see like dancers as well, or acrobats,
Mm,
or some more spices to the overall
exactly.
draft? So I'm pretty
Well,
excited on
as
how that
the
turned out.
as the survivor meta gets banned out, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see like those enchantresses and the acrobats. There were some preferred characters in some of the teams that prefer acrobats, so it's not too far off to say that there will be an acrobat in this match.
Truly, and
Hmm.
we are like getting closer and closer to uh
Hmm.
having having their options limited.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Hmm. Well, me and
Yeah.
Grizzly live for these type of moments where
Yes.
we're gonna reach the point of the unknown, which is match number 3, where
Into the
Met.
unknown. Yes.
Yes, exact. I didn't want to say that, but you go for it. I don't even want
Yeah.
to sing it. So, yeah, in the unknown
Sing
part
it.
of the unknown part of the matchup here, where the meta is not going to be. We're gonna lose viewers if I sing it.
Yeah.
Into the unknown part of this series, and a lot is on the line. They are ever so close to day number 4, which is the grand final. So you can't afford any that they have to bring their A game. That's what I'm trying to say, because they're just inches away from touching that trophy. So it's just right there already. It's so close.
So are you saying that our teams have to show themselves
Mhm.
to the maximum power? Okay, I
For
don't want
sure.
to sing it as well. I'm pretty sure
We
that
can't.
the
No.
viewers would really get annoyed with me as they are right now. So
Mm,
okay, I'm gonna be saving that singing on my shower, probably. But you know what? This is again Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 Global Finals. This is the third day, detectives, and we are like a few steps closer to defining who gets to battle it out onto the grand finals tomorrow, guys. So don't forget, it's tomorrow. I can't mark damn calendars and the time. Set your alarm clocks on, like what we
mhm.
usually do as well, and to
Yes.
see who gets to
Mhm.
be our
Yes.
COA 3 champions.
For sure. We will be there, and we'll expect you guys to be there. I'm sure Sayora will take attendance. She'll look at the chat and she'll say, okay, so who's this? Present? Okay, she will take down
Yes.
yes, attendance. We will expect you guys to be there, because we're gonna crown a champion tomorrow, one of these teams. So, if you have a favorite team that's still alive in this competition, send them your support, or just support your teams in general. Those that made it this far in any of the regions, do send them your love and support. Support the Identity 5 community. It's in a great position now, and it's still constantly growing as this game evolves.
Yes, indeed. Also show some love to our newly caster right here. Poch over here send some love. He's very, amazing and remarkable. Yeah, I'm really happy that you
I
get to be chatting with me right now. I mean, I
I
don't know. I mean, I've been talking so for the
oh
longest time here.
yeah.
And I'm really
Well,
surprised you're not like Articuno saying that like I'm stuck with you.
oh no, that's not me. I mean, you're technically my superior and my senpai, so I gotta respect that. And it's a pleasure sharing the desk with you. So
Do
thank
I
you,
look
virtual
like
desk.
oh
No, this is what I think the
I
chat will disagree that you look old, but in terms of like experience in Identity 5, I look up to that. So thank you for sharing your insight and knowledge with me and everyone watching on the stream as we move on to our match number 2 between AT and 5HS. And as I was saying before, the previous performance of AT, they did a pretty good performance against GK. They haven't gone the distance, which 5HS proves that they can go. So
yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see these styles match up and how they're going to be able to adjust in terms of how long they can go in this legendary mechanic. Because, I mean, 5HS just gave us a preview that they can hang in the grand finals because they made it to extra time against MRC in the first day. So
Yes.
it's time for AT to, really cement their spot to punch their ticket tomorrow if they can take down 5HS. Again, any which way, because right now we're in a tie, ladies and gentlemen, 4 apiece. Really,
Yes.
just doing the math is very painful. Like it's just there's so
I
much
told you.
variables to
I
consider.
told you. That I mean, I can't really blame you for that. But like what you've mentioned, this is like technically a reset for both sides
Mm-hmm.
of the team. So I think the main objectives for both is to just really get that beautiful sweep that
Mm-hmm.
also everyone would really look forward to, and the
Mm-hmm.
fact that both of these teams also have secret pocket picks they have on their play. So anytime they could really decide on choosing that in the certain type of round in the certain type of half into as our game progresses. But um going back right into the performances that they had earlier on our round one, yeah, round
Mm-hmm.
one of match two, it's pretty amazing how both of our teams neutralize
Yes.
uh the performances of each, because at any time, let's say onto the first half, they
Mm-hmm.
could have had that let's say 3-1 score. But you know what, with the discipline of both sides of the team is really being painted out in a manner in which that is similar to match number one, wherein they are really having head on battles with the momentum of
Mm-hmm.
each and every team. And take note, there was a pause earlier. The
Yes.
fact that they were able to really be consistent and stick with their initial game plan is
Mm-hmm.
something really both amazing and threatening at the same time.
And you also have to highlight if high level Identity 5, you have an adjusting phase, right?
Mm-hmm,
And the
mm-hmm,
best thing you can do now is maybe match 1 is just the feeling out process. No, none of the scores technically moved. We're still 4-4. It's still an even playing field. So now I'm thinking that these two teams are just slowly getting the download on each other. And then in match number 2 and 3, that's when they're going to turn up the heat because I think they want to play in the long term.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
definitely. And when you see playing the long term, it's kind of really, to me, I think it's a battle of consistency right
Mm.
now for what I am, really having my guts in here.
Mm-hmm.
Because skill wise, both of them, okay, check. Discipline, patience, okay, check. But the consistency, however, is where one of the deciding factors come into play. Because what if in this round too, there would be some shake-ups or turn of events in which it could really not really destroy, more like tear down, I guess, the momentum, or
Mm-hmm.
take it into a very slowly pace. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretty
Yeah.
interested. I mean, I have my
Yeah.
notes right here looking at how
Mm-hmm.
they managed to really draft out their compositions. Both of them are
Exactly.
fundamentals, but both of them are quite exotic as well. So
Yeah, especially 5HS when you know what when push comes to shove and the metas are out the door, rest assured that they'll pull out some surprise picks and pull out some unconventional and exotic picks, as you said, and make that work. And I like what you said, consistency. How can these teams stay consistent with a different cast of characters that's in their roster? They still need to produce the same results, but with different conditions and different toolkits given to them as
yeah.
the match progresses.
Mm-hmm.
So it really is a test of character and a test of team fortitude as we move on as the matches progresses.
Mm-hmm, really. And just a quick prediction on your side. I mean, what do you think will be the movement of both sides of the team? Would they go for again a fundamental one, or just
Uh,
really, utilize whatever kits they have?
I think if we're gonna go with how they performed in the previous days, which is day number 1, they're gonna get the metas out the door first, and we're gonna see some surprise picks in match number 3. They're gonna try to make the most out of these meta picks. They're gonna try to get as much points as they can before they have to delve into their preferred picks, because their preferred picks are their like secret bazooka or something. They're secret weapons. Because now these are your old reliables. These are your this sturdy old reliable bloody queens and your dream witches. But if need be, they will definitely pull out something out of the ordinary for them to shake up their opponent. But I digress. Let's go into this matchup.
Yes, indeed. And now this is round 2, first half between 5HS as the survivors this time, and Dongxuan will be the hunter. So this is pretty interesting because, okay, Bloody Queen won't be coming out to play again. Like what we predicted, they will be sticking into the meta in terms of bans. And let's see if the M&Ms won't be out. Okay, Seer. Okay, that is 1 out. And let's see if it's a mechanic or a mercenary. But I think it's a mechanic.
I agree with the Bloody Queen ban because I think they're just showing respect to Don Chong's Bloody Queen. Oh, and a forward. Okay, shifting things up a little bit.
Yes, this is what we've been talking about, really respecting the forward capacities of both teams since they already got to know each other during round 1. And this is amazing. Speaking of amazing, it looks like we'll be seeing a Gravekeeper on our hands, followed by, I bet that's the Mercenary. And let's see if they would be getting a mechanic and then a perfumer.
Yes. For sure. Well, yeah, for sure. They can't sleep on the mechanic. The mechanic is a great pick, and as you said, the priestess is coming out. The perfumer will be benched for now because Sayora, check out where we're gonna settle this. Moonlit River Park once again, I believe. So a really big map, and you saw how the priestess can just maneuver around the terrains of this map.
Indeed, and of course for Dongxuan, let's see if he would be opting for a Dream Witch, or does he will be choosing a Wu-Chang. 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 This is good. I am gonna see some teleporting. Poch, you will agree with me when I said that, okay, Priestess can maneuver and closing up the gaps of this one complex map. But at the same time, to complement it, to really counter it, Wu-Chang too has teleports up on his sleeve and will be using that umbrellas to poke his way to victory.
Saving probably the other, wanting to cement this deadly Wu-Chang to just try to gain as much points for their team as possible. AT's Dongxuan going with a Wu-Chang. You see you, SGG, Dalong, and Ling with a Gravekeeper, Mercenary, Mechanic, and Priestess. Can 5HS handle the teleportation, the umbrellas, the incredible hitbox of this very devastating Wu-Chang? How many survivors will be able to survive? Let's jump right into the match.
Wu-Chang, Wu-Chang, yeah, here we are, ladies and gents, detectives of all ages and sizes. Looks like, let's have a sneak peek as our round 2 first half comes into play, with Dongxuan right here really spotting out the doll as early as possible, and bye-bye goes it for now. But again, this is not gonna deter the mechanic because he could still use it with the remaining time that the robot has. And again, look, going so stealthy.
Oh no!
Right onto the roller coaster with hits along right here. That was some quick and snifty presses of buttons, and again goes for the hit successfully. Beautiful, just beautiful.
Yup, DeLong really wanting to down this mechanic, but the Gravekeeper is in that area as well, and now he's removing the pallets. DeLong has a chance to probably transition to another spot here to kite this Wu Chang, but look at that. Oh, and we're going to see a downed mechanic. Excellent stuff from Dong Xuan.
This is such an early game aggression coming from Dong Xuan right here, really utilizing that hit range that, you know, Wu Chang has. I mean, everybody could really relate to me when I said that this specific hunter has a big hitbox. And speaking of hitbox, that was just so beautiful.
Excellent stuff. Just really hampering the decoding progress of all the 5HS, and now DeLong is able to get out of the rocket chair, and look at this, Dong Xuan on the hot pursuit here. Oh, nice burrow here. Tide Turner is still in effect, and Dong Xuan trying to look for his mark. Where did the mechanic go? He's still looking for him.
Yes,
oh, you landed right there.
Landed in front of Dong Xuan, unfortunately, and this is going to be another effort for Mechanic to really miss out, but unfortunately, again, that umbrella is really gonna get into your nerves because of that very long hit range effect, and now he's gonna transition himself to Andrew right here. Oh, if you don't know Andrew, this is Gravekeeper. Okay, that would be
excellent movement from Andrew, though. That's some awesome stuff.
Beautiful stuff. Yes, indeed, Potch. And again, this is a good opportunity for Dong Xuan to just really, you know, put Mechanic down in a rocket chair. You know what? You just sit back, relax as I, you know, get all your other teammates right here. But again, this is not going to stop 5HS.
5HS really has to just try to piece a plan together as the Mechanic is back on the chair. You see SGG, but there is that umbrella, that constant threat of teleportation. Mechanic is gonna get hit. Tide Turner is still a factor, and now DeLong really playing with fire here as he tries to move away from Dong Xuan.
Yes, indeed. I love it how he prioritizes the mechanic. It only goes to show that this really denies 5HS that you know, a bit of more of decoding progress. At the same time, this also denies them a survivor, because that's already one survivor down, and he's gonna teleport it in a manner where he can really close up the gap with the other survivors, and goes into the carnival area. And here we have you, Andrew, will be digging his way inside to really evade that hit. That was a timely good stuff.
Yeah, and now we have 2 ciphers remaining. Dong Xuan still on the hunt of this Gravekeeper. Swings, nice movement from Andrew. But oh my goodness, 2 injured survivors here. Ling seems to be the only one that has no injuries left. And you know what? 2 ciphers remaining. Still, the momentum could shift in anyone's favor. Let's see how it favors Dong Xuan as he still is on the hunt of this very slippery Gravekeeper.
Okay, that was nice, you know, predictions from Dong Xuan, really pinning out the Gravekeeper right here with the help of his skills, so that Andrew would go back, and then he would use the umbrella for that hit, and down will you go. And then again, this is a very different, you know, pace that Dong Xuan is demonstrating to us right now. Very aggressive and very early. He take down one of the members of 5HS. Okay, what's the option right here, Poch? Okay, Rosary already hit. Will be taking that with
Prime. Cypher is primed though.
Cypher is primed. Okay, I think they would be knocking that out. Oh, that is a beautiful Cypher pop right there. But again, going back, Wu Chang has detention, Poch. Wu Chang has detention.
Yes,
and he can easily knock this out in a bit.
But Dong Xuan tried to drop the pallet. You tried to drop the pallet on Dong Xuan, but Dong Xuan will fall, and now the teleport is going to be used. Excellent evasion from the Priestess, and as you mentioned, we have some detention on deck with this Wu Chang, and now Ling trying her best to just move around the map, try to buy as much time as possible as she kites around this roller coaster site.
this may be on the favor of Dongshun when he really, you know, goes into a very fair distance where he can really abuse his hitbox. But then going back right here, Ling really does some good work here in terms of abusing the terrains and the portals in a timely manner. And this, the thing about it is that it made way for the Gravekeeper to go to the other side of the gate and potentially open that up.
Yep, and now Dongxuan still focusing on Ling. If you can look at the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, the mercenary is trying to meet up with the Gravekeeper, and that was excellent evasion from Ling. And oh my goodness, Dongxuan again trying to close out that distance, goes for the hit, and the Priestess is going down. It is a 2-2 game once again, Theora.
2-2. Man. I mean, like what we've been saying earlier, Wu Chang have the upper hand, especially onto the early seconds of the game. But you know what? The magic or the beauty about it is how well the Priestess was able to utilize her kit. You know, just really containing the Hunter and letting Gravekeeper escape, you know, to really safety. It just goes to show that we will. It's like a message that we won't let you like take, you know, as much points as you can. And I like the decision from 5HS to just really go for the tie instead of risking a save.
Right. You know, it just they just want to cut their losses and try to get as much survivors out there. The tension is so deadly, and that Wu Chang hitbox with that umbrella is just unreal, especially when he has detention. So great job on the Priestess, really buying time for the Gravekeeper to open the exit gate, as well as the mercenary getting out just in time. So we're all tied up 6-6.
Yeah, and man, this is. You know what? If we get another tie right here. Wait. I think I'm gonna sneeze, but wait. Okay, no, okay. I won't. Okay. I saved it. If we get another tie right here, I'ma say it right now. I will. I love these two teams already.
Everyone is waiting. Yes, I agree with you there.
Them really in the zone, not being deterred on what. Okay. We have to admit it that the Wu Chang had this aggressive play, especially on the at the start. You know, really getting the mechanic all throughout. But the fact that they didn't deter from that and still manages to slip their way through onto the other side of the gate is. Wow, you don't really usually some people, you know, just either go risky to save and then it will this both of them the mental stability that they have, man, I wish I had that too.
Yeah, it's just it's not breaking under pressure. It's the constant communication and the constant like team just rotations that were put into play here. As you said, the start of that round really went in the Hunter's favor. It was it swung heavily when Dongchuan started downing a lot of the survivors. But you know what? The survivors having that never say die attitude, 5HS was able to at least pick up the pieces, and they were able to get a 2-man escape. So keeping things on an even playing field with 6 apiece.
Yes, indeed. And let's look at the stats quickly, Poch, right here. And if you notice that Wu Chang had those 15 strikes, so amazing and well thought throughout. But you know what? This is also the importance of the decoding progress as well, because Ling, despite the fact that he isn't just decoding, he was also containing in the long run. And you have to take it note as well to the Gravekeeper for really doing the work as well. So the overall composition was really well thought out and very versatile. And the thing is that they both alternate themselves in a way that they could keep the Wu Chang preoccupied enough to really get that 2-man escape.
Yeah, and you know what? Kudos to AT being able to ban that forward, because if I think he was thinking that, okay, I'm gonna pick a Wu Chang. I don't want this forward to constantly keep harassing me, so let's ban him right away. Keep the mechanic in there. And he was able to really implement that game plan, so super effective on that side of AT Dong Xuan. So shout outs to him. Excellent stuff. Still keeping them on an even playing field, but now we're going to switch things up, going with 5HS as the hunter. And now I'm really interested to see now, because they seem to be going for their preferred characters. So again, 5HS might pull out photographer, who knows, and save the meta pick for the last game. Maybe they'll try to go for broke now, and at least once they hit the last game, they still have the meta pick of either the Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen, if they're able to establish dominance with their preferred characters coming into match number 2.
But to me, let's say, okay, this is round 2, second half, so it's the turn of 5HS as the hunter, right? And the other one will be the survivors. Okay, survivor wise, I think they would still be to me, the way I look at things, I think they would still be going for the fundamentals. And yeah, and I think for the side of the hunter, this goes either way. If number 1, they stick to banning out the M&Ms, or number 2, they would also respect that forward ban. But at the same time, this is also where we start to see an answer, if ever so, that the forward is banned. And one of the survivors that usually our players go to is the Gravekeeper pick, because if you noticed, the mobility that he provides, and the high rate of saves also is another factor. So I think for the second half, we might be able to see. This is just a guess, okay? I mean, I'm not good at predictions whatsoever. I mean, I'm not Miss 100%, okay? But I guess for this specific type of match, okay, Dream Witch will be banned. Or Bloody Queen, Dream Witch or Bloody Queen, either of the two, and I think they will be choosing. Let's say, if not the photographer that they are quite known for, I think I'd like to say Feaster, but it depends. Because this isn't because I'm trying to roast Grizzly or anything, or boasting it out. No. That's not the case. I think it's because it also depends on the map, because this is Moonlit River Park. Feaster, okay. The map is it's bigger than what we usually see, unlike Sacred Heart or unlike Arms Factory. But the thing is, if you are very comfortable with a Feaster pick, and if you're pretty confident in getting it, then it's okay. But with a map like this, I'm not surprised if I'll be able to see a Dream Witch again.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, that's the thing. 5HS did pose a threat with the Dream Witch, so you could even say that AT is going to respect that Dream Witch and ban it right away. So
Indeed.
the Bloody Queen is going to be a factor, and maybe one of his preferred picks, which is probably a photographer, and as you mentioned, maybe a feaster. So it really depends on who AT is going to ban right away. Oh, you got one more?
Maybe, yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking of some of
shoot for the stars. Let's go.
No. I'm just thinking of some of the hunters that were usually used, especially in the certain type of map, because it's really situational, really. So I don't want to drop some bombs lately, especially if I don't know. I think I'm really gonna cling into the Dream Witch still.
Ban, or he's gonna pick the Dream Witch?
Pick. Because because I think Bloody Queen would be, banned out, because there are some scenarios where Bloody Queen is really effective on Moonlit River Park, especially it's like a shorter teleport version of Wu Chang. You know what I mean? Because Wu Chang can teleport. True. Yeah, but Bloody Queen can really, other than the fact that Bloody Queen can pin down some survivors, it can also really teleport to close in the distance. So it's kind of really hefty, and it also really counters what Priestess offers with the Holy Keys. So
that makes sense. I mean, what? 5HS going with a Dream Witch to start things out. It might it might happen again. He might go for another Dream Witch depending on what AT is gonna ban. But now AT has that resource of understanding how 5HS's Yang uses the Dream Witch. So now I guess the ball's in their court on which meta character they want to see and not see. If they'll be the ones to ban out. I think they might want to ban out the Bloody Queen if that's the case. If that's the logic of how she can close out the distance and be a constant terror around this map.
Truly. But again, for this draft and for the side of the survivors, to me, I think Seer and Forward won't be seeing as well. Because I think, both of the teams managed to get by having the mechanic, into the draft. So if you really removed one of the tricky survivors
players,
up on your team, so it could be. So I think
that's very true.
Yeah. So I think we won't be seeing either Seer or Forward into play there.
And to validate that theory, you know what? In the previous matches, they have been using the Forward in their lineup, so it's not too far to say that the Forward could not be seen in this map. As we move on to the second half of this match, ladies and gentlemen, AT versus 5HS, all tied up. Dream Witch is gonna get banned. They don't want to see that Dream Witch, so we could potentially see a Bloody Queen.
Yeah, definitely. And I forgot to mention, we also have the option of having Enchantress as well. I mean, Enchantress is also one of the good situational picks. And going back right here, it looks like Seer and Mechanic won't be into play. So I think Yang here is pretty confident in facing a Forward. But let's see. And I have to apologize if I buffer a lot. Yeah, I buffer a lot, I think, on this, so that you couldn't really understand me, or I'm like a robot right now.
I think you're fine with me. I can fully understand you. So no need for apologies. It's all good. So Forward and Perfumer seeing the light of day here in Moonlit River Park, as well as a Mercenary. And we're just waiting for Mizuki's last pick before we head over to Yang's side to decide who he will be hunting with.
Yes, and so far for the overall lineup, pretty similar. The only difference that instead of a Mechanic, it's a Forward. Am I right? They also had a Perfumer earlier, right?
Yes.
Wait, let me see. I know I took notes of that during. Yes. Wait. Earlier into our first half of round number 2, they have Gravekeeper, Mercenary, Mechanic, and Priestess. And yes, looks like we will be seeing a Bloody Queen this time around in the hands of Yang. So, like what I said earlier, Bloody Queen can be very OP in this certain type of map, because simply it kind of counters what Priestess has to offer in a way.
And this is probably a respect ban from AT. They don't want to mess around with Yang's Dream Witch, and now they want to try to contest against his Bloody Queen as we head into the second half. Moonlit River Park once again, ladies and gentlemen, but now changing the cast just a bit. Yang now sporting the Bloody Queen.
And so far, just a quick location check on our hunters and survivors right here. Looks like we are seeing that Yang is spotted out the Perfumer, but I think that is good. Perfuming skills by Shouty right here, really preventing him from getting all out injured. And now we'll transition to the slides right here. Let's have a little bit of, amusement in the usage of terrains. But going back right here, we have to take note as well, Poch, that this is one of the best kiting areas in our map. And again, going back right here, that was really timely perfumes done by Shouder right here, giving some space for the members of AT to decode. Because if you notice that it was already half a decoding progress on the lower side of our screen.
So Once again, ladies and gentlemen, just taking a very quick break just to check on things technically. But you know what? That was a very great kiting area. You know what? The perfume was used. We still have some pretty healthy resources on all counts, but the perfumer did have to use the perfume just to get the damage, just to not be injured and move away from Yang's visibility as well as his hitbox range, and just keep him busy as the rest of the team was focusing on decoding.
Indeed, and you know, this is the beauty of a very versatile, versatile composition. You get to alternate yourselves, like what we've been saying for the past matches. And the thing about it is that you get to transition yourself or to lure the hunter in a way wherein you get to distance it from the other survivors who are decoding. So pretty interesting how Shouda, even though he was spotted out at the early phases, utilizes the perfumes pretty well. So we can really get to say that the resources weren't, you know, as much spent or invested.
Yeah, it was spent wisely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure, because the trade-off was he's still healthy, he's still up, he wasn't taken down by how many times that the Bloody Queen swung at the perfumer. The perfumer is still healthy, and we also got to see some slides happen. Again, one of the great kiting areas of Moonlit River. Very well aware was Xiaodi of the terrain around him and how to maximize it to the full potential to gain his team enough time to just really focus on the objectives of getting those ciphers popped.
But then again, as much as, you know, there are some issues that needs to be addressed right now. So, you know, I mean, I think everyone would agree when I say that, you know, like what I said, the pauses can really change one's momentum, and the way on how both of these teams can really stay consistent and can really stay determined and tilt proof is something that you really have to highlight, because we had a similar pause earlier, right? So, and the thing is that they weren't as shaken off just because there was a certain event that like this. So
exactly, they're called professionals. They are professionals, and I'm pretty sure that their mental stamina and their mental stack has accounted for this. And right now you see that they're still trying to get themselves in the game, trying to get themselves warmed up. That was it was still in the early part of the match. Yang was able to spot out the perfumer. Excellent target, but you know what, the perfumer had a good kiting session so far. I can't wait for them to resume the match, but as of now, you know what, some technical difficulties, stuff we can't control, but I'm pretty sure that the people over here are just on top of everything as we try to head back into that match.
Yeah, and most probably. And you know, the thing is, it gives me chills, and of course, guys, I really would like to apologize if I sniff a lot. I don't have allergies. No, I don't. I'm just really caught by the intensity of the games that we are having right now, and it's, you know, it's kind of morning when we started, so yeah, the morning blues were getting into me. But going back into the match that we have right now, again, based on to the draft that we have, let's see again. I mean, I know, I swear, I jot this down. That was a forward. Yeah. That was a forward mechanic, mercenary, and perfumer for the survivor side. On the hunter, we have the Bloody Queen. So and on the early seconds of the game, perfumer was the one luring out the hunter.
Bloody Queen,
and when we saw it onto the lower side of the screens, that the decoding progress of each and every one was already going to half or above half already, it only goes to show that the containment time of Shouda is really showing. We're really witnessing it. And if that keeps up, this could be a potential cypherish. But then again, we cannot really conclude as early as that, because Yang is doing really a swell job in keeping up the pace in terms of the kiting capacities of the perfumer.
Yes, and the perfumer really playing to her strength, really kiting the hunter as long as she can to buy out the time that is needed to go for those cipher rushing, that cipher rush strategy. So the question in everyone's mind is how long can Shaudi keep that up? And how much resources does he have left? I believe he spent 2 perfumes, and he's also dropped some pallets. I don't know if any of them have been broken because the match was so fast. And it's a good kiting area he's in. He has the slide to work with. He has the terrain to go around. But then again, you also have that fear of that mirror image that is always a constant threat to just stop you in your tracks and just swipe you out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And the thing about it is that this also leaves the survivors to use that containment time to go and decode as fast as they can. Well, not really as fast as they can, but more of in a pace wherein it's very convenient for them. And the thing is, the mirror images of Bloody Queen can really shorten the distance. So if ever comes to shove the vision wise, or she can really locate the survivors in a way,
Mm-hmm.
maybe after pinning down or maybe after taking the perfumer down, um
Mm-hmm.
during that time. So
Yeah, just secure that one survivor, and then again, that's why it's so important for them to go for that cipher rush, because once the Bloody Queen's attention is away from one survivor, that constant threat of that mirror illusion and the teleport as well is very real, even in a big map like Moonlit River.
yeah.
So it's really a question of how long can Shaudi keep this up, and how fast can his teammates go for that cipher rush. Because once Shaudi falls, and then they have to change up their strategy right away to see. I don't even know how far the other teammates are from him. So
The-
he seems to be doing pretty well in, just buying the time of the hunter. We've been saying it before that the perfumer is like that clingy girlfriend to just pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Like, don't mind them, mind me. And then once you mind her, she just runs away.
I like how I like your take on the perfumer survivors there,
Mhm.
Potch, and I won't be surprised if you're gonna use perfumer eventually. But
It's
again,
still he's a pretty good kiter, I have to admit. Like one of the
yeah.
top, one of the top in the game. So
Really, really. That's true. That's true. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I agree with you on that.
mhm.
But going back right here, in terms of distance, think of it as the best of both worlds. I mean, perfumer and Bloody Queen dancing onto one side, and then the other three are like onto the other one, really focusing on on the ciphers that are available in that
Right.
area. And I think that's kind of like, I get the logic behind it, because, well, the hunter is far away from you, so the best thing that you gotta do is, really do your thing and just go and decode. But I wanna like highlight what you mentioned earlier, that the perfumer already invested 2 of 3 of the
Mhm.
kits that she has. The thing is, will that one perfume uh be enough to go for a potential 3 cipher kite?
Mm.
That is the question, because sometimes the thing about Bloody Queen's mirror images is that it can pin you down in a situation where you wouldn't really like it. So
Right.
if
Right.
ever that Yang get the hands on the perfumer with invested perfumes already, it only
hmm
means that Yang was able to, one, get a survivor, and number two, decrease the resources that our survivors have. So
True.
I think the main thing, if ever so that what do you call this? Um, if ever so that the
hmm
survivors get to know that, okay, we are down to one survivor, the perfumer is shared. The next go-to thing here would be mercenary, would be one of the main rescuers, which is
mm
usually the fundamental thing to do.
Yes. And
But
also, I want to point out that they still have a priestess.
mhm,
So that can heavily favor the survivors, especially in closing out that distance. Because, like you said, Bloody Queen, yes, can close out the distance as well as the priestess, and it really nullifies taking that bridge. So it's, again, seconds are very valuable in this game. So if you can cut down the time of you trying to go for that rescue, if you have
mhm,
to like travel from one place to another with that holy key, it could play into effect. And yes, I agree that the mercenary is going to go probably make that save, depending on how close or how far, and how much time is spent on the rocket chair as well.
yeah,
A lot of
indeed.
variables.
That is true. I mean, even though let's say that the perfumer is 2 perfumes deficit, by this time, you have to take note that there are still paths for the mercenary, holy keys for the priestess, and of course, mechanic doing her thing with the dolls. And take note that the doll wasn't spotted out yet, so I'm pretty sure it's already dispersed in an area in which the mechanic can go alternately decode. Um, so far, that is like the strategy for the survivors, but the hunter this time, Yang, I want to focus on how he would be able to do this. Um let's say that the perfumer is cheered, example right now, but you know what, let's look at it
We don't
later.
have to go to an example.
Yeah, we
Let's
don't have
go.
an example. This is it. We will be able to see if Shauda will be, seated, but that
Maybe
was
we'll
a
go
bit
back
of
to the example. We're doing this live, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing this live.
I feel so bamboozled. I was
Yeah, I
already
was like,
I was
and then,
hyped to really save myself from the grace of people not being annoyed at me. But okay, come on, Sayo, stop it with your example. That's the game already. But you know what? They bamboozled me again.
Well, again, we can't take anything away from what they're doing now. They want to have the best optimal conditions in terms of playing this. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do understand that what we want the most effective and most just high level play out of these opponents. So if something is not up to par, you definitely have to call that out. We want to know who the best of the best is in the in a zero variable or zero distraction type situation. So that is why these players have to signal things when things kind of are a bit iffy. So again, shout outs to these teams for being just representing their countries, and do send them your support because they are fighting for their tournament lives here at the Call of the Abyss 3. Day number 3, Botch and Siora giving you the action, as well as giving you some insight to what we think might happen and probably some examples of what we think might go down as we go into this match number 2 of the second half.
I feel sad. I feel, I was already building the hype by myself when we saw the curtain transition. I was ready to really,
we were all ready, so yeah, you're not alone.
I'm so sad that I got bamboozled because hey, this is the time for me not to talk anymore and just really go on to the game. But it's gonna happen. There are things meant to happen for a reason. Yeah, everything has a reason. And again, these are some uncontrollable traits that we have to understand because it happens. I mean, you guys, if you guys experience these kinds of things, you wouldn't blame us too, right?
Let's talk about what we were mentioning a while ago. You wanted to focus on Yang's strategy now. She was able to burn the perfumer's 2 kits. Oh, do we have to? No, we're going back to ourselves. Hey, what's up, you guys? So we're going to talk about Yang's mentality now. He realized that he's spent a lot of time with the perfumer. The perfumer spent 2 of his kits. Now, he really wants to focus on downing the perfumer. Do you think he's gonna chair the perfumer right away? What would be his next train of thought, or what would be his next plan of action? Wait for the mercenary to come, or just go for that mirror image to try to swat out some survivors near the ciphers?
Initially, when let's say that the perfumer has been knocked down already while all that fiasco was happening, of course your initial reaction would be put this survivor on a rocket chair. And the next thing that you have to do is to use your mirror image to really pin down and corner out the mercenary or any potential rescuers, either the priestess or the mercenary. Yeah, approaching. So that's your best bet. But the thing is, here, of course, onto the survivor side, the best thing that you have to do is really sidestep your way to the perfumer once done, right? So if ever, let's say the save was a successful, okay, then I'm pretty sure that the initial strategy of Yang once again is to target out the perfumer, because that is the survivor that's already placed in a rocket chair, and it kind of gives you more assurance in terms of taking your survivors down. And
Mm-hmm.
let's say that with all of that happening, this would give like a leeway for the mechanic, although having that debuff can still continue on decoding because again the
Mm-hmm.
robot is available, the priestess is there, up for grabs. I'm so sorry, I'm kind of preventing myself from sneezing. But
If you have
again,
to sneeze, just it's okay. Like it's all good.
yeah,
We're all human here. We're all human here.
makes me want to sneeze, and so that magically the everything is gonna be a-okay, and then we go back to the game.
A
But you know what, let's
powerful sneeze.
yes, yeah, the sneeze of doom, let's say. But you know what,
Mm-hmm.
going back to the analysis that we have right now. I think let's say the perfumer is already done and was taken down by Yang. The
Right.
next thing,
Okay.
the next viable or preferred target you would like to have is, if not the mechanic, the next survivor that Yang will be getting to see, or will be getting to go, getting in the area, in the vicinity rather, because
Mm-hmm.
by that time I'm pretty sure that they will be having 3 or 2 ciphers down. So it's, since Yang invested some time in terms of catching up to Shauda, I think it would be best that he would keep the pace a bit of fast
Mm-hmm.
in taking the other survivors down, because you really want the sweep right here. You really want to get a lot of points as much as possible. So I think that's initially what Yang could do once we resume onto the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, excellent analysis. And yeah, that's on paper, that's the strategy, right? And the question in everyone's mind is how long can Shauda keep the attention of the hunter as everyone else tries to just go for those objectives. Again, it really depends on how much attention Shauda can have. He already burned 2 of his perfumes out, and now he has 1
Oh
left.
wait,
Can that one?
wait! I think I am buffering right now. I think why am I still thinking that mechanics in play?
Yeah,
Wait,
it's not. Oh,
wait.
yeah, there's no
That's
mechanics.
the thing. I still think mechanics in play when it's not.
Oh,
Okay,
it's priestess. Yeah.
I lagged right there, guys. I am a very laggy person. The same thing that my connection is at right now. Fudge cake. Okay, forward, priestess, mercenary, perfumer. You have to
Yes.
remember that, Saya. You have to remember that. Okay, I'm still hungover, but our previous matches right now, so you have to
Mhm.
forgive me. Okay. Okay, this is the effects of having allergies. This is bad. This is bad. I need my coffee. This is giving me wrong info right now. This is giving me wrong. Oh goodness, I am so sorry. That is on my end.
Hey,
I
look, again, we're all human here. We're all human here.
I
So,
am not human though. I'm not human though. I'm a potato.
uh, but that doesn't change your analysis, though. If you think about it, you still wanna try to swat all the survivors away once you get the perfumer down. And as we were saying before, the question in everyone's mind is Shao can he contain the hunter, and can this potential perfume once again lead to a 5 cipher kite?
I still can't
Oh, 5
believe
cipher
that.
kite. Sorry, a 3 cipher kite.
Yeah, I still can't believe it myself for being such a slow poke. Right? I'm like one of the, for example, us four. Let's say you, me, Articuno, and Grizzly. I'm like that one friend who, when you gave me a joke, I still don't get it, and then I will have this buffering time, and then that's the time I would get it, and then I would laugh by myself, and you guys are laughing not because of the joke, but because of me, and that's me right now, that is me right now. Okay, so again, I have to apologize that I went a
Okay,
little bit
okay.
back there.
Redemption time. Do you want to change your
Yeah,
analysis now?
no. Actually,
It's still the same.
it's still pretty similar. All you need to do is just really change the mechanic to
Yes.
the
It's not
forward.
that bad.
There.
It was very insightful analysis, so it's all
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So again, I think pressure now. If how depending on when we get back to the game, how many ciphers are gonna get popped and how many are primed, because that's going to add a lot of pressure on Yang, because I lost count with how many seconds, but those precious seconds were burnt and were spent on decoding. So as the hunter is being contained, more pressure is going to be on Yang's side.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, like what we said, both of the teams can't really afford any more, resets right now, because if you really want to snag out your spot, you really have to go for that objective wherein you are one above your opposing team. And I think for the side of Yang, if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna do some quick recaps right here. On the first half of round number 2, there was a tie, right?
Yes.
So
all ties.
Yes. So the thing is, for this specific round, I think, let's say, I think that Yang has to get at least 3-1 or a sweep to.
Sayora, hello. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think what Sayora was trying to say was 3-1, or at least I believe a sweep, for them to really claim the spot in this, to really punch their ticket to the next day. So just to recap, ladies and gentlemen, the Hunter side in match number 1 was on the first half AT, and then they switched it up, having Yang being the Hunter, and really painting a picture of how even these teams are. It all ended in 2-2. And now Yang is going to be on the Hunter side. They respected the Dream Witch of him so much that they had to ban it in this map. And now Yang is rocking the Bloody Queen. And so far, he's being pretty effective with burning the perfumes of the Perfumer. But the thing is, Xiaoda really containing the Hunters so well that he was really able to buy his team enough time for them to just go for those decoding and try to pop as much ciphers as they can in the early game. Question in everyone's mind is, how long can he keep it up? Again, it's really neck and neck, and the pause was very unfortunate, but it's really building up the anticipation. And I think building the anticipation enough for Sayora to just lose her connection here. But it's going to be so intense as we move on to the match number 2. Really, I'm really looking forward to actually match number 3, because if history dictates, 5HS Yang is a very skilled hunter with the photographer. He was able to 5-0. He's able to get 5-0 in one of the matches in the day number 1. So I think AT, realizing that they don't want to see that photographer, they really have to make magic happen in this match number 2 before they force the meta bans to get out and force the preferred picks to come in. So AT, again, they did sweep GK in day number 1. Amazing performance so far, with GK being one of the strongest teams in Southeast Asia. So it's going to be very interesting. And I see that I am not alone. We have the Gaming Grizzly gracing us with his presence, ladies and gentlemen. Show him some love in the chat. Are you just freezing on me, or is this... Oh my gosh. I thought he was trolling me, but I think they just put up a picture of Gaming Grizzly just for a little pop. But do show him your love, ladies and gentlemen. It's Botch Spice with either Gaming Grizzly or Sayora that's going to keep me company. Again, the show must go on. Some slight technical difficulties. As I was mentioning, AT sweeping GK was a big statement in day number 1. But the thing is, this is a match to likely go to match number 3, and we all know that 5HS can go the distance and can perform with that strong mental stack on their favor. Now the question is, AT, very dominant first 2 matches with GK. They're trying to do that again, but you know what? Forces are showing us that it's going to be evenly matched playing field with AT and 5HS. Coming into this, it is 6 apiece between these 2 players, very evenly matched, very even hunters, very evenly performed survivors as well. Both the maps. Yeah, there he is. He is. He's free now. Gaming Grizzly gracing us with his presence. Ooh.
I was here for like a second. I was like, all right, it's my time to cast. Maybe I will see a Feaster match. No, it's not. I'm just here for a second. That's how it works. Oh man,
no worries.
I have been watching you for the entire stream so far. You guys do amazing, and
Thank you.
It's the technical issues right now. I want to apologize to everyone. I see the chat. I'm reading the chat. I know everyone is crazy. It's a difficult situation right there because we don't really have the intel. We don't really know what is going on in the background. We just try to entertain you guys a little bit. We give you a little bit of insight. And yeah, so for now,
so at this time, do send Sayora your love and support, as well as, I mean, she's been sniffling all this time. So, but we are now graced with the gaming grizzly here. Yes, some insight here.
I have been practicing. I heard Xeora's impression of me, right?
Oh, you did? Okay. Let's hear yours.
Do you want to hear mine? Okay. Are you guys ready? Chat, are you ready? I want to see if you okay, let's go. Okay, we jump in gameplay.
In gameplay. And then freeze.
Yeah,
don't do that. You're scaring me. Yeah.
If she's roasting me, I'm getting back to her. That's just how it works.
I know. You're still good.
But honestly, it's fantastic. I love this. Like this entire tournament, we saw at least, I would say, 258 Feaster matches, and I was casting exactly none. Like this is you gotta be kidding me.
It's Sayora had to rub it in your face. I was like, these thoughts don't express my own. It's her individual thoughts.
I mean, even I thought that was absolutely hilarious. That was just like, that was a good tease right there. It's slowly becoming a meme. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't cast any single Feaster matches.
Hey, who knows? I mean, you'll be taking the helm with Articuno in the second half, and you got ALC versus Ace. I'm pretty sure they have a Feaster lined up. So never say never, my friend. Never say never.
That's true. We will also see GR taking part in the second half of the day. I'm super excited to see them. They are the winners of last year's Call of the Abyss 2 event. And I also want to mention, we haven't really talked about this yet. I just want to throw this in real quick. LBM. LBM cannot be here, and I see a lot of people want to see them. It's sad that we have these travel restrictions. They couldn't make it. Therefore, GR was able to advance right away without the need to play in the first 2 days.
Right.
I want to give a huge shout out to the Northern American and European server right now, and to LBM. They did fantastic. They qualified. They were fairly compensated, so they are not mad to not play. I mean, at least they definitely wanted to play, but that's
for
just
sure.
The timing of this entire situation.
I think the fact that we're still pushing through this tournament is a testament to its own, and shout outs to LBM and all the followers out there of LBM, because, you know, I'm pretty sure they would have made it really far in the tournament as well. They performed pretty well, so I'm pretty sure it's also not the last we're going to see of them in competitive Identity 5 play. So do support them, ladies and gentlemen. LBM. Shout out in the chat.
Exactly. And I also want to mention something that is coming up quite soon. It is an unofficial tournament. I want to say this. It is an unofficial tournament. Persuable Cats and we will be on YouTube. Persuable will be on YouTube. I will be on Twitch together with Cats. And we're going to cast it. We have some of the top players from Northern American, European. We want to give something back since we can't compete, since our server can't. I say our server. When I say our server, I mean the Northern American, European server. We can't compete. Our teams can't compete, sadly. And therefore, we wanted to give something back. We had a bunch of top players organizing everything. Cats, Persuable, and we are just casting it. Want to give a huge shout out to Persuable as well. I love you. I miss you. I hope I will see you soon. And that was just a little bit of promotion that I probably shouldn't have done, but
no, it's all good. I mean, just shout outs to all the community out there in whatever region you're in. You know, you guys are keeping the passion burning for Identity 5, content creators out there, players, anyone that just has the game. It's a great time to be an Identity 5 fan. as we're here in Call of the Abyss 3. This is a great game to play, and I believe, you know what, this game is just getting bigger and bigger as the years roll on.
Exactly. It absolutely gets bigger every year. And I already, like, compared to last year, I think they brought up the prize money by 100%. Like last year, it was around 150, a little bit less than 150,000 US dollars prize money. Now we are having well over $250,000 in the prize pool right there, and this is just, it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's getting more intense and more intense.
A lot is on the line, and it's day number 3 because, you know what, grand finals is just a day away, so a lot is on the line. There's so much teams here that, you know what, that deserve that actually want your support, ladies and gentlemen. So do sound it off on the chat, because they are that close to punching their ticket to Identity 5 Glory, Call of the Abyss 3, day number 4. Mark your calendars, because it is happening tomorrow. And now, Gaming Grizzly, I know you're in the background. I know that you're watching the matches. It's evenly matched between AT and 5HS. We've had the privilege of watching 5HS, and they went overtime. While I was painting the picture that AT did sweep GK. So give us your thoughts on the initial matchup.
The thing is, okay. I first of all, can you repeat the question?
Thoughts on 5HS versus AT, because right now.
Okay, all right. I got it. Absolute. The thing is, I am not rooting for both of. I'm rooting for none of these teams, because, like, I don't want to say that I am rooting for none. I'm rooting for both of these teams, because they are both absolutely great, and I would love to see both of them advance. But I have when we look back at the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, we had GR the champions, kicking out 5HS during the semifinals. So that would actually be something that I'm really interested to see again, to see GR versus 5HS. Not because I don't want to see AT advance, just because I kind of want to see this rematch. I kind of want to see if these two giants can go against each other again, and who will win this time. That would be interesting to see. That
would be very interesting to see. Yeah, and that makes sense. A grudge match is always good, and shout outs to GR, because they will be the next match coming up. I believe you and Articuno will be taking that helm. BZY versus GR. That's going to be an excellent match, I believe. But I digress. Yes. AT versus 5HS, evenly matched. And I agree with Grizzly here when I say that these two teams are really great. So it's really hard to really pick which one will go. Again, we're at that point, day number 3. It's so hard to pick or like try to root for one, because they're all so good.
That's true. That's very true. Like, seriously, we saw these teams already compete. Every single, except of GR, we saw every single team competing, and I kind of want everyone to get into the next round. I kind of want to see them all again tomorrow, but that's just sadly not how it works. And I am super excited for the upcoming matches. For example, you already mentioned it, BZY versus GR. First of all, we haven't seen GR's performance this year yet, not in the final tournament at least. And BZY, very well known for actually picking off meta hunters. We saw the photo boy, we saw the feaster already. And then we saw also a bloody queen. They really have proven themselves to even, get into the next round by using hunters that are not that commonly picked during the tournament.
Yeah, very interesting strategy yesterday at BZY. They go with their off-meta picks to make that a threat, to save the on-meta picks for the last round. And that's just, it's an incredible gamble in their part, and incredible faith they have in their off-meta strategies.
Yes, it's true. And especially when we look back at the matches, the feaster. In general, I can't think of any match in which the feaster did not get at least 2 survivors. And talking about BZY, he was utilizing his feaster, bringing down. That was something. He was coming in with a 5-point game, a 4 survivor elimination. That was crazy, and I'm absolutely looking forward to see this again.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely looking forward to all feaster games.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that as well. They're just showing Feaster's showing a real promise here. You know, shout outs to all the Feaster mains out there, Gaming Grizzly included. He's such a Feaster advocate. So hopefully, sound off in the chat if you want to see a cast of Gaming Grizzly with a Feaster matchup, because I would love to see that.
I want to see some Feaster emoji spam right now, some little calamari spam in the chat. I would love to see that. I remember back in the day when the Feast was kind of new, or maybe like during the first few months, everyone was like, Feaster's not that good. Feaster might be an easy to use character. I don't want to say he is extremely complex like the Dream Witch. I don't want to compare him to the Dream Witch because he is probably a little bit easier to understand and to control, but you have to consider, you already said it, he's one chunky boy, he's super slow.
You're gonna use it, yes.
I always loved the Feaster. And I know that not a lot of people shared my love to the Feaster. During the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, it was actually pretty surprising that we saw Feaster matches, and even Persuable was casting with me back then. He was hating these matches because I was getting my Feaster boy to see in the tournament, and he was just like, I don't like the Feaster. But if I look at the chat, if I look at the entire chat, and if I just look at these top players right here picking the Feaster, the chat rooting for the Feaster players, my heart just beats like 10 times faster. I'm super excited that the Feaster made it to one of the top hunters. I always knew it. I'm telling you, I always knew it.
Yes, the Feaster. Show some love for that Feaster again, because like, I mean, those tentacles. It's like you really have to time the placement of it, and it's so rewarding when you get a quick down, one hit, then the tentacle. Oh, that feels good as a Feaster main.
Really, really feels good. Yeah, absolutely. The tentacles. Also, like, just using the tentacle to get the direction of the nearest survivor. That is a strategy that is just so powerful, at least in my opinion, because especially during the tournament right here, when sometimes you need the 4 survivor elimination. We saw this before. Sometimes there is a situation where either you get 4 survivors out of there or you are disqualified, right? And with the Feaster's ability to actually find the the closest survivor, you actually, can just down one survivor and go and hunt down the other one. It's really, really, like, other hunters have the ability to, but I don't know. I'm probably just talking way too much about the Feaster already.
I honestly think that aside from watching Call of the Abyss and seeing Feaster gameplay, I think there's going to be a rise in quick matches where people are going to be trying out the Feaster. So that's courtesy of you and the top tier teams that have been flexing that Feaster gameplay. So we will see some love on the chat for that Feaster. But now let's talk about that match again. AT versus 5HS, a scary Bloody Queen in Moonlit River.
Ooh, that was really, really good gameplay. Bloody Queen is always extremely dangerous, no matter what. It doesn't really matter on which map she is utilized. She's always extremely dangerous, and every one of these top players just exactly knows how to use the mirror image and how to get to these survivors. I think if you're facing either the Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen, both of these hunters, you're already in a really, really difficult situation. The hunter itself just puts so much pressure on the survivors. So, yeah.
And you know what? Kudos to Shaudi being able to hold his own in that long containment time with the perfumer. So it's really tough for him to just buy time and really get the attention of that Bloody Queen, and let alone Yang's Bloody Queen. We've seen what he can do with that Bloody Queen in day 1, and he is a very skilled and feared hunter. So that's just how evenly matched these two teams are. And now, actually, just painting a picture of the first match, he did use Dream Witch at the start, and they forced a ban of Dream Witch. Now he's forced to pick another meta pick, which is the Bloody Queen. So, you know what? The cards are slowly being put on the table. And as we said before, Grizzly, we live for these moments to head to round number 3.
The thing is about round number 3, I mean, we already saw 5HS participating in round number 3, right? We saw their Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, and then in round number 3, they picked the Photographer, which that was a really good. They needed 5 points, and they were getting these 5HS made the Photographer look so so powerful. So
Yes,
not
I was
easy
gonna
to play.
say, dare
Not
I
easy
say,
to play.
yeah, it was great. It was good.
He was making the photographer look absolutely powerful. And he obviously is. And then actually making it to the 4th round. And thanks to the 5-point game with the photographer, they managed to actually win against the opponent team. And the thing is, what we did not see around 3, neither around 4 for AT. So I'm really looking forward to round 3 as well, because we will see which kind of off-meta pick they will go for the Hunter.
Yeah, and the question also on everyone's mind is that does AT get better as the rounds progress? Because 5HS has proven, and they've been tried and tested in the Flames against MRC, and they proved they can actually go the distance.
They can. The thing is, that's what I say. This is like a really like a statement that is pretty much a no-brainer. In every situation, you can say, if someone can turn this around, this is AT. Or if someone can turn this around, it is 5HS. Because you already said it, you already mentioned it. Both teams are pretty much on the same level when it comes to skill. And they have proven it many times already. And excited to see who will progress within the tournament.
Exactly, and going with the meta picks still now. I mean, we see some of those preferred picks. I believe there was an acrobat, and both these teams actually, based on previous performances, they do go for the forward meta, and we've seen a lot of forward play, and it's been really jiving with how teams are composed now.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to be honest, I love forward play. When it comes to Survivor gameplay, I'm usually picking the forward.
Nice.
I'm picking survivors that can, annoy the hunter a little bit. And just seeing how these top players utilize the forward, we have seen crazy things happening. Do you remember the one match where we had 2 survivors down at the exit gate, and then the forward was dashing in, just bringing down the survivor that was on the balloons at the exit gate, making the 4 survivor escape happening? I'm sorry, I can't recall the teams right now, but
BZY versus VX. BZY versus
that was so risky. That was so risky, yet so good. I love to see that. I live for that.
It was a great moment. I think they clipped it and posted it on the social medias of the Identity 5 groups, wherever it may be. But yeah, those moments are just jaw-dropping because wow. And I'm pretty sure everyone's trying to practice their forward maneuvering, because it's possible to do that. That was the game changer.
Yeah, it really and then. I mean, I can totally understand why they would put that in the highlights right there, because there was definitely one of the most intense situations, one of the most risky plays, as well as most intense, as well as most rewarding situations, in my opinion, in the entire tournament so far. Still curious to see what is happening in the future. And you already said we saw an acrobat as well as an enchantress on 5HS's side. So maybe I saw that earlier in the chat. A lot of people were wondering, can we please get Mike again? Can we please get the acrobat again? And Mike is the acrobat, right? Yes, I think so. I think so. Hopefully I'm not. I'm playing the game. I'm playing the game since day one. I'm basically a veteran when it comes to everything. I have been there forever, and now I'm messing up. I think it's the acrobat. So I actually think. I actually think that a little bit of a prediction for the next matches when it comes to round 3, as well as maybe round 4. We don't know. That we might see an acrobat on 5HS's side.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good prediction. The acrobat, very underrepresented. We've seen actually some acrobat gameplay in day number 1, and he is an effective kiter, and he really can gimp the speed and the hunting ability of the chosen hunter. So used effectively, it can be very terrorizing on the side of the hunter.
Absolutely, putting a lot of pressure. We have seen the gameplays of the acrobat slowing down the hunter. It's crazy. While the hunter is actually hunting down someone else, the acrobat is just coming in, throwing down the mud bomb to slow down the hunter.
Yes. Actually,
and
One question I wanted to ask you. You were there in Call of the Abyss too. Describe to us the energy of that crowd, because I want to picture what's happening in the houses of people that are watching this now.
You can't imagine what is going on there. It's crazy. Okay, so we are casting in English, right? And on the main stage, we had the Chinese caster. Obviously, it was a huge Chinese event, so we have the Chinese casters on the main stage. We were kind of in the background. Like usually we didn't hear a lot, right? Because we were kind of isolated. But when plays like this, plays like the forward rescue, when these two survivors were down at the gate, when something like that happened, we couldn't hear our own voice because of the crowd just screaming, just completely losing it because these top players just showing off what they can do. I have to say, it was an absolutely fantastic experience to be there, to see all these fans. You had the top teams. You have to imagine this. The top teams had like a little booth, right? And there were a lot of fans just waiting. They were waiting for 30 minutes. They were waiting, I think, up to 60 minutes just to get an autograph. There is, it's unbelievable how big the entire fan base is right there, especially in China, And they are not only top players right here, they are celebrities.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Actually, I was watching some of the cast preparing for Call of the Abyss 3, and some of the screams would bleed to the microphones when you and Persuadable were casting. And I think at one point you were like taken aback, like, oh, that's the crowd you guys are hearing. So the passion is alive.
We were so confused because it was so loud, and we were like, what is happening? Are we hearing this through our own headset right now? Or, oh no, that's actually the crowd. That was crazy. The energy right there was absolutely crazy. Sadly, we can't see this year, obviously not. I think Netties did a fantastic job on how they managed to still come up with the Call of the Abyss 3 without, like, there are so many obstacles. During the year 2020, there were so many events that had to be cancelled, but not with Identity 5. No, we got the Call of the Abyss 3. It's a little bit different this time. We are all sitting at home in our beautiful homes and in front of my beautiful wall, and we are casting it. I think they did a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, giving the community this amazing Apex event for the community is just it just shows that NetEase, Happy Valley, they really care about the Identity 5 family that is watching right now, whether it is in the English streams, the Japanese streams, or the Chinese streams. So many thanks to you guys, because you've created an amazing game and you're taking care of the communities very well.
Exactly. And you know what? Let's just talk a little bit. Since we are waiting right here, I know that the chat wants to see the matches. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry, viewers. Don't worry, audience. We want to see these matches too. We are excited for these matches, but sadly, again, technical issues during events like this, it's common. This can happen. We have to be prepared for this. So we are just, you know what? I want to ask you, which character that you haven't seen, or that you maybe only have seen once during the tournament, do you want to see again, or do you want to see for the first time?
Okay. So I still want to show some love to my boy Kevin, the Cowboy.
Yes.
I would love to see the Cowboy. Wouldn't that be hyped?
That would be so good, because Cowboy can be crazy good and can be so surprising. Ooh, I would, like, seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, like in the poster of the Call of the Abyss, he's there, and he has that cool lasso, the flames. So it would be very fitting if we see, yeah, exactly, right there, referencing Grizzly's background. Wouldn't it be great to see some top-level Cowboy gameplay? I mean, I'm really terrible at Cowboy, and I apologize to my teammates whenever I try to go for that rescue, but oh no, I missed.
Cowboy is like, not easy to play as, and he can be extremely fun if you have someone in your team that can play Cowboy. I don't worry, I'm with you. I can pull off one or two lucky rescues, and then everyone is like, "Oh, Grizzly, you did great," and I'm like, "Yeah, that was absolutely planned."
It's so planned. That was all part of the plan.
Calculated. It's all part of the plan. That's what I say when I go down usually. As soon as I go down, just wait. It's all part of the bigger plan.
Yes, all part of the plan indeed. You know what? Just yeah, you guys focus on decoding. I'll keep him distracted while I'm down here. It's all good. So
I will give you enough time for everything. I'm just, you know.
Distracting, exactly. I believe we are getting some word on the situation right now, and this is a pretty rough translation, but I'm just gonna say it to the people that are wondering about the match. So it says, during round 2 of the second half, changing a bug, Shouty's perfumer between the Bloody Queen. It has been determined that these bugs are heavy impact and can really weigh the outcome of the event. So after consulting with the referee and coordinating with both teams, they reached a solution to remake and replay the game for that particular half. So this would take about 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so do stick around. Again, these issues will come up. It's a live event, and it can't be helped, and we do want these teams to play to their most optimal performance.
Did you just say 2 minutes until we see the match again?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I love you for that. I love you for just for that sentence. I love you. 2 minutes. You heard it here. The wait is almost over. 2 more minutes.
About 2 minutes. Let me just give myself a little leeway here.
Okay. About 2 minutes. I give you that. That's fine. Mm-hmm. But at least we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like we can see that we are getting into the game quite soon. So you said we're gonna play round 2, match 2 again. Am I right?
Yes. So I believe it's still gonna be the same cast of characters. We're gonna see that Bloody Queen, the perfumer, the forward, I believe, in the mercenary, and we're just transitioning to see what's happening on stage. Again, these things can't be helped, but you see that these players are still focused and looking for, the eyes are still on the prize. And here we go again. The teams have come to a resolve here. 5HS with the Bloody Queen, and Nuosher with the forward, Xiaodi with the perfumer, Mercenary by YP, and Mizuki with the priestess on AT side.
All right, here we go. Round 2, second match, second game. We have Yang coming in with the Bloody Queen. We already said this before. Bloody Queen extremely dangerous, always putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side right away by using the mirror image and trying to find a survivor that can be really good for the beginning of the game.
Yep, still scouting around, looking around for any of these survivors, goes through that portal just to get rid of it, just to cut off the movement of the survivors. Norsher is in the radar while Yang is in the hot pursuit over here at the 2-floor building. Norsher still going for that, and the forward escapes the clutches, but the stun though, and my goodness, the Norsher is going to get injured.
First hit right there from 5HS. Good job. Really putting a pressure on the survivor team, because as survivors, you want to stay alive, especially early game, as long as possible. Because if there's someone going down early game, you need to go for the rescue. Decoding speed will be a little bit slower. But what we can see right here from Nuoxy, doing a fantastic job just getting distance between 5HS right here. But that was a terror shock by vaulting the window. Great job, great call from Yang, getting his first survivor down and bring him to the rocket chair.
And me and Grizzly have talked about this. Having this forward out of the gameplay removes that harassment survivor that Yang has to worry about. And Xiaodi in the area looking for that. But Mizuki, though, was closer, and he's just gonna get rid of that portal. Mizuki's still in the vicinity here. And you see the aggression on Yang trying to snipe it out. And now we have a rescue. Tide Turner is now in effect.
Really good rescue. Tried to make this global portal happen to give the forward even more time to get away, but global portal was destroyed. Noxy taking another hit right here. This is really good for 5HS, bringing down the forward yet again, bring him to the rocket chair yet again, and we can see still 5 Cypher machines remaining. If we look in the bottom left corner, Priestess and Mercenary are about to pop 2 of these, so this means we are now pretty much down to 3 Cypher machines while the forward is sitting on the rocket chair yet again. We can also see Priestess cannot bring down that Cypher machine. No, 5HS is coming in. Bloody Queen's image.
He's coming in hot, and as you said it best, that this Bloody Queen does pose a threat with those mirror image and just really swatting away anyone that tries to touch a Cypher. Yang is making a statement here, trying to get rid of the forward, and it's about a few seconds left until we're going to say bye-bye to this forward, and now we are in a 3-survivor team at the side of AT.
There was really not much to do for AT. There was almost no chance to rescue right here. 5HS's Bloody Queen is so dangerous and really was guarding that chair. Really wanted to get the first survivor out of the game early because, again, this is crucial. Getting one survivor out of the game gives you more time because the decoding speed will slow down. Now already having Mizuki on the rocket chair right there, we can see that the Perfumer is getting ready to rescue, and Mercenary just decoding, just putting, you know, time that he has on the decoding right here.
Yep, just focusing on those objectives. Xiaodi is going to try his best to make the approach here. Still sprayed the perfume, and now he's going to travel back as he saved Mizuki, but there's no more Tide Turner. Mizuki is trying to use the Holy Keys to her advantage over here at Carousel, but here we go. Yang teleporting to that Holy Key just to nullify it, and still on the pursuit of this Priestess.
Great rescue from the Perfumer right there. Absolutely fantastic rescue. Shortly before the halfway mark was reached, so making sure that Mizuki could get on a rocket chair again. But Mizuki with the portals doing a fantastic job, but still, you can't just escape these mirror images. They are coming through, and the hits, they just land. 5HS doing a fantastic job trying to put Mizuki on the rocket chair for the second time, really concentrating to make this happen right here.
And Yang did see that the Perfumer is in the area of the 2-story building. Yang still trying to look for a target here. Again, it is one Cypher remaining while he still guards this Priestess. We've said it before, we said it again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the danger of the Bloody Queen. It is the year of the Queens and the Witches in Identity 5.
And it's also the year of the feast.
Yes! How could I forget?
Alright, here comes
my apologies.
Don't worry. Fantastic shot from the Mercenary, taking it, giving the Priestess a little bit more time to get away. Oh! That's gonna be... that was just... You can't get away right there. What would you do? It's so difficult. Fantastic job. Now going down into the basement, trying to get more time right here.
But look at that, the Cypher was not primed in time, and the Priestess is ballooned, and this is going to be a 2-person deficit now on the side of AT, while there's still one Cypher remaining, Grizzly.
That was a fantastic play from 5HS. I have to say that the team did know that the Cypher machine was not primed. That's the reason why the Priestess was going down into the basement, because when you're in the basement, you have quite some distance to get out of there. But 5HS utilizing the teleport to straight up get to the Perfumer here again. And this means the Mercenary, who is already injured, needs to bring down the Cypher machine. We can see he's working inside of the haunted house. The Perfumer on the other side isn't damaged, can give a lot of time with these perfumes, and could actually give enough time to make the Cypher Prime happen.
Exactly, and you know what? Great job on Yang, really keeping the pressure in this area, because that Cypher is close to being popped, and it's forcing the Mercenary to go decode. And he takes the roller coaster ride, but he was able to hitch a ride! My goodness!
Last seed might give enough time to get out of there. Oh! Can't believe what I'm seeing right here. That's so good. That is fantastic gameplay from the Perfumer. Look at the Cypher machine. Cypher machine almost primed. Good job. That would have been such a difficult situation if the Perfumer would have gone down.
Exactly. Watch out. Yang, though, cutting the speed short, but no, the Cypher is popped and Xiaodi is still on the run. Yang has detention now. How can this Perfumer juke and jive? And no, the Perfumer is falling down.
That was so quick. The gameplay right there, the coordination of the survivors, fantastic job. But you have to give kudos to 5HS. 5HS is just dangerous. It's just starting to bring out these survivors one by one. I think actually saw the Mercenary over there and is getting over there trying, with teleportation.
Oh, wow.
Really wants to get these 5 points. Really wants to get these 5 points right here.
Yang is hungry for those 5 points, and the delayed effect is now counting down YB still trying his best. The dungeon is right there, but the perfumer was just shared, and that could be GG on the side of 5HS.
Ooh, that was so much pressure. Again, the Bloody Queen right there. Just 5HS's Bloody Queen just putting so much pressure on this team. Like, what was there to do? The survivors did fantastic. Great coordination, great rescues. Every single rescue that we saw was just perfect. I don't know what they could have done differently.
Yes.
But still, 5HS coming in the 4 survivor clutch with the 5-point game.
Excellent stuff on the side of Yang and 5HS. He's got to feel relieved with that type of performance, because now the score is 6-11 in favor of 5HS. So the pressure is on AT to keep up with that 5-point lead.
That was a fantastic match. I love it. I love to come back to casting and just have like such an intense match. I know the waiting was long for this match, but I think the waiting absolutely paid off right here.
It delivered. It was so good. And you know what? Yang even realized at home, you know what? You guys, you want a match? I'm going to give you guys a match to highlight, because his Bloody Queen was terrifying. I mean, you can't take anything away from ATS. They were doing all the right things, but the presence of that Bloody Queen was just so menacing in that map.
That's absolutely right. And the thing is, we're now going into round 3. Again, I already said it earlier before this match started. We saw 5HS coming in round 3 with the photo boy. It was yesterday. We saw him with the photo boy, with the photographer. I don't want to disrespect anyone. I'm just the photo boy, right? With the photographer. And he was also coming in with a 4 survivor elimination. Now the question is, will AT ban the casual meta bans with coming with the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen, or are they aware and respecting the photographer from 5HS as well?
That's a very interesting train of thought, because you can't deny that AT has no room for errors anymore coming into this match number 3, and Yang, just a very deadly hunter, poses that threat. And I'm sure AT is a very knowledgeable team. They know that the photographer is a threat. Will they roll the dice on that photographer, or will they try to bring back one of the meta bans? I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about this next match.
Right, exactly. I'm trying to think through this, because we also know that 5HS is performing absolutely outstanding with the Dream Witch as well as with the Bloody Queen. So going for a photographer ban might actually enable another Bloody Queen match or a Dream Witch match, which is not really better either.
Yes, and if you would recall, we called that.
It's gonna be absolutely exciting.
For sure. And we've seen that the in 5HS's side, maybe it would also depend on the map. Who knows? But yeah,
That's
ladies
true.
and gentlemen, yeah, because he just knew where all the hiding spots were. So again, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a tale of the tape here. We have 11 to 6 here, a 5-point lead on the side of 5HS. And Grizzly, you know what? You were just I love that you came into that match and you just brought the energy down, energy throughout the entire stream, because that was a really long waiting time. But I'm pretty sure everyone was happy that this match happened in the way it did.
All right, okay. That is fantastic. I love to stream with you. I love to have this little chat with you, but I think we are getting back. I will take my leave right here and see you guys.
But do tune in, because Grizzly will be casting the next matches coming in. But right now we still have ATs versus 5HS. These are the match stats. Yang, very deadly hunter, was able to get a 4-person takedown. Noasher with the forward, perfumer Shaodi, YP with the mercenary, and Mizuki with the priestess. As you can see here, the perfumer and the mercenary tried their best to get the ciphers primed, and we did reach the end game there. But you know what? It was just 5HS's Yang was just so dominant and so powerful. Looking back at the highlights here, Dong Xuan here with the surprise for me and Sayora, the surprise pick of Wu Chang, was able to do some damage. We were still able to tie the game here, and really posed a threat in Moonlit River. But the story and the difference maker of match number 2 was really 5HS's Yang with his very scary and dominant performance with his Bloody Queen. And I think I hear some sniffles. That means Sayora's back. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. I am back. And like what I told you guys, like what Articuno says, you guys can't escape me from my leeches. Yes? Yes. And I'm looking at the highlights right now, Poch. This is just a beautiful performance by Yang.
Yeah, if I was just telling everyone here that, you know what, the difference maker was really the 5-point gain by Yang's Bloody Queen. A very intense performance here. Nothing to take away from AT. They performed to their highest potential here. Yang was just so dominant and so relentless with the aggression as well as the presence he brought to the table in the map. And check this out. He was able to hitch a ride in this exchange here as Shaodi tried to escape, going to the roller coaster. Just a jaw-dropping performance by both these teams. So again, here it is. Bam! He was able to hitch a ride.
That was a very timely ride into the roller coaster, you know, really closing in the gap from Shaodi right here. And I can really tell from your hype right here that Yang did a pretty swell job in terms of really being patient and go for these survivors one by one. And if you look at right here, the transition from one area to another is just so surreal that Yang could really catch up.
Yeah, and it's right now match number 3. We're coming in 5HS with 11 points, AT with 6. There was a long wait, but you know we're here right now, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 3 is about to get ready, and you know what? 5HS's Yang did not disappoint with that wait. He delivered and really delivered a lot of points to put on the board for 5HS.
Yes,
there
indeed. Hi guys. You thought I was gone, but no. I am not gone. I am alive and well. You will be seeing Articuno and Grizzly in a bit. But you know, like what I've said, you guys, you can't escape the patata right here.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't think the chat or I am trying to escape you. I think it's just Articuno.
Nah. I mean, it's fine either way. But the fact that I'm here, guys, you're gonna be sticking with me. And you know, the amazing thing is, my laggy head was as lag as my connection earlier, but now I am back. Yes, I am back, ladies and gents, detective of all ages. And you know, let's go back real quick on what happened to Yang's performance. And I can really tell that he didn't really waste any time, but really moved in a pace where he is very convenient with. And that is one of the things that you have to really commend, because this is the sort of round that we've been talking about earlier. No, really snag as much as points as you can get.
Yeah, he really wanted to run away with the opening he had. He really wanted to set the pace of this match and really just dictate how AT is going to adjust to this point deficit, because again, that made a huge statement going up against one of the top teams, AT. So now coming into match number 3, they will be banning probably the metas, but Grizzly brought it up before. There's still that photographer that AT probably has to respect. So I'm really interested to see the picks and bans coming in from AT side coming into this third match.
Truly, because this photographer pick could also depend onto the map that we're having. Let's say we are in a position where we go Arms Factor, Sacred Heart Hospital. There is that likely chance wherein the photographer can come out into play. But like what Grizzly said, I mean, I watched the stream earlier while I was, was benched out first on the rocket chair.
Did you see his impression of you? I just have to ask.
I wasn't able to, because I think at the time that he did that, I was still fixing my connection. So I would like to see that later on, Grizz, because after this I'll be watching you.
Yeah, he'll show it when you're watching for sure. I think the chat also agreed that was a pretty good impression. So we digress. We got to talk about the match right now. AT versus 5HS, match number 3. And you brought up a good point. It really would depend on the map.
Yeah, definitely. And this is round number 3. So we are not gonna be seeing a 3 survivors in the playing field, and for the
Mm-hmm.
survivors 2. I'm right? Okay,
Yes.
I'm not as laggy as I am anymore. So
Yeah.
for this specific type of match, again, they both of the teams can potentially respect either
Mm-hmm.
the pocket picks of the uh both sides of the team, actually. But for the side of AT, I think they will be banning out this Bloody Queen for sure, because
For
we already
sure.
see that the Bloody Queen of Yang just now made
Mm-hmm.
it into a position where it got a clean sweep. And thinking on the AT side, you don't really want that to happen anymore. So I guess it's
True.
the a good call to really
Mm-hmm.
deny that meta and OP pick, like
Let
what
me
the
pick your
chat
brain
is
for a
saying.
bit and
Uh-huh.
ask you 5HS on the survivor side, they can ban 2 hunters. They face the Wu Chang of AT as well as the Bloody Queen. Do you think that they're going to go with the meta bans, or will they respect the Wu Chang of AT's Dong Xuan?
As much as the Wu Chang pick from Dongchuan is really dominating, we witnessed
Mm-hmm.
that in the first half. It's really something that you have to take into account for, since the threat levels are high. But the results really speak for themselves. As much as dominating as it was, it ended up on a tie. So if
Mm-hmm.
as much as you want to respect it, but there is also this kind of level of confidence wherein you really have to really ban out what matters more. And
Mm-hmm.
you guys have seen like the efficiency of our meta hunters as well. So but you know what, yeah, since 5HS will be the survivor side this time, and Dongxuan really will be equipping most likely his Wu Chang, I'd have
Mm-hmm.
to say that maybe the bans here are going to be Bloody Queen. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think they would be, wiping out that Wu Chang
Mm-hmm.
pick, simply because Wu Chang is one of the very comfort and very OP picks of Dongxuan. So you really want to like map that option out.
Mm-hmm.
And for the side of
True.
Dongxuan, him being the hunter for our first half here in round number 3, I think he would be, denying that survivors that really gave him some extra
Mm-hmm.
work.
Mm-hmm. True. And Dong Xuan, you know what? He also has a very scary Dream Witch, as seen with the GK matchup. So I guess it's really a coin toss with 5HS and how much they can exploit the pressure that is on him right now heading into this next match.
Yeah.
Because again, it's 5 points. It's a 5 point lead. Also on the survivor side, will we start to see more off meta picks? Because right now the M&Ms are probably going to be banned, and probably even a forward. Who knows? And we might see some acrobats. We might see some enchantresses just to fill in those M&M roles.
Yeah, indeed. And like, yeah, this is round 3 already, and we are getting ourselves some front row seats into seeing some of the limited options for our teams. But you know what? Let's go ahead quickly into our team profile. And this is Adam, ladies and gents.
There they are. Team
Yes.
Adam, ladies and gentlemen. AT.
Uh-huh.
6 to 11, 5HS in the driver's seat to dictate how this match would go around. There are actually, I forgot which team had the eyebrows on fleek again. Was it Adam or is it 5HS, the one that you pointed out?
You know what? Why settle for less? Let's go on everyone. All of their
Nice.
eyebrows are on
Nice.
fleek, as we will. I've already blurred it out already. As we are heading into our round 3 first half very shortly. Dang,
Mhm.
my words are getting all jittery with all this intensity. Gosh.
Yeah, it's the excitement. It's coming out of us because we just want to see the results as we go on to this
Yes.
match number 3, AT versus 5HS. As we mentioned before, the momentum is with 5HS, but that can be easily swiped away with AT. And now their oppositions, 5HS.
Truly.
There they are.
Yes, indeed, and I really love the stage here in to where they are right now. Look, Yang here looking pretty comfortable in his gaming hunting position on really leaning onto the sides, and this is what excites me because both of the teams are into our stage. That gives us the more COA 3 feels, and I just really love it, and just looking at them, so prepared, really communicating to each other well on how they would be laying out some of the strategies that they come into play. And I just like to note that other than their eyebrows on fleek, I like their hair as well. So kind of giving you that Korean vibe, you know what I mean? But again, going back to the game, which everyone really came here for, not really about me, really praising so much. But here, this is if I think you need to help me in terms of the winning conditions. I think 5HS, if I'm not mistaken, needs to if I'm not mistaken, just maintain the advantage that they have. Am I right?
Yes, they just need to win both these matches in actually not even devastating fashion. They just need to at least win one of these matches. Either get like 3-1, and then the other one could be a tie. And then because they already secured match number 2, so heading over to match number 3, the pressure really is on AT side, because if they tie in both matches, 5HS still goes away with the W.
All right, so we are already into the drafting phase of our round 3 first half between Adam as the survivor side and of course 5HS Yang for the hunter. And again, Sacred Heart Hospital will be into play. So Dream Witch and Bloody Queen still sticking to the meta, as it's really a logical explanation as to why they will be sticking out, really banning out meta picks. And a little shake, a little tweak on the sides. We won't be seeing any priestesses here. I can understand because the priestess usage from both sides of the teams are really efficient. It's similar to the 4.
Okay, I have to bring this up. This could be Yang's setup for a off meta pick, because this was the same trend he used when he went for the photographer, and I think AT realizing that needs to probably adjust on the spot. Again, I could be reading into this, but you have to admit that a doctor, we're seeing an OG. We want to go for some resources here. Again, we saw our girl Emma in day number 1, and we're seeing the doctor here. Wow.
Oh yes, best girl doctor, here we go. I am so excited right now. Okay, Yang, this is a potential photo boy if you ask me. Joseph, are you gonna be out? Are you gonna be used? Or can you be a feaster? I don't know, but I think this is a faux photographer. Come on. I want to see the photographer. Come on, Yang.
He's denying the photographer. He's going for the Soul Weaver.
Spooter Queen in the house. Spider Web Marathon incoming. Up for grabs, ladies and gents and detective. This is, I think from most of our matches, this is the one of the most extraordinary, exotic picks from both survivors and hunters. I am excited.
Yeah, with a Soul Weaver, a doctor in the mix, and the very unconventional bans as well, like limiting the, taking out the priestess and the forward. So now this is our lineup, ladies and gentlemen, looking pretty interesting as we head into this next match. We have a coordinator, a doctor, yes, a doctor, ladies and gentlemen, a mercenary, and a seer, and a Soul Weaver will be hunting them all down. So here we go, Theora.
Yes, indeed, and this is the time to shine for the Spooter Queen. Let's see just a quick, top view of the locations of each of the survivors. Man, Hodge, this is looking pretty exciting.
So now early chase here for Mizuki. Yang is now on the hot pursuit of this seer. Again, yeah, the spider with these web buffs here just to increase the speed. And as we mentioned before, he's near the structure of the hospital, and now that owl is going to be used early on.
Yes, enough to protect him from not getting injured into the early seconds of the game. But you know what? Yang really keeping up the pace, just destroying all of these pallets so that in the future they won't have any more terrains to abuse. And this is slowly showing progression for a Yang right here, really tailing up on Mizuki. But that was a successful stun. But in exchange, that was an injure from the Seer right here. And again, looking at the lower side of the screen, the coordinator really ciphering his right now. Oh, that was a beautiful blink and hit attempt by Yang right here. And off to the rocket chair, the Seer goes, and YP standing by for any potential rescue.
Yep, Yang now wanting to set up those traps, wanting to set up those cobwebs, and just really destroying the pallets so that the survivors have no terrain to work with. A Seer is on the rocket chair while Yang just guards his way, and as you mentioned, YP is in the area. How is he going to choose to approach this? Gets the hit just so he can exchange, but no, he didn't get it quite yet. But watch out, he's out of the way, trying to get away from the dangerous range of this spider. And my goodness, Yang was able to take out the rescuer of the team. Mizuki is still chaired.
Unfortunately, though, YP wasn't able to rescue Mizuki in the time that he needed to be. And Yang, knowing this, really utilized the spider webs, and of course knew she had no choice but to actually go to their aid. Will be getting a hit, will be saving the Seer, but up to what extent? You have to take note, both of them are injured, and the Tide Turner is still activated. So let's see. Okay, the Seer's gonna be the first target, but the flare gun will prevent him from going any nearer.
Tide Turner is still in effect. We still have a downed mercenary. It takes a while for him to get back up on his feet because of the hits he's going to take. And if you look down there, Xiaodi still working as the doctor, focusing on decoding 3 ciphers left. And the chase is on for Mizuki because he spent so much time in that rocket chair. And now Yang really wants to send him back to the manor. But you can see the effectiveness of the kite here in the hospital.
Okay, we see it on the side of the screen. We just saw that the doctor was able to pick up the mercenary earlier, so that gives us more resources for the mercenary to pick himself up for. But going back right here, Yang really keeping up the pace. That was a good, side hit and then knockdown. And again, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd time he's gonna get chaired. Oh no, 2nd time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the timer was really way past half, so
yes.
This could be it. I could be corrected, but let's see. He's gonna be sent back to the manor, ladies and gentlemen. And as you mentioned, the doctor doing her job, being able to heal up the team here, and now it's a 3-person escape potentially, and we're gonna use a teleport just to hamper the speed of decoding. And Yang is over here at the shack area while Xiaodi retreats away into the ruin areas.
Yes, but you have to take note that the ruins area is also an advantage point for Yang, placing all of these spider webs to go for additional movement speed. And, Xiaodi just really, disciplining herself by just going around and about to buy some time for the other 2 ciphers remaining to really get decoded. But again, like what I said, this is what we're seeing. The advantage point of the spider webs come into play. And now the doctor here was hit by the spitter spatters of Yang right here, but that was a good pallet throw, enough to really burden up the distance. But Xiaodi has to be really careful. He's up to 75% injured. One more flicker of spider spooter in the air, and it could be him being down on the ground.
Yes, exactly. And you can see that Yang is just showing this spider aggression and speed as well, not making Xiaodi have a room to breathe here as he transitions to these pallets. And he's gonna get that hit. The doctor is going down. The cipher is primed though, but the coordinator is trying to make his way to get this doctor. And yep, the cipher is primed, lower left part of the screen, and we're gonna see a potential save But take note, ladies and gentlemen, that the coordinator doesn't have any resources, meaning she has no flare gun to work with. And you see her making the approach, and as Yang just sets up the cobwebs just to hamper the speed of this rescue.
Indeed, and the coordinator doing a pretty good job. Will be going for the save, but let's see what the spider would do. Will he be taking that hit? Will he take the doctor right now? The doctor transitioning to the hospital in a mannerly way. Let's see if he would be able to hit it with that range. Yes,
Nice
no,
180
maybe?
there. He's
Oh.
waiting for something. He knows that the Cypher is primed, so he's probably picking his shot on. Oh, and they popped the Cypher already, and now I believe the spider is out for some blood as he chases this doctor.
Yes, indeed. That was a pallet throw, but you know, that's not enough. The tension will be in his favor, will be knocking down the doctor, and down goes Shouda in the chair. And this leaves the coordinator onto the lower side of the screen to open up the gates. And when you say open up the gate, it looks like he went down for that potential spit, but no, to his luck, he wants Yushi out of here so that there won't be any interferences when he gets the doctor. And Mercenary onto the down.
Mercenary is on the way for that rescue. Shaudi is still down. Yang trying to make this a potential 3-person takedown, but YP still trying to calculate his odds here. Oh, he's gonna cobweb her.
Yes.
And now make your move, Mercenary. That's what he's trying to say. And now Yang still I believe he still has detention. Yang still playing the guarding game while YP still has some pads to work with. One left. Let's see how this goes.
I love the taunting abilities of Yang right here, saying like, Mercenary, come to me. And look at that!
The double hit!
Oh yes, indeed, that was a bit of the cobwebs. And then, if you saw it, that was a patch. But unfortunately, he was hit by the terrain and wasn't able to really escape as much of a distance that he could. And Yang, knowing this, took advantage of it and just really hit him hard. And man,
Yang was able to use the spider web and then go for a hit. So that was just amazing performance. And you saw the pop off there by Yang. Sigh of relief. You saw him just clapping because a big turn of events, they were really able to secure that lead. I believe now the score is 14-6. If you do the math right, you know what? That's potential GG, but I think we're still gonna watch this match play out. But wow, 5HS, just dominant performance. Yang is someone to really look out for.
indeed, and Yang really, stood his ground and maintaining the lead that they already have, and that was a splendid job. And
you saw his
most of us expected the photo boy or Joseph, but you know what? This is like the how do I say it? I wouldn't say old school because the Soul Weaver is still really effective, especially in this specific map. But regardless, the fact that Yang really demonstrated out a great play on Violetta back there just goes to show that he wants it, and you saw it from his reaction. You saw it, how the sigh of relief.
And just to take it back to the few seconds before the match ended, that standoff between the Mercenary and the Violetta, like cobwebbed, and it was just so intense. You know what? AT really tried to go for that tie, but 5HS was Yang was just ready for anything that AT could throw at them. So just to update everyone, I think the score now is 14-7. And I think we're just going to play out the next match. But yeah, that was 5HS. Dominant, very dominant performance.
Yep, definitely. And you know what? I don't know. It's pretty amazing how Yang really turned the events into his favor and showing
He had us shocked. I thought we were going to see a photo boy, and then going for that spider. I was like, oh. My goodness.
But that was a good call from him because he knows that the spider webs are also really advantageous onto the ruin side. And it was demonstrated earlier, really catching up to Shouda in a fair distance. So really good job.
And really calculated as well, chasing away the coordinator just so he'll only have the mercenary to worry about. He knew the doctor was down. And just the discipline of Yang. It's just the aggression is there, as well as the calculation and the next level thinking. So here are the match stats. The deciphering by Xiaodi was really it was really effective, but you got to look at the hits of this Soul Weaver. So dangerous and so intense.
Yes, and still good job for Team AT right here. And you can just witness here on the stats that the doctor was really used efficiently. And if we look at the decoding progress, really what do you call this, divided, and they were able to alternate themselves. It just so happens that Yang was a bit of one up in terms of strategy and gameplay.
For sure. Again, it's just really a point of who can implement their game plan. Your game plan is correct, just getting all the right things, but then again, it's just the imposition of your opponent, whether it be on the hunter side or the survivor side, and how it can overwhelm your strategy to adapt and really try to go for those objectives that you're looking for. So, wow. Excellent match. Excellent match. 5 stars.
Excellent match. Yes, indeed.
Certified
And
fresh.
yes, this is also one of the most interesting drafts that we have all throughout our, and our matches for today. And
Yeah, if we're doing character bingo for the OGs, we saw the gardener, and now we saw the doctor. So who's to say that we won't see the lawyer or the thief?
No, that I can assure you that, I don't wanna.
We can't
degrade
never
the
say
lawyer.
never.
Yeah, never say never. Maybe we'll be seeing a thief or a lawyer, but
But it's highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely since, hey guys, this is COA 3, so you want to showcase. Yeah. Let but we'll never know, because maybe from behind the scenes they are practicing some awesome
lawyer
thief
tech
or lawyer techniques.
Let me look at my map. Here. I'm here, and you are there. And the hunter is right in front of me because I'm looking at my map.
But sticking to what we do best, this is the second half of our round number 3, and the main objective here for AT is to really get the sweep, if I'm not mistaken. And
well, by the way the numbers are going, it's 14-7.
Yeah.
So if they get the sweep, it's still GG's for 5HS. But I think they're just gonna play this out. Just because, we want to give some amazing Identity 5 action. And also, this helps both teams get better. So I think we're still going to play this out. We're just going to wait for some word there. But rest assured, we still have to play out this match. But kudos to Yang for being able to solidify himself. And you saw the excitement he got once he was able to down that mercenary.
Yes, he maintained the advantage that they have. He solidified it. He really, what do you call this? Really... embedded the mark of 5HS on their side. So really amazing. And, still kudos to Team Adam for doing a splendid job. Not, having a tie in the first match is not really easy, I mean, that is something that you have to look into, and you have to commend to. Well, because honestly, I love their performances just because some were sticking to the meta, there were also times that they had some interesting
from
play.
The meta.
Yeah, they had some interesting plays as well, and it's really good job for everyone. And let's see how the second half runs out.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about with the first match being sort of a feeling process, and then you start to see one team gain the momentum ever so slightly, like in the first match, and now 5HS really running away with the momentum with a 5-point lead in the match number 2, and now in the third match, you just see that you can't discount the fact that this is legendary rules and it's a best of 3. And teams will get better as the game progresses. So it really just invites everyone to watch these matches in succession, and you can't judge a team's performance based on one match alone, because just them getting here in Call of the Abyss is a testament on its own that they are some of the top teams in the globe, around the world even.
Yes, they have made their names, and I'm pretty sure the teams that weren't able to make it will come back even stronger. And even now here in Korea, we're already seeing some, big improvements and progress to other regions, and that is something that you have to take into account for.
Exactly.
It's just amazing the when the meta changes, the strategy
Mm-hmm.
changes, as well as the adaptability of each of the teams have. So pretty amazing, really.
Yeah, and I can't wait as this game progresses. More characters, probably more maps. I can't wait for the next Call of the Abyss. But right now, you know what? You can't look too far into the future because you know what? As far as I'm looking, we're looking at May 4. That's the that's the finals of this global event, ladies and gentlemen. Identity 5 Call of the Abyss. Day number 4, that is tomorrow. Right now, we're determining who is going to make it to the final day of this prestigious tournament.
Indeed, and of course, look at that. Dude, the curtains are calling. Here we go, seeing the seriousness of, if I'm not mistaken, this right? And this is going again onto the hunter side. Sitting like comfortably and prepared to our draft. And you know what? I just really want to highlight the stage that we have right now. I thought that COA 2 was awesome. You just look at COA 3 right now. It's very on point, and I just love it. The screen over there from the floor would kind of like get the creeps at you. But you know what? Let's proceed on to our round 3 second half draft between 5HS as survivors and Dongshun as the hunter.
Meta bans on deck already. 5HS doesn't want to mess around with those top tier hunters, which is the Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. It's the year. It's the season of witches and queens. So again, that's a very logical pick. And Dong Xuan probably going with an Eminem band.
That is like the most likely. Oh, looks like
I stand corrected. It's a forward.
Yeah. Yes, a very similar band earlier, but the ones earlier were priestess, mechanic, and forward, right? This time it's seer, forward, and priestess. So again, this is a good thing. Really respecting the survivors that worked efficiently all throughout the rounds that we had for this specific match. So, looks like we would be seeing a cowboy. Yes,
I'm so excited.
That's amazing. This is just amazing. Turn of events for survivors.
A mind's eye. We're seeing a mind's eye.
Okay, you know what? This is really amazing because when I saw the chats earlier, they were okay. An explore. Wow. Okay, 5HS. All right.
I think 5HS really wants to make a statement here to just show their character variety. But I'm sure really? Dong Xuan going evil reptilian. Here we go.
Oh, Lucino on the battlefield right now. We've been seeing some hippity hoppities from Dong Xuan. So interesting.
Yeah, this is a very interesting match indeed. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat is going crazy. Again, if you count the scores, it's 7-14. So these teams just want to make a statement, and they want to show how much variety they have in their gameplay. Because again, the meta is so strong in Identity 5, but there are other cast of characters. We're going to see a cowboy, a mercenary, the mind's eye, and explorer on the side of 5HS, and 80 Dong Xuan going with that evil reptilian. So, ladies and gentlemen, round number 3 of the second half, 5HS versus AT. What a turn of events here. Just a variety of character representation is going to be displayed as we head into this second half.
Yes, yes, indeed. Look at that Lucino. So she's so sparkly and very medieval, you know. Let's the locations of the survivors real quick here. So on the second floor, and if you notice that is in a case wherein I think she's transitioning, just really bring a Chino up to the pace of the mind's eye, and now really transversing.
That's true. I mean, we are at Sacred Heart Hospital. This Luchino is gonna be closing out that distance really well here as the match goes on. So here we are. Oh, the hippity hoppities, as Sayora mentioned now, hunting down the mind's eye. DeLong here is on the pursuit, and he is going to get struck down. Their early decoder is going to be injured. And look at Dong Xuan just closing out that distance, just keeping the pursuit really on the tail. He's really on the tail. But look at that, the cowboy coming in, and now DeLong is still injured. And you as well.
A very nice body block coming from the long right there, and I mean from the cowboy earlier, so that it would really take time. But you know what? Luchino says otherwise, and will be taking the mind's eye here on an early rocket ship.
So this evil reptilian really closing out the distance, really just controlling even the air while jumping, and just posing that threat to just close out that distance upon anyone that tries to approach this mind's eye. 4 ciphers left. 5HS is you, still working on that cipher, and now Lel here, making that move towards the mind's eye with this mercenary. Tries to go for a body slam there, but Lel out of the way, and now he's going to try to get the mind's eye out of the rocket chair, and he does. Tide Turner is now popped.
Yes, and again, looking at here, Luchino with that attempted body slam, but again,
did you see
like
that?
what you... Yeah, I mean, this is getting pretty amazing for Dolphin, just to flexing all throughout right now, and that was a last effort. No, it was a knockdown, actually.
It was a knockdown, yeah.
Wow, that was
Watch out, though, you right behind. Cowboy.
Okay.
No, dropped it. Excellent counter to the lasso of the cowboy. Dong Xuan still dominant, keeping this mind's eye at bay.
Yes, indeed. And now we are down to 3 ciphers remaining. And you know what? I mean, Dong Xuan invested some quite of a time on the mind's eye right there, but I think it also made it in an advantage wherein he gets to injure 2 of the members of 5HS, so it would be a bit easier once the mind's eye is already out of our map.
True, and you know what? You also Dong Xuan also has to revert his attention probably to Ling, because Lel, I believe. Ling, yes, the explorer, because the explorer is getting the objectives done. So now Dong Xuan spots you, and now setting up some peepers here for this potential hunt. Jumps and closes the distance, but oh my gosh, excellent slam there, and Dong Xuan just was able to balloon this cowboy.
Indeed, and there will be no lassos because it's the cowboy into that rocket chair. And look at that, Explorer being stealthily, shrinking himself to prevent it. But the peeper is there, really active right now, and of course Luchino will be aware of the Explorer's location and going back right here, just really waiting, just really securing the cowboy out.
And now we look at the lower left part of the screen. There is still some ciphers being decoded. Explorer trying to make his exit, but no! Yu gets knocked down once again, and also in the process, Ling gets injured for that exchange.
I love it how Luchino really takes down the cowboy in a very timely manner.
The timing is on point, and now he's reverting his attention to Lel over here as we head over to the hospital, and Dong Xuan still on the hunt, now going back to the chaired cowboy.
Yes, indeed. And again, really opting for that potential save. Uses the pad to close the distance. Another knockdown, maybe. No, but the sidestep was on point this time, but will be taking a hit. And now really body blocks you from, into a safe second word in before the delay effect hits, but you know what? Still on position here as the Lucino predictions come into play, and it looks like this is goodbye for now for the Cowboy as he rockets up into our map and then progresses on to Lel right here, but the Cypher's Lucino has
that's going to play a huge factor. Excellent use of Explorer's just ciphering and decoding. A great job on the Explorer side. Now, he's going to try to open that exit gate while this mercenary tries to buy as much time as possible, but no, gets knocked down. And the Explorer is on his way out of here. And now that was GG, a 1-3 in favor of AT. But as we compute the scores, it is going to be a 10-15.
And this is, I guess, GG well played for 5HS, you know, doing a splendid job, beautiful job, and, you know, really capitalizing of everything that they needed to be and maintaining the advantage that they have.
Excellent stuff. I mean, it was pretty, I don't know, heartwarming to see those characters be represented. I was just talking to Grizz about having a cowboy, but congratulations to 5HS first and foremost. They will be moving on. They're punching their ticket to the finals, which is tomorrow. So, but still kudos to AT. Do send them your love and support for putting up a valiant fight.
Yes, indeed. I mean, congratulations to 5. Secured their spot, and you know, for those who weren't able to make it, still congratulations on being on COA 3 Global Finals. And you know, it's just amazing to see. You know, having to have this front row seat is, you know, I feel really honored and thankful. I was, you know, able to cast it with you despite me having.
Oh, hey, it's all good. I mean, there were some technical issues here and there on both in the venue as well as in the internet. So we got to make most out of the situation. I'm just glad that I was able to share this desk with you, this virtual desk, and we're still able to have some amazing Identity 5 action courtesy of NetEase and Happy Valley. Thank you so much for still pushing through with this. I'm sure that a lot of people at home are very entertained and they're very excited to see the upcoming matches.
Indeed. And speaking of upcoming matches, we got, if I'm not mistaken, BZY versus GR on the block. And guys, this is the thing that you've been waiting for. Articuno and Grizz will be here very, very shortly.
So yeah, that will be happening in just a bit because again, we have to finalize the teams for tomorrow. Again, I can't plug this enough. Tomorrow is the grand finals. We're going to determine who is going to be granted the crown of Call of the Abyss 3 champions tomorrow. So do tune in for that, ladies and gentlemen, because that's going to be an amazing spectacle. And today, you know what? Congratulations to 5HS for moving on. Congratulations to MWS for moving on. Great matches. I'm so happy and grateful that I was able to cast it here with you, Sayora.
Yes, indeed. And I'm grateful too to have you here, Poch. And of course, the community will surely welcome you and to see more of you and me as well. Because, you know, guys, you won't be able to escape me. And regardless, don't like it or like it, I'm still here. I won't be going away. I'll be on your tails. I'll be on your shadows. Okay, I don't even know. Okay, that was creepy as you know, as it is. But again, congratulations to 5HS for making it here and securing the spot once more. And like what we've been saying, that we are already slowly defining who gets to compete for that beautiful trophy, and of course the money, and of course, you know, the title, everything. This is the apex of IDV esports. I mean, this is COA 3, and you know, the best of the best around the globe fight themselves out, and shortly we will get to witness another amazing match, and of course with a different set of casters as well.
Yeah, just to set the stage for the next coming match, we have BZY versus GR. GR, the defending champions. They, sadly, for LBM, you know, due to travel restrictions, they weren't able to make it. But you know what? I'm pretty sure they would perform well. Health always first. And you know what? That's not the last we'll see of LBM, so do send them your support. So GR moves automatically. So you have to consider that GR is performing right now, they're performing at the start right now, while everyone else was warmed up in the previous matches. So let's take a look at what is to come today. As I was mentioning, the different matches that, aside from GR versus BZY, we also have Ace versus ALC.
Yes, indeed. And again, these are the results for first and second match that we have today. And again, congratulations to MWS and 5HS for their wins, securing the spot. And still, kudos to AL and AT for bringing us an awesome and intense fight, because they really made out to round 3. So congratulations.
They put up really
to
good fights. And the trend for today was just ties in the first round, and then like one would break out in match number 2, and then very decisive round match number 3. So could that be a factor as we move on with the rest of the tournaments? Because I'm really excited to see the upcoming matches.
Indeed, upcoming matches will come in a while, but for now we are gonna take a short break, guys, as the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 3 will be back. Again, we were your casters for match 1 and 2. My name is Ciora, and with me is Pochis Spicio, so don't go away.
Hey!
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed has been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed has been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness, I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
我是一名邮差，像千百个奔走在街道上的邮差一样，传递着不同的故事与秘密。我并不擅长与别人交流，也不喜欢，但我却迷恋观看这些收件者拿到信件时的种种表情：惊讶、喜悦、激动万分，又或是怒不可遏。面对面的对话是最虚伪的，人们看着你的脸，根据你的反应而反应， 说着那些附和的假话，而那些字里行间所藏匿的感情，反而才是最真挚的。可能说这些话时无法让人信服，因为从没有人给我寄过信。毕竟我唯一的朋友威克也只是只小狗罢了。但当我第一次收到这封寄给自己的信时，我从未如此确信文字所体现出的无尽真挚。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，来自这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在哪里召唤我。这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。 信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。